Third part is finally here, like now for more parts and updates. Chapter 85. Outside the Secret Realm. The figure of Jiang Ye suddenly appeared above the sky. Immediately, one after another saint's eyes fell on Jiang Ye in an instant. All the major sacred lands want to know what realm Jiang Ye has reached through this year's practice. Suddenly, Jiang Ye offered a heavenly devil jar in his hand. Boom! A terrifying sound echoed across the field. The void in front of my eyes was suddenly opened a crack. The figure of Jiang Ye stepped into the void crack, and then disappeared. This moment, the saints present looked at each other in blank dismay, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Wait, Jiang Ye has reached the realm of the king, isn't that too fast? How long did it take him to go from power to king? Not even a year. Shattering the void, that's a saint-level method. I didn't expect Jiang Ye to be so powerful. Wait, have you noticed that the magic treasures Jiang Ye held just now seems to be DLE? What? He actually has Emperor's soldiers in his hands. If the old man is not mistaken, Jiang Ye's shattering of the cracks in the void was done by the Emperor's soldiers. But when the Emperor's soldiers are in use, don't they burst out with Emperor power? Why don't you feel it? It is likely that Jiang Ye's control over the imperial soldiers has reached the realm where he can do whatever he wants, so he can independently control the power of the imperial soldiers. Now, all the saints here are showing incredible colors. It is not difficult for Saint to use all the cultivation base to release the imperial power with the imperial soldiers. But the real difficulty is not to use Dai Wei, but to use sleep. This means that Jiang Ye's control over the imperial soldiers has reached an extremely high level, and only then can he fully control the imperial soldiers. It is actually more difficult than fully mobilizing Emperor Wei. Not even Saint King can do it all. To be able to control the Emperor armament independently, one must at least reach the realm of the heavenly sage. Immediately. In the eyes of these saints, Jiang Ye's strength has become even more unfathomable. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that they did not go with Yin and Yang sect and Wangyao temple to besiege the sacred land. The end is probably more serious than imagined. In the beginning, the sacred land. A chilling aura spread all over the place. Dozens of saint figures hover above the sacred land in the beginning, exuding a soaring monster chi. However, in the beginning, the sacred land was surrounded by a layer of colorful glazed brilliance, like a solid barrier. Even if the masters of Yin and Yang Jiao and Wangyao temple attacked together, the Liulai Guanghua was still incomparably tough, without any damage. But the expressions of Zhang Taishu and others were not good. They can only support it for another half a year at most with the great array of protectors. Even if the guardian formation is connected to the Emperor soldier in the deepest part of sacred land, even if it bears the attacks of multiple saints at the same time, it can persist for a while. But can ultimately be limited. Sooner or later, the dirty capital formation will still be defeated. Father, what shall we do now? Zhang Fengjiao couldn't help showing a nervous look on his face. This time. In the early days, sacred land not only faced the siege of Yin and Yang sect and Wangyao temple, but also faced the attack of more than a dozen saints in Zhongzhou sacred land. Even top giants as strong as the Jiang family, Yaokai sacred land, etc., can hardly resist a siege of this scale. Today. In the beginning, sacred land was probably doomed. Those old things have been peeping at that thing for too long, and this day will come sooner or later. As for what they want, give it to them. Even, the entire sacred land can be abandoned, but you must survive. As long as there are descendants, the sacred land of the beginning will never perish. When Yetter grows up and becomes truly strong, everything they do will pay a price. Zhang Taishu's tone was indifferent, and his eyes were fixed on the enemy in the sky, as if he had expected all this to come. Father, what about you? Zhang Fengjiao and the others couldn't help asking anxiously. After I quietly send you away, I will naturally try my best to hold them back. You all try to inform Ye as quickly as possible so that he doesn't come back and find a place to hide Fang Yin. During this period, no one can find your tracks. After the demise of the sacred land in the beginning, this group of enemies will try every means to silence them and extinguish the possibility of the final fire of vengeance burning. So, once you leave here, you must find a place to hide Fang Yin. You must not reveal your identity until you become a real strong man. Jiang Taishu's tone was firm, as if he had already made the final decision. Jiang Ye, Jiang Ziuozhu, Jiang Mengchuan, and Jiang Fenjiu opened their mouths, wanting to say something. However, they cannot refute it, because this is the best solution that can be thought of at the moment. The enemy is too powerful, even if it resists desperately, it is tantamount to dying. Jiang Ye and the others gritted their teeth, with unwillingness written all over their faces. Hateful! My current realm only has the dragon transformation secret realm. If only it could be stronger. Maybe, there is still a chance to reverse it. Boom! Boom! Outside the Guardian Array, experts such as Yin and Yang Jiao and Wanyao Temple all bombarded with all their strength, making a deafening sound. A terrifying energy storm kept beating all around, even the clouds within 100 miles nearby were swept away by this violent air wave. At this time, Yin and Yang frowned and said, "Why is this formation so strong? We have been bombarding it for several months, but there is no trace of breaking it." The master of Wanyao Temple said, "It is said that in the beginning of the sacred land, there was an imperial weapon that was unparalleled in the world. Even the imperial soldiers of the Ji family and the Jiang family could not compare with this imperial weapon." The leader of Yin and Yang frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised. The great emperor of the ancestors of the Ji family and the Jiang family is not an ordinary person, almost shoulder to shoulder with the destiny. What kind of emperor weapon is hidden in the sacred land in the early days? The corner of Wang Yadian's mouth twitched, and he said, "When we break through this protective formation and kill all the people in the sacred land in the beginning, this secret will naturally belong to me." There was a hint of greed in Yin and Yang's eyes. The strength of their Yin and Yang religion is not inferior to the major sacred lands in Zhongzhou. However, it is because there is no emperor soldier in charge, so he is always overwhelmed. If you can get the emperor soldiers, then the Yin and Yang sect is bound to rise and become one of the top sacred lands in Zhongzhou. Thinking of this, the attacks of the leader Yin and Yang and the others became more violent, as if they wished to break through the protective formation as soon as possible. Gradually, cobweb-like cracks began to appear on the edge of the glazed mask, as if it was about to be unable to support the stormy attack. At this time, in the sky, a crack suddenly appeared, accompanied by the violent sound reverberating to the surroundings. Everyone looked towards the crack. I saw a deist figure stepping out from the crack in the void, exuding the aura of a king. The gazes of Jiang Ye, Jiang Ziuozhu, Jiang Mengchuan, and Jiang Fenjiu fell on the deist figure, and suddenly felt that the other person was a little familiar. After taking a closer look, they couldn't help rubbing their eyes. There was a look of disbelief on his face. "Father, that person seems to be the fifth brother. Why is fifth brother coming back at this time?" Jiang Taishu looked up suddenly, and when his pupils fell on Jiang Ye, he was taken aback for a moment. "Ye, you've actually reached the realm of a king." "What?" When Jiang Ye, Jiang Ziuozhu, Jiang Mengchuan, and Jiang Fenjiu heard this, expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces. "Father, do you mean that the fifth younger brother has reached the realm of the king? That's the third heaven of Sendai. Even if it is our father's cultivation base, it seems that there is only the cultivation base of Sendai second heaven. Don't say it's Dad, how many years have there been no kings in sacred land? Fifth brother, has his cultivation base really reached the king realm?" Upon hearing the news, Jiang Ye and the others couldn't help but look at each other, wondering if they were dreaming. "Haven't seen you for a few years. My little brother has grown into a king. Even higher than Jiang Taishu's cultivation base?" At this time, Jiang Ye seemed to have thought of something, his face changed, and he said, "Ye, get out of here quickly, there are at least a dozen saints nearby, you are definitely not their opponent." The voice just fell. Zhang Huia, Zhang Ziuozhu, Zhang Mengchuan, and Zhang Fenjihu also seemed to realize this, and hurriedly shouted at Jiang Ye. "Fifth brother, hurry back to the protective array. There are too many enemies here." The leader of Yin and Yang, the master of Wangyao Temple, and more than a dozen saints in Zhongzhou, joined forces to deal with the sacred land in the early days. "With your cultivation base, you still can't defeat so many saints. Yes, get out of here quickly." Jiang Ye turned around. "After many years, I saw my family after a long absence, and I couldn't help showing a knowing smile on my face. Even if they become kings themselves, they will still care about their own safety in the first place. Although it's just a copy of reincarnation. There was still a warm current in my heart. It's okay, it's just a few miscellaneous fish." Jiang Ye showed a calm smile, as if the enemies in front of him were not enough but a bunch of cannon fodder. The leader of Yin and Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and then sneered. "I didn't expect you to come out of the land of destiny, and the cultivation base magically became the king. It must be admitted that looking at the entire central province, you are an eternal pride. However, Tianjiao is just a bug to saint before he grows up. I hope you can understand this truth in the next life." The voice just fell. The leader of Yin and Yang, the master of Wangyao Temple, and more than a dozen saints will fight together. They predicted in advance that Jiang Ye might return to the sacred land in the beginning, and they have already set up a killing array. Facing this kind of genius, we must not give the other party any chance. Otherwise, once the opponent is allowed to escape from death and grow up in the future, it will definitely become the most dangerous enemy. If you want to kill, you must use thunder. Oops! That's a killing formation jointly launched by more than a dozen saints. Even the king will fall instantly. Ye is in danger now and must be rescued." Jiang Ye was so anxious that he was about to catch fire, his eyes immediately fell on the core of sacred land, the legendary emperor weapon. At the cost of his own life, urging this emperor's soldier might create a little opportunity for Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye was ready to risk his life, burn all life levels, and activate this emperor's soldier. But at this moment, a wave of extreme imperial prestige suddenly came from Jiang's body. "Emperor soldiers!" Jiang Ye looked up in disbelief. I saw a pitch-black magic jar appeared in Jiang Ye's hand. In the magic jar, the shrouding the heavens-covered land erupted out. It seems that all living beings in the world must submit to that imperial prestige. How can it be? The leader of Yin and Yang, the master of Wanyao Palace and other saints suddenly felt as if they were hit by a huge boulder in their chests. Even if there is a trace of spiritual qi, it seems so jerky and difficult to operate. The killing array was disintegrated immediately. The emperor's soldiers sent out a 10,000 zhang black wave, washing Fang Yuan thousands of miles away. At this moment, the figures of Yin and Yang Jiao, Wang Yadian and other disciples participating in this battle were instantly torn into pieces by the terrifying energy in this wave. How is it possible that I will die here? No. Miserable cries are everywhere under the sky. The silhouettes of countless monster races, swept away by the terrifying aftermath of Emperor Wei, seemed to be torn into pieces of paper. There is no room for resistance. Directly wiped out. Below Xiantai, there is no room for resistance in front of the Emperor's soldiers, and they are annihilated into powder in the blink of an eye. Dozens of Sendai powers were destroyed by Dai Wei with all their cultivation bases, using all their treasures, and barely escaped, but their cultivation bases were destroyed, and they lost any fighting ability. On the field, only the dozens of saints gathered together at the fastest speed to form a defensive formation. At the cost of burning life's blood essence, a protective formation was created, which barely blocked the fatal attack. 0. Rao is so. The terrifying imperial prestige came oppressively. Even Saint felt as if his body was falling apart. Damn it, it turned out to be a soldier. Why does he have an imperial weapon in his hand? Using the king's cultivation base and using the emperor's army forcibly, it will definitely not last long. As long as we make it through, we can kill that kid and snatch the imperial soldiers from his hands. These are 2 imperial weapons. If this battle is successful, then we will become one of the strongest forces in Zhongzhou. The leaders of Yin and Yang, the master of Wanyao Palace and other saints saw that there was actually an imperial weapon in Jiang Ye's hand, and their eyes were red instantly. Including the emperor's soldiers of the sacred land in the beginning. This sacred land actually holds 2 emperors. If this battle is successful, there will be unimaginably rich spoils. A bunch of idiots. I'm dying, and I'm still thinking about the emperor's soldiers. Hearing these words, Jiang Ye couldn't help shaking his head slightly, feeling that there might be something wrong with the saint's brains. Since reaching the realm of kings, swallowing the heavenly devilkin has completely set the trend for Jiang Ye at will. Even if he fully activates Emperor Wei, he can persist for a period of time. Not to mention Yin and Yang leader and others. Even if the number of saints present is doubled and a saint king is added, they will not be Jiang Ye's opponent. Since you like Emperor's soldiers so much, let you watch them a little more before you die. Jiang Ye raised his hand slightly. Next second, a quaint barren pagoda, with the heavy atmosphere of the years, is oppressive and fast. The barren tower seems to be as heavy as billions of pounds, even an ancient planet is not enough. Boom! The moment the barren tower fell down, the protective array can no longer block the joint attack of the 2 imperial soldiers. Boom! The Yin and Yang leader, the master of Wanyao Hall, etc. Saint encountered a fatal attack, and instantly spit out a mouthful of blood, with incredible expressions on their faces. 2 pieces of emperor armament. How could you have 2 pieces of imperial weapons? Jiang Ye shook his head and said with a sneer, "Tisk tisk, you are still saints, you have never even seen the emperor's soldiers, and you have no experience at all. No wonder the emperor's soldier looked like he was about to starve to death. Since you like emperor's soldiers so much, let's send you off." Jiang Ye waved his finger. The barren pagoda was under the control of Jiang Ye, and it smashed towards the leader Yin and Yang, the master of Wanyao Temple and others. No. Yin and Yang's leader's face changed, and he wanted to run away. But the barren tower struck like a small planet, smashing his body into a blood mist in an instant. Master Yin and Yang, die. The master of the Wanyao Temple was so frightened that his soul was about to dissipate, he quickly sacrificed a mouthful of blood essence, trying to escape. But swallowing the heavenly devil jar suddenly opened up a realm, and God's power blocked this void. No. There was a look of despair on the face of the master of the Wanyao Palace, and he wanted to ask for mercy. But before he could say it, the barren tower was smashed down in an instant. His body burst open, not even a corpse left. The rest of Saint's face was as pale as paper, and he knelt down like a bereaved dog and begged for mercy. All this is a misunderstanding. Behind me is Yaokai sacred land, if you kill me, Yaokai will never let you go. The Ouyang family. But Jiang Ye didn't hesitate at all, and when he raised his hand, all saints were suppressed and killed. Less than a few minutes. All the enemies were annihilated, and more than a dozen saints died. Chapter 86. Now, the audience is silent. In the beginning, everyone in sacred land stared at the figure in the sky with incredulous eyes. They didn't expect it at all, just a few years later. My own holy son has grown to such a terrifying level. That is a dozen saints, leading many sacred lands, besieging the sacred lands in the beginning. But in the end, all the enemies were solved by that boy. What cultivation base realm has been achieved? Zhang Taisha felt his brain was blank, as if he was dreaming. Is this really own son? Raise your hands. All saints are destroyed. Even Saint King may not be able to do it so easily. Fifth brother, has he grown to this level? Jiang Ye took a deep breath, his eyes were full of excitement. Never imagined. This time, facing the siege of the saints in the early days, sacred land may be in danger, and it is about to usher in the fate of extinction. However, Jiang Ye slaughtered all the saints by himself. Fang Yuan Bailey, all the enemies were wiped out in an instant. This is something unimaginable in dreams. Yetter's growth rate is beyond my imagination. Zhang Taishu finally came back to his senses and let out a sigh. In the beginning, the sacred land was located in the remote part of eastern wasteland, and the news was not so well informed. Naturally, they don't know the major events that happened in Zhongzhou. However, according to Yin and Yang leader, seems like Jiang Ye has entered the land of destiny. Of course Zhang Taishu knew that only the top of the list of Tianjiao True Dragon Club can have the qualification to enter the land of destiny. That is the most outstanding genius in the entire central state. Among the hundreds of millions of souls, only a few Tianjiao can qualify for the Tianjiao True Dragon Club. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ye was only 8 years old, and he won the first place, entering the destination that everyone dreams of. And when he came out, he was armed with an imperial weapon, possessing the strength to kill all saints. For Zhang Taishu, he didn't even dare to think about it. 393 is far beyond own imagination. Now, in the entire sacred land in the beginning, I am afraid that no one is Jiang Ye's counterpart. Even if you look at the history of sacred land in the early days, there are not many saint lords who can be stronger than the current Jiang Ye. Divine sense sweeps around. At this moment, Tian and several saints were all killed. The rest of the Yin and Yang sect and the remnants of the Wanyao temple were almost all annihilated under the power of this imperial army. There were only a few remnants who escaped in time, but they were also seriously injured and unable to restore the cultivation base in a short period of time, so they naturally did not pose any threat. At this time, a special prompt popped up in front of Jiang Ye. You cracked the dark plan and unlocked the side mission, clearing the singularity. Mission description: a breath of silence is devouring the origin of this world, and everything is about to wither and decay. Anomaly: the long river of time. Probability of extinction: 88%. Reward: rated rating or world-class items. It turned out to be a singularity mission. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. In the first life, in the Zhongguo continent, there were residents with abnormal points. Dongguan gained the power of the extraterritorial world, able to control the entire Zhongguo, and the probability of destruction was as high as 35%. But in the three-body world of the second life, there is no singularity. After all, according to the law of the universe, every certain period, there will be a universe Big Bang. Unless it leads to a higher dimension, thereby leaving the Trisolaran universe, this is equivalent to arriving in the outer world. Therefore, the restart of the three-body universe is within the rules, and naturally it is not an outlier. However, Jiang Ye killed the saints with the power of the Emperor, and actually cracked the dark plan. Unlocked quests for outliers. Mean. The abnormal point existed before Jiang Ye came. But because it broke part of the plan, therefore, the task of clearing abnormal points can be unlocked. Does time last forever? Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. This has reached the level close to Heavenly Dao. It is difficult to break through to Mahayana in the ancient gods, and it is difficult to open up the sixth secret realm in Spirit Sea practice. And, the total amount of spiritual qi in this world, the overall trend is constantly declining. The destiny of every era is declining, and one generation is not as good as the next. It's all about the source of the outliers. However, to reach the long river of time, at least one needs to have the strength of quasi-emperor, plus holding the emperor armament, to be eligible to enter. Jiang Ye shook his head, and first focused on improving the cultivation base, temporarily ignoring the task of this abnormal point. He had a premonition in his heart. This abnormal point is probably inseparable from the SSS rating. As long as you continue to practice, you will have the opportunity to contact sooner or later. With a movement of his figure, he returned to the sacred land in the beginning. Father, is the skill I just performed enough? Jiang Ye returned to Jiang Taishu and the others, grinning. Good boy. Jiang Taishu took a deep breath, his eyes filled with emotion, and said. It's really become stronger, it has become stronger than me. In fact, Jiang Taishu was even more relieved that although his son had become stronger, he was still that son. Last second. It also exudes a murderous aura soaring to the sky, holding the emperor's soldiers, killing all districts. Next second. As a result, he ran over to say hello with a smile on his face. As if nothing had happened just now. Even if Jiang Ye's strength has become very strong, even strong enough to exceed the scope of own understanding. But it was still his familiar son. Correct. Father, when I went to Zhongzhou this time, I brought some special products. With a heartbeat, Jiang Ye took out all the treasures in the interspatial ring. Immediately, a dazzling array of treasures, like half a treasure house, appeared in front of Jiang Taishu in an instant. All are resources obtained by Jiang Ye in Zhongzhou. In addition to a part of the gift from the Ji family, there are also a lot of rare items that were released in the Yuankai building. Enough to fill the entire hoard of the sacred land of Primordial. And many precious medicines cannot be collected in Eastern Wasteland. In the beginning, sacred land invested in Jiang Ye, and now it has earned back with interest. Yet, you should keep these cultivation resources for yourself. Jiang Taishu hesitated for a moment, wanting to return to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye waved his hand and said with a smile, Father, these resources are of no use to me, why not use them for the development of sacred land? Jiang Taishu was slightly taken aback. If you think about it carefully, it seems that this is really the case. You must know that the route Jiang Ye is taking is sacred body and spirit seed dual cultivation, and the resources required are many times greater than ordinary people. Now, he has reached the third layer of the Sendai secret realm, and the resources he needs may not be enough in the entire sacred land in the beginning. And with Jiang Ye's strength, he can definitely grasp more resources. These resources are like tasteless to Jiang Ye's cultivation base. But if it can be given to the sacred land in the beginning, then the entire sacred land can be developed. As a strong backing force, it guarantees Jiang Ye's follow-up development. This is also the reason why most saints, after reaching a higher cultivation base, will choose to start a sect. It can maximize the utilization of resources and enhance own advantages. Subsequently, Jiang Ye's eyes fell on Jiang Huia, Jiang Zhuozhu, Jiang Mengchuan, and Jiang Fenjiu, and he tapped his finger lightly. Immediately, they felt that their cultivation base seemed to be completely opened up, and they could enter the Sendai secret realm at any time. Fifth brother, you. Jiang Huia and the others all showed expressions of excitement. They are stuck in the Hualong secret realm, they have been there for several years, and they are all in the bottleneck period. However, Jiang Ye gave them a casual hint and actually helped them pass through the secret realm of Hualong. You can sprint to Sendai secret realm at any time. Plus this great resource from Jiang Ye. Jiang Fenjiu and others are confident in opening up at least 3 life palaces. Possesses the qualification to sprint power. Their future upper limit will not be worse than that of Jiang Taishu. Subsequently, Jiang Ye extracted part of the essence of the original true explanation and combined it with spirit seed practice. Create a new cultivation technique. When Jiang Taishu and the others saw this cultivation technique, their eyes showed uncontrollable surprise. With this cultivation technique, they at least have the confidence to increase the upper limit of cultivation base by a big realm again. Immediately, the understanding of cultivation has risen to a higher level. After this catastrophe, Jiang Ye and the others realized that own strength was still very weak compared to the major sacred lands in Zhongzhou. They just want to improve their own strength as quickly as possible. Without further ado. Now closed door training, start insight. Sprint to a higher realm. Zhang Taishu originally felt that he had his own realm, and found a slight opportunity for breakthrough, and had the opportunity to sprint to a higher realm. But it is limited to the impact of lifespan, so there is no choice to take this risk. However, Jiang Ye opened the Renai Yuan fruit that can enhance the longevity from the Yuan Tian building. Zhang Taishu had the confidence to hit the third floor of Sendai's secret realm, and then began closed-door training. In addition, Zhang Huia, Zhang Ziuozhu, Zhang Mengchuan, and Zhang Fenjihu also started closed-door training, sprinting to Sendai's secret realm. I guess it won't be long. The overall strength of the entire sacred land in the beginning can get a wave of skyrocketing. At the same time, Jiang Ye performed the swallowing heavenly devil kung fu and swallowed up the dozens of saints' remains. Reaching the saint stage, the body has condensed the original power, the body is immortal, and even a hair on the body is comparable to a treasure. Contains a huge amount of energy. If it can be absorbed completely, it is tantamount to swallowing a great medicine in the world. Save huge resource overhead. This is the remains of saint. For Jiang Ye, if all of them can be refined, the cultivation base realm can be upgraded to another level. Subsequently, Jiang Ye started closed-door training, refining the remains of saint. The cultivation base in the body is growing rapidly. Not long after, the news about the sacred land in the early days reached the cause of Zhongzhou. More than a dozen saints are all destroyed. When the major sacred lands received the news, the collective can't sit still. Originally, with the strength of Yin and Yang sect and Wanyao temple, it is more than enough to jointly attack the sacred land in the early days. Plus more than a dozen sacred lands in central state, sending saint to siege, it should be a sure thing. But now the news is that all the saints have been killed? Everyone quickly thought of the fact that Jiang Ye had just left the secret realm. No doubt. The strength of sacred land at the beginning of the ether cannot be the opponent of more than a dozen saints. Even if it's just Yin and Yang teaching. Any one of the Wanyao temple is enough to deal with the sacred land in the beginning. But now, the cultivators who besieged the sacred land of the primeval are all dead. There is only one possibility. Come Jiang Ye, kill them all. This news has just spread, and it has swept across the entire Zhongzhou day and night. Oh my god, what kind of terrifying Jiang Ye's strength has reached? That's a dozen saints, and Jiang Ye killed all of them. This move by Duan Ye is too ruthless. Even if it is the great saint, it is difficult for him to defeat so many enemies of the new saint at the same time. Among these saints, there are giants such as Yaokai Sacred Land, Dai Sacred Land, and Yu Yang family. Jiang Ye did too badly. If he chose to kill them all, wouldn't he offend half of Central Daxia? I feel that even the Saint King may be dispatched next. I don't know what will happen next. Now, in the early days, the name of Sacred Land carried through the entire central state. You must know that the saints dispatched this time are not limited to Yin and Yang sect and Wanyao temple. Together with Yaokai Sacred Land, Dai Sacred Land and other giants, they sent saint to besiege. But Jiang Ye killed all the saints in one go. This offended most of the central province in an instant. Everyone gasped involuntarily. Have to admit, Jiang Ye's strength is indeed terrifying enough. But all the major sacred land giants have Saint King, and even the great saint. Jiang Ye did a great job. Kill all the saints in one go. That offends too many forces at the same time. In the future, I am afraid the situation will be even more difficult. Half-year later, Jiang Ye finally refined all the remains of Saint. Now, a more terrifying aura emanated from his body again. The will of Saint slowly emerged from Jiang Ye's body. Have you reached the half-holy realm? Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes, an array of light burst out from his eyes. His original true explanation is gradually approaching the sixth secret realm, the threshold of the third year of junior high school. And 6 paths of reincarnation Tiangong successfully built the Human Road, Animal Road, Sure Road, Hungry Ghosts Road, and the Underworld Road. Before, Jiang Ye used Emperor Wei to kill almost all the disciples of Yin and Yang sect and Wanyao Temple. That strong breath of death was absorbed by the Underworld Dao and Sure Dao in 6 paths of reincarnation Tiangong, and the casting was completed in an instant. For Jiang Ye, the rest of the world, animal and hungry ghosts are much easier. Only Tenjin Dao is still stuck in the bottleneck period. Once the 6 paths are cast, so Jiang Ye's strength can get a terrifying boost again. My mind moved slightly. Open the panel of this life again. Life template. Name, Jiang Ye. Age, 10. Identity, Holy Son of Sacred Land. Realm, Sendai Secret Realm 3rd Heaven, Half Holy. Cultivation Technique, Swallow Heavenly Devil Gong, Sacred Body Tai Secret Technique, Origin Technique, Original True Solution, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Heavenly Skill, Immortal Sutra. Supernatural Power, Void Art, True Dragon Seal, Tai Chi Holy Art, Star Shift, 5 Elements Divine Light, True Dragon Art, Samsara Boxing. Magic Treasures, Black Sword 2.5, Desolate Tower, Swallow Heavenly Devil Jar. Physique, Void Divine Physique, SS, Desolate Ancient Divine Physique, SSS. Bloodline, Ancient Divine Blood, SSS. Savvy, Infinite Deduction, SSS, Epiphany of the World of Mortals, SSS. Halo, Full Level Luck, SSS, Deo Shelter, SSS. Proof Value, 232E. Current Rating, S+. When Cultivation Base reaches Semi-Holy, Jiang Ye felt that he could control the 2 Imperial weapons more easily. Now, he can control 2 pieces of Imperial weapons at the same time, and cooperate to launch attacks, which is unpredictable. Compared with half a year ago, the strength has gained a more terrifying improvement. Even if the Great Saint was born with these 2 Imperial weapons, Jiang Ye has enough confidence. Not to mention, in the beginning, in the Sacred Land, there is still an Imperial weapon. During this period of time, Jiang Ye sensed that the Emperor's soldiers in the Sacred Land in the early days had a slight connection with the Barren Tower. This day, Zhang Taishu leaves customs. The breath of life has undergone a dramatic change. A king's aura emanated from Jiang Taishu's body, sweeping thousands of miles away. Ha ha ha, finally broke through to the king's realm. Jiang Taishu laughed out loud, his face was radiant, as if he had become decades younger, returning to his youth. Realm breakthrough to king. Life extension 1000 years. This means that Jiang Taishu still has 1000 years to protect Taishu's sacred land. Jiang Ye and others have left the customs cultivation base has reached the fairy secret realm. Open up several life palaces. Especially Zhang Fengjiu, who has extraordinary aptitude and even opened up 9 life palaces. Even compared to the geniuses of sacred land in central state, they are not inferior. After Jiang Taishu left the customs, he immediately found Jiang Ye and said, "Our sacred land has been passed down since ancient times that there is an imperial weapon that cannot be used except by the saint, and it has been dusty underground." 11. But with your strength, now is the time to take a look. Chapter 87. In the beginning sacred land, deepest. A stream of fiery magma flows here. Deep. A certain terrifying energy seems to be sealed in the deepest part of the sacred land in the beginning. Even if there is a slight aftermath, that terrifying energy can roast the earth into lava. The closer you get to the deepest core. Jiang Ye felt that the connection between the Barren Tower and the Imperial weapon was getting closer and closer. At this time, a cave appeared in front of the two of them. At the end, thousands of chains stretch across the sky and earth, sealing the Emperor's sword in the center that exudes infinite power. Even after countless layers of seals, the imperial prestige contained in that sword makes people unable to help but prostrate on the ground, making it difficult to look directly at it. Unimaginable. If all the seals are released, what terrifying power can this Emperor's sword display? Jiang Ye opened his analytical eyes, and his eyes fell on the Emperor's sword. The message of this sword popped up in front of him. Emperor's sword. The ancient great emperor integrated the endless fairy weapon into the casting pool to create an immortal weapon, the Emperor's sword. As soon as this sword is released, it will destroy the heavens and the earth. In the past, it was the supreme magical item of the great emperor of the ancient times, and it was countless across the south. It turned out to be the natal magical item of the ancient great emperor. Jiang Ye's mind was shocked suddenly, realizing that this emperor's sword had an extraordinary origin. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. There was surprise in his eyes. He never imagined that the imperial weapon sealed by the sacred land in the beginning would be the supreme natal magical item, Emperor Extinguishing Sword of the ancient great emperor. Information obtained with an analytical eye. The Emperor Mighting Sword has surpassed the scope of ordinary emperor soldiers and reached the level of immortal martial arts. And not an ordinary Xian Yu. It's the immortal emperor's natal magical item. Meaty sword. Just the word meaty is enough to explain the dominance of this sword. Even the immortal emperor can be destroyed. What is a mere imperial soldier compared to the meaty sword? And Jiang Ye sensed that the Emperor's Slayer sword was still in a damaged state, and it could display its full power. It seems that after years of wear and tear, the edge has faded. However, these are really good things. If Emperor Mijian is really in its peak state, even if it uses a little of the Emperor's power, it may be able to empty out the source of the body. But even if the Emperor Mighting Sword is not in its heyday, ordinary Emperor's soldiers are still unable to compare with it. 05 And Jiang Ye owns the Barren Tower, holding the inheritance of the Barren Ancient Great Emperor. Maybe when the strength becomes stronger in the future, there is still a way to repair the Emperor Mijian. Yet, if you can take this imperial soldier away, it's best for you to use it. This imperial weapon has an extraordinary origin and possesses extremely terrifying power. Even if it is a father's breakthrough or a king, it will cost almost his life to use it. But if it is you, one day in the future, you will definitely be able to use this sword. Zhang Taishu stared at Mijian with a look of color in his eyes. This emperor's sword, even with countless layers of seals, was buried deep in the sacred land 10,000 meters deep in the beginning. Layers of imprisonment were imposed. However, the residual power of the Emperor's sword is still not small. Zhang Taishu also met other Emperor's soldiers. But in the world, there is almost no Emperor weapon that can compare with it. Even if he has reached the king's cultivation base, he is not qualified to use this imperial weapon. But Jiang Ye is different. Not only has he reached the semi-holy cultivation base and opened up the 12 fate palaces, but he has already held 2 pieces of imperial weapons and can use them freely. If it is Jiang Ye, he will definitely be able to display the power of this imperial weapon. Good. Jiang Ye didn't shirk. The origin of this imperial weapon is far beyond imagination. Staying in the sacred land in the beginning is a curse rather than a blessing. Only when the disaster of exterminating the family comes, can this emperor weapon play a role. But if Xi's true value is captured, then the situation for sacred land in the beginning will only be more passive. Jiang Ye sacrificed the barren pagoda, injected the source of his life into the meaty sword, and began to refine it. Boom! An aura of terror permeated the air in an instant. When the seal lock wrapped around Emperor Meaty Sword began to be gradually untied. The extinguishing Emperor Sword exudes a force of annihilation. The surrounding void is cracked layer by layer. Even if it only exists between heaven and earth, it is difficult for the surrounding space to bear. Zhang Taishu was startled secretly, with the cultivation base of his king realm, facing this coercion, he felt palpitations. However, if Jiang Ye wants to refine with the source of his life, the pressure he needs to face is even greater. But it was beyond Jiang Taishu's expectation. At the moment when the barren tower was sacrificed, the fluctuations from the Emperor Mighting Sword actually subsided faintly, showing signs of being under control. This tower. Jiang Taishu's heart was shocked. With his eyesight, he could see that the barren pagoda that Jiang Ye sacrificed was an imperial weapon. But the origin of this imperial soldier is extraordinary. It seems that it can have the slightest connection with the Emperor Mijian. Under the suppression of the Huangta, Mijian seemed to be calm, and even began to accept Jiang Ye's original power. Jiang Taishu felt extremely incredible about this. He originally brought Jiang Ye here, just to see if there was any way to completely seal the meaty sword in Jiang Ye's body and take it to another place. But I didn't expect. Jiang Ye's method is more direct. Unlock the seal of the sword of extinguishing emperors and refine it. The more powerful the emperor's soldier is, the more difficult it is to control the majestic imperial power. You need to master the corresponding power to control it. Even Saint King, but at the moment when he unsealed the emperor armament, he forcibly burned his source and released the emperor's power, so as to achieve the power close to that of the great emperor. But Jiang Ye was able to refine it from the source, which is more than 1,000,000 times more difficult than simply releasing the emperor's prestige. Boom! With the 12th life palace, suspended above Jiang Ye's head. The refining of Emperor Mijian has reached the late stage. But this level of imperial soldiers needs a stronger space to carry them. Ordinary interspatial rings can't withstand the power of the Emperor Slayer sword at all. Even if it is the spirit sea cultivated by the great saint, if it forcibly bears the Emperor Slayer sword, it will feel great pressure. Simply overwhelmed. However, Jiang Ye's 12th life palace contains a heavenly Dao. Almost a whole world is used to carry the sword of extinguishing emperor. Next second, the sword of extinguishing emperor appeared in Jiang Ye's palace of fate and began to be connected with his origin. The barren pagoda floats next to the Emperor Mi sword, exuding a coercion, suppressing the Emperor Mi sword. Keep the two in balance. The Palace of 12 Lives. Although Jiang Taishu already knew that Jiang Ye opened the eternally peerless 12-life palace, but seeing the 12th life palace with his own eyes, he would still be shocked in his heart. As if looking at a piece of heavenly Dao. Even the Emperor Mighting Sword can destroy the world. But if heavenly Dao and others exist, it can completely carry it. Jiang Ye opened up the 12-life palace. His current strength cannot be measured by cultivation base at all. Even if there is only a semi-holy realm, he can completely do the supernatural power means that most saints, even the great saints, cannot do. A week later, the extinguishing Emperor sword is suspended in the Palace of 12 Fate. It has completely stabilized. Serves with barren tower, swallow heavenly devil jar. Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Up to now, he already held 3 imperial weapons. It even has the most powerful immortal emperor extinguishing sword. It's just that even a trace of the emperor's power using the emperor extinguishing sword will consume more than half of the current original power. Use it almost once and you'll hit the limit. At least to reach the realm of the great saint, Jiang Ye will be more comfortable using the emperor mighting sword. To control it, a cultivation base above quasi-emperor is required. With my current strength, as long as I am below quasi-emperor, I can almost be invincible. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. Up to now, his background alone is equivalent to the sum of the top giants in Zhongzhou. There is no need to be afraid of anyone anymore. At this time, Jiang Taishu sensed that Jiang Ye's progress had been completed. A trace of hesitation flashed across his face said. Ye, although your strength is already very strong. But kill those dozen saints and provoke too many sacred lands at the same time. Should we evacuate sacred land for a while and hide? Jiang Ye shook his head and said with a smile, no, not only do we not have to hide, but we also have to announce our return to Zhongzhou. What? Jiang Taishu felt a little unbelievable. Ye, given the current situation, isn't it better to avoid the limelight? Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Jiang Ye laughed. Not long after, a piece of amazing news came from Zhongzhou. In the beginning, Sacred Land actually wanted to return to Zhongzhou. When this news comes out, the whole of Zhongzhou was shocked by it. Have you heard that the Sacred Land in the beginning is going to return to Zhongzhou? My God, they killed so many saints, didn't they already provoke a lot of Sacred Land? Instead of taking refuge now, instead of taking the initiative to make a high-profile publicity, return to Zhongzhou. Isn't this courting death? I'm afraid the major sacred lands simply can't tolerate Taichu's sacred land, so they will collectively attack. It feels like sacred land was trying to die in the beginning. Wouldn't it be better to wait for a low-key period of time to develop and then come out? There was a lot of discussion about this. They are all choices that are not optimistic about the sacred land in the early days. Some people think that if the sacred land came to Zhongzhou in the early days, it would definitely be besieged by the major sacred lands and wiped out overnight. Even with Jiang Ye's strength, he could kill more than a dozen saints. However, the old sacred land, there is a town of Saint King. If these Saint Kings fight together, with Jiang Ye's strength, I'm afraid he can't resist it, right? But it didn't take long. An even more surprising piece of news came from Zhongzhou. The Ji family warmly welcomed Taisha's sacred land stationed in Zhongzhou. And he also brought several boxes of strange treasures as congratulatory gifts. Not only that, the Jiang family, the Qin family, and the Great Xia dynasty all took the initiative to offer treasures to show their favor to the sacred land in the early days. Besides, Guhua dynasty, Zhuilai dynasty, Shenzhou dynasty and other three major dynasties in Zhongzhou, each dispatched members of the royal family and sent out valuable resources, expressing their alliance relationship with the sacred land in the early days. As if overnight, the entire Middle States has become an ally of the original sacred land. Everyone showed incredible eyes, unable to understand why the situation suddenly became like this. A cultivator with far-reaching insights and sharp eyes couldn't help but shook his head and said with a smile, "You may not think too simply. The major sacred lands in Zhongzhou join forces to deal with the sacred land in the early days. Why? The ones who sent Saint to attack the sacred land in the beginning are just those few sacred lands, which add up to less than 1/3 of the central state. But there are still more than half of sacred land, who have the opportunity not to choose to offend sacred land in the beginning. On the contrary, they took the initiative to make good friends with sacred land in the early days, so as to win over a Wang Gyuki like Jiang Ye. Talent. Together with the major sacred lands, destroying a primordial sacred land and killing a genius in the cradle, what are the benefits to other sacred lands? Jiang Ye is just a few imperial soldiers, not enough for so many sacred land points. What's more, now that Jiang Ye has shown 2 emperor soldiers, even if one day, he really faces the siege of all the sacred land. With his strength, at least one sacred land can be launched. So, when Jiang Ye starts to fight for his life, which sacred land is willing to lead the charge and sacrifice his head? On the contrary, in the beginning, sacred land chose to make a high-profile comeback at this time, which shows an attitude. He has the real sacred land background. The strong will be respected. This is the correct posture to break the game. The initiative of the Ji family seemed to be sending out a message. In the beginning the sacred land was not alone. With the support of the Ji family, that's already 2 sacred lands. And when Jiang Ye came out from the real dragon secret realm, he already displayed an imperial weapon. It's not the same as the imperial soldiers obtained in the land of destiny. Therefore, he possesses at least 2 pieces of imperial weapons. Unless it is sacred land with the same emperor soldiers, otherwise, if you go head-to-head with it, you will definitely be courting death. Of course, the other sacred lands will not casually dispatch imperial soldiers to fight the sacred land in the early days. Coupled with the support of the Ji family, other sacred lands have received signals to establish an alliance with the sacred land of the first beginning at the fastest speed, and help the other party gain a foothold in Zhongzhou. Loving attitude. The Jiang family, the Great Xia dynasty and other top tycoons almost swarmed forward, ostensibly standing on the same front as sacred land in the early days. -8. When Jiang Ye becomes the great emperor, they, the first batch of sacred land, will naturally be able to establish a more stable relationship. B40. It is equivalent to having the future great emperor as a backer. In the future, it will only have a firmer foothold in Zhongzhou. And Jiang Ye's qualifications are 100% investment goals that will never lose money. Not to mention other sacred land. Even the Saint Lord who sent Saint before to attack the sacred land in the beginning took the initiative to greet him with a smile. Explain that this is the meaning of Saint own, and has nothing to do with the entire sacred land. Now, they have drawn that saint out of the ancestral home, indicating that we are not familiar with each other. And send a large number of resource treasures to the sacred land in the beginning as a gift of apology. Of course, Jiang Ye didn't need to be polite, he just accepted all of them, and said that he was generous and would not care about anything because of it. After all, this large amount of resources should not be in vain, it can completely make the sacred land in the early days become one of the top giants in Zhongzhou. And in the beginning, sacred land will also develop in Zhongzhou in the future, and it will not be good for the long term to have a relationship with other forces. Just suffering those saints who worked hard. After their death, they probably could not have imagined that they had achieved the holy position and had the supreme status in sacred land when they were alive, but they didn't even have an ancestral grave after death. I don't know if I will be so angry that I will unravel the coffin and live my whole life. At this moment, the situation has been decided. When top giants such as the Ji family and the Great Xia dynasty all choose Jiang Ye as their ally, it is destined that the sacred land will rise like a comet after returning to Zhongzhou in the early days. But questions were still raised. Sacred land is so big, if it wants to develop, it should need a good territory, right? That's right, all the treasure lands in Zhongzhou have been occupied by other sacred lands. It's impossible for some sacred land to take the initiative to give up the treasure land that I have operated for 1,000 years. I don't know where sacred land can develop next. Face this problem. Jiang Ye just laughed it off. Treasure land? Isn't there two ready-made? Yin and Yang sect and the Hall of Demons. These two sacred lands are at the bottom of Zhongzhou's strength, and Saint only has the Yin and Yang leader and the master of Wanyao Hall. They were all killed by Jiang Ye. There are only a few powers left in the door. Even Zhang Taisha can kill randomly in the past. It doesn't even take Jiang Ye to do it himself. The Ji family and the Great Xia dynasty dispatched saints one after another to take the initiative to lay down this piece of land for the sacred land in the early days. Immediately, several saints shot together, and the atmosphere of terror descended on the two sects. The disciples of the Yin and Yang sect and the Wanyao temple all showed extremely desperate expressions and begged for mercy. No. Don't. That's what Saint Lord means, and it has nothing to do with us. However, no one heeded their pleas for mercy. If there is no Jiang Ye, those who are now being slaughtered are the disciples of the sacred land in the beginning. With Yin and Yang teachings, Wanyao temple's practice will only be more cruel. Overnight, the two sacred lands, Yin and Yang sect and Wanyao temple, have completely disappeared in Zhongzhou since then. Chapter 88. The whole process hardly requires sacred land to do it at the beginning. The masters of the Ji family, the Great Xia dynasty, etc. used the heavenly killing formation to kill Yin and Yang Jiao and Wanyao temple. These two sacred lands usually do shady things, and they have aroused the dissatisfaction of the major sects in Zhongzhou. Seeing the destruction of Yin and Yang sect and Wanyao temple, I couldn't help applauding. At the same time, in the beginning, sacred land successfully transferred from eastern wasteland to central province and stationed here. The locations of these two sacred lands happen to be very close, and they only need to open up a few mountains to connect them. Although this place is relatively remote from Zhongzhou, it is still a place full of spiritual qi. What's more, Yin and Yang sect and Wanyao temple usually like to collect rare treasures. When the disciples in the sect were wiped out, they suddenly discovered that there was a large amount of shocking treasure hidden in the treasury. These resources are given to sacred land in the early days, enough to develop into one of the top giants in central Daxia. Afterwards, Jiang Ye used the source technique to improve the dragon veins. The dragon veins of the nearby mountains and rivers converge towards the sacred land in the beginning to improve the spiritual qi here. Although the area chosen by Yin and Yang sect and Wanyao temple is remote, the spiritual qi is extremely strong. After Jiang Ye improved the flow of land veins, it is not inferior to the top sacred land in central Daxia. Zhongzhou Saint sensed the changes here, and couldn't help expressing emotion. Jiang Ye's talent is really scary. Not only did he open up the 12 fate palaces, but he has reached semi-sacred practice, and he also has extraordinary attainments in origin techniques. During this period of time, Yuanation Lu frequently released rare treasures, probably all because of Jiang Ye. The high-level executives of the major sacred lands are not idle people. The intelligence network is extremely developed. To string together the timeline a little bit, Yuanation Lu frequently releases strange treasures, which can basically match the time when Jiang Ye appeared. If there is no accident, the four dynasties who attracted the dragon veins that day, and the Huang who gave out the first prize in Reincarnation Tower, would probably be Jiang Ye. Now, Jiang Ye practiced Mahayana sacred body at the same time, and opened up the 12 life palaces, and he is suspected to be the source of heavenly masters in this era. Hardly any flaws to be found. Even if it is the great saint who sits in the ancient dynasty, knowing this, he can only feel that this son really has the appearance of a great emperor. If one cannot be promoted to great emperor with such qualifications, then it is really unreasonable. Under the influence of Jiang Ye, almost all major sacred lands in Zhongzhou have shown a friendly attitude towards the sacred land in the early days. The purpose is very clear, naturally it is to value Jiang Ye's qualifications. The entire Middle States is open for the sacred land of Primordial Pass. The resource acquisition channel is even more unimpeded. During this time, in the beginning, sacred land went through several rounds of skyrocketing through resource expansion. The disciples in the sect have obtained massive resources, and all of them can cultivate stably to the 4th level secret realm. The core discipline, almost all have Hualong cultivation base, and began to attack Sendai. Sendai secret realm elder continues to break through to power realm, becoming a master in the sacred land. Zhang Taisha comprehended a part of the primal true explanation, and his understanding of cultivation suddenly increased, and he began to sprint towards the semi-holy realm. With 1,000 years left, it is fully expected to hit Saint. Continue with this trend. Soon. In the beginning sacred land will truly transform into one of the top giants in the Middle States. I really didn't expect that our sacred land was down to the point of relocating to Eastern Wasteland. I didn't expect that there would be a day when we would come back strong. It's all thanks to Jiang Ye. That's right, if it wasn't for Jiang Ye, we wouldn't be where we are today. The disciples of sacred land throughout the beginning, thank Jiang Ye from the bottom of their hearts, and regard him as a spiritual idol, constantly pursuing progress. This day, Jiang Ye is practicing in closed-door training and started sprinting to Saint Realm. At this moment, Taisha's sacred land suddenly received an invitation letter from Yuanation Lu. Kitahara has mined a rare ore vein, which covers thousands of miles of Fang Yuan, and is rich in source stones. Specially invite sacred land in the early days to go shopping together, and have the first shareholders right to choose the source stone first. I see. Jiang Ye smiled slightly after reading the invitation. Immediately understood the meaning. Reincarnation Tower, the background is deeper than imagined. It turned out to be run by the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, this time, it was actually the great Xia dynasty who wanted to pull Taisha's sacred land to do a business. The target is naturally the source stone that Kitahara mined this time. Kitahara, a place of extreme cold. Except for Zhongzhou, its territory can be ranked first among the 4 barren lands. There are countless sources, rich in rare treasures. The major sacred lands spend a lot of money almost every year to purchase a batch of original source mines from Kitahara. But not every penny is profitable. After all, origin stones are sold at wholesale prices, but it's hard to say what treasures can be found inside. Sometimes, the shipment rate is not very high, so wouldn't it be a loss? There is no such thing as a steady profit in this world. However, at this time, the great Xia dynasty thought of Jiang Ye. With Jiang Ye's source technique, he will undoubtedly find a good source ore. By the time, if you can invite Jiang Ye to buy the source mine that can produce the most treasures with the maximum profit, then this deal is almost 100% profitable. And, the payoffs are likely to be pretty staggering. Certainly. Great Xia dynasty has shown great sincerity. Directly headed by Taisha's sacred land, take the position of the first shareholder. Let Jiang Ye choose the most valuable treasure immediately. After all, without Jiang Ye's origin technique, the Mansion dynasty would not be qualified to make a steady profit at all. To please a future great emperor is also a good deal. For Jiang Ye, his Yuan Tianjing began to impact towards the perfect realm, infinitely close to the real Yuan Tianqi. It is not too simple to identify which source stone has a strange treasure. A whole area of source mines will always produce treasures that are of great value to oneself. Or, Daxia dynasty is very smart and is willing to give the position of the first shareholder. This condition is enough to attract Jiang Ye, and at the same time, it can guarantee that it will not lose money. And in the beginning, sacred land can use this to obtain a stable and powerful resource channel. It's like a win-win situation. The next day, Jiang Ye stroked shattering void empty. Soon, his figure appeared in Kitahara. This place is covered by a piece of ice and snow, the sky is high and the earth is far away, vast and magnificent. A long source vein was opened, exuding a galaxy-like light, dazzling. Miners continue to line up in long lines to go to the source area to mine. Jiang Ye opened the Yuan Tian Eye to watch the energy of this Yuan Mei. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a majestic energy circulating in this land vein, which seemed to be able to open up rare fetishes. Moreover, there are several familiar auras in this energy. Looking at it with the pupil of luck, it seems that there is still a slight connection with own destiny karma. Interesting W. Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile slightly. He had a premonition in his heart, this time he went to the source mine, and what he harvested might exceed his own expectations. In the direction from the central part to the northwest, the energy of the source vein is the largest. Jiang Ye directly divided an area. As long as you buy the mineral veins in this area, you will definitely lose money. When Yuan Tianlu got the news, he immediately went to make arrangements. Even if Jiang Ye has the Eye of Origin, it is impossible to select only valuable origin stones and buy them one by one. In doing so, it is easy to be discovered by the source ore seller, and there will be no business in the future. As long as the income earned can be guaranteed, spending more money is not a big deal, but it will help in the long run. At the same time, Jiang Ye entered Yuanmei and began to wander around. At this moment, Yuan Tian building gave a token, Jiang Ye has the identity of the first shareholder, and can choose the source stone here at will. In other words, what he wants to take away, just take it away. The cold source stone fell into Jiang Ye's eyes, showing colorful colors of glazed glass. Each source stone contains different attributes and different energies. From the perspective of Yuan Tianyan, it is colorful. Jiang Ye hangs out in Yuanmei for a while. At this time, a golden curtain of dazzling light, like a ray of dawn light, contains a mysterious aura, projected from an origin stone. Although there was only one golden light, it was extremely dazzling, which immediately caught Jiang Ye's attention. With a wave of his hand, he extracted the source stone. A whole body of amber suddenly appeared inside, the round and clear source of God, which contained pure and majestic original power. It turned out to be Shen Yuan. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. Good luck this time. Unexpectedly, the source of God was opened. Shen Yuan is the source stone that contains the power of the source in the world, and its rarity is extremely high. Even if you look at the entire Great Xia dynasty, the number of Shen Yuan will not exceed 5. With the erosion of time, the spiritual qi of the entire ancient world is getting thinner and thinner. The probability of Shen Yuan's output is getting lower and lower. With the energy of Shen Yuan, even if it is used to sprint Saint Realm, it is not a problem. Jiang Ye was pleasantly surprised by the first harvest. Subsequently, Jiang Ye discovered another source stone, which contained a majestic breath of life. With a thought, the same treasure was opened again. Ancient magic medicine, increase life expectancy by 150 years, contains massive life essence. Not bad. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. Even if the Sendai secret realm is upgraded by one stage, it will only increase the lifespan of 1,000 years. However, the ancient magic medicine can increase the lifespan of 150 years, which is enough for most of the Sendai secret realm to hope to sprint to the next stage. Jiang Ye has not swallowed this kind of magic medicine yet, and the effect will be better. Not to mention the value of the ancient miracle medicine, even if it is placed in Zhongzhou, will make the major sacred lands salivate. It belongs to the magic medicine that is very valuable to Saint. At this time, Jiang Ye suddenly sensed a wave of fluctuations, and even connected with Huangta again. Could it be that this source mine can produce items related to the ancient great emperor? Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. This feeling is similar to the feeling of entering the core of the sacred land in the early days and getting close to the sword of extinguishing emperor. No wonder, when approaching this source mine, Jiang Ye would feel a sense of fate connection in the dark. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid it has something to do with my accepting the inheritance of the ancient great emperor. The ancient great emperor is the most top figure in this world, and the karma he left behind will naturally not be simple. Thinking of this, perceive this connection with divine sense, and walk toward the depths of the vastness. At this moment, a huge source stone caught Jiang Ye's attention. This origin stone contains a unique breath of life, which seems to be alive. The breath of time diffuses out from the origin stone, as if it has been sealed for countless billions of years. And Jiang Ye faintly sensed that within the origin stone, there was an aura that did not belong to Baidu. The scope of the ancient world is extremely large, except Baidu. In addition, there are Ziwei, ancient earth, God's domain, ancient trial road. Beyond the deep space, there is an incomparably vast world. Zhongzhou is just the most prosperous place in Baidu, but in the ancient world, it is only a corner of it. On the other side of the deep space outside the territory, there is a more magnificent world full of thousands of races. Jiang Ye raised his hand and immediately opened the source stone. A golden light burst out from the source stone immediately. Inside is a divine stone. 2. There is an ecological atmosphere in this divine stone. Jiang Ye never expected that this sacred stone seemed to have consciousness and life, but it just fell into a deep sleep. Use analytical eyes. Check out the history of the God Stone. God of War Stone. After the ancient heaven court God of War Buddha fell, it turned into a God Stone. One day, when the God Stone absorbs enough energy, the God Monkey will reappear reverse life. Jiang Ye's eyes moved slightly. Among the thousands of races in the ancient world, there was an extremely powerful race, the God of War Ape race. This race is born with the power of 10,000 Kattis, and its power is infinite. In the ranking list of all races, blood cells can be ranked in the top 3. However, the God of War Buddha is the ancestor of the God of War Apes. He is a legendary figure from ancient times. Cultivation base realm is at least equivalent to Heavenly Emperor's realm today. I didn't expect it to be related to the ancient Heaven Court. Jiang Ye now knows that the ancient Heaven Court was created by the ancient Great Emperor. Therefore, the god of war ape who was able to contact the ancient Great Emperor is a living fossil that has lived for countless ages. Only, it seems that for some reason, the god of war ape has fallen and turned into a god stone. However, to reach the realm of the Great Emperor, it is impossible to completely death so easily. Basically, they all have the means to reverse their lives. Judging from the information of the analytical eye, as long as the god of war ape can survive for a lifetime, it is possible to become the Great Emperor who overwhelms the world again. Moreover, the strength is likely to be stronger than in the previous life. At this time, the barren tower was automatically sacrificed from Jiang Ye's body. The divine stone seemed to sense a familiar force, and it turned into a stream of light and escaped into the barren tower. God stone actually entered the heaven court of the barren tower. Jiang Ye's mind moved. Although he hadn't opened the heaven court of the deserted pagoda, his mind had already connected with this pagoda as one. Therefore, the divine stone can be sensed when it enters the heaven court layer of the barren tower. At this moment, Jiang Ye noticed that the barren tower had split into a trace of original power to nourish the god stone. The sacred stone, which had been silent for countless years, suddenly had a slight wave of life. Moreover, from the sacred stone, sometimes a stream of pure divine source is differentiated, injected into the barren tower, and the earth complements each other. Jiang Ye felt a little surprised when he noticed this miraculous change. Did not expect. Qian Wang Zhao, the divine stone and barren tower can still produce such a combined effect. Originally, Jiang Ye still had some scruples in his heart. After all, he was putting a great emperor from the ancient times by his side. No one knew what the result would be if he fought against the god of war Buddha in the future. But think about it carefully, since it is the karma left by the ancient great emperor. In the land of destiny, I have accepted the true biography of the ancient great emperor, and I can bear this karma. And fighting the god of war Buddha needs to gather a huge amount of energy in order to reverse the life, and it is very difficult to do this with today's barren pagodas. When I really master the barren tower, don't be afraid of fighting god of war Buddha reborn. Besides, Jiang Ye also felt that there was another similar aura in this source mine. Is it another existence similar to god of war Buddha? Moment. Jiang Ye's gaze moved, and he landed on an origin stone that exuded a similar aura, and raised his hand, and opened the origin stone. The dusty spar suddenly reappeared in the world. 2. Inside the spar, there is actually a woman sealed. Her face still maintains the appearance of a girl, but her body reveals the breath of time in the ancient times, and her life level is higher than that of the god of war Buddha. Hi! Queen Mother of the West, one of the founders of the ancient heaven court, corroded by the years, fell into a deep sleep. Even Queen Mother Xi came out. This is probably bigger than fighting god of war Buddha. Jiang Ye couldn't help but move slightly. The Queen Mother of the West, like the divine stone, was also absorbed by the barren pagoda. The barren tower branched out into a source of gods, and began to restore the god of war Buddha and the Queen Mother of the West. Today's harvest is really not small. I actually opened the toilet for 2 existences related to the ancient heaven court. Jiang Ye couldn't help but sighed in his heart. He had thought that this time the former source mine might unearth something incredible. But unexpectedly, 2 ancient heavenly emperors were released, and they were related to the karma of the ancient heavenly emperor. This was beyond Jiang Ye's expectation. Suddenly, a faint divine sense came from within the barren tower. Erosion of time. Go to, desolate ancient, restricted area. Chapter 89. This divine sense, faintly coming from the barren tower, is a woman's voice. Western Queen. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Judging from the seal, Queen Mother Xi's injury should not be as serious as that of god of war Buddha. It's just that he sealed himself up, and there is no need to live a lifetime. After entering the barren pagoda, the Queen Mother of the West obtained the original power and seemed to have regained a trace of consciousness. Want to send some information to Jiang Ye? However, after waiting for a while, Queen Mother Xi never gave any response. All returned to silence. Jiang Ye repeated in his mind the words that the Queen Mother of the West conveyed through her mind. The years have eroded, and I went to the ancient restricted area. This should be related to the emergence of abnormal points. That is to say, the follow-up destruction of the ancient heaven court is still related to this power. If you want to find the key clues, you have to go to the ancient restricted area. Soon. Jiang Ye connected the short two-sentence message given by the Queen Mother of the West to one place through the intelligence information of the ancient world in an instant. The ancient restricted area is one of the 9 life-restricted areas in Eastern Wasteland. Legend has it that as long as they enter the restricted area, few people come back alive. In this world, there are many Sendai secret realm powerhouses who have reached their twilight years, and some have even reached the Great Saint cultivation base. At the end of his life, he went to the ancient Forbidden Zone, hoping to find a trace of life. However, since they entered the ancient Forbidden Zone, they never came back alive. The 7 forbidden areas of life have become the biggest taboo in Eastern Wasteland. Even Saint will turn pale when talking about the restricted area of life. However, from the information Jiang Ye obtained from the reincarnation world, he knows that there is actually a power of time passing in the ancient restricted area. As long as you enter the ancient restricted area, it will speed up the flow of the source of life. Those saints entered in their twilight years, just right in the middle. Originally, there were not many sources of life left, and they ran into the ancient forbidden area to speed up the flow of life, which was no different from courting death. The remains of saints on their bodies naturally became valuable nourishment for the ancient forbidden zone. In addition, the tongue-opening penalty area is also related to the 9th Mahayana sacred body. Contains the anti-revival of the 9th world, as well as the ancient secrets related to the barren ancient god body. Jiang Ye cultivated Mahayana sacred body, possessing a majestic source of life, entering the ancient forbidden zone, able to resist the power of time. Compared to other saint, Jiang Ye has greater confidence in entering the ancient restricted area. And, judging from the information of the reincarnation world, entering the ancient forbidden zone is not a dead end. If you can find the Dao fruit that grows in the restricted area, and complete the transformation from life to death, then, not only will 773 not cause the loss of life, but it will also give you a huge opportunity. Swallowing Dao fruit possesses the miraculous power of rejuvenation, even more useful than the ancient magic medicine. Looks like it's time to go to the ancient forbidden zone. Jiang Ye muttered to himself. Outlier missions, barren towers, and karma from this source. This destiny karma made Jiang Ye realize that the ancient forbidden area was a must-go place with Wheel of Fortune. Moreover, if this abnormal point eroded by time cannot be resolved, it is likely to block the road to the SSS class. Trita. This is related to the key to the SSS level in the ancient world. Otherwise, it wouldn't have anything to do with the ancient Great Emperor, or even the ancient Heaven Court. Think here. Jiang Ye suddenly broke through the void and traveled thousands of miles. Go to one of the 7 forbidden areas of life in Eastern Wasteland, the ancient forbidden area. Now. Eastern Wasteland, Southern Domain. Life restricted area. This is a place where life is lonely. Looking around, the surrounding land was dead and lifeless. On this day, a golden streamer, carrying a majestic aura, passed by like a shooting star. The 6 great caves of Yan Kingdom, Xiao Ayaman, Moon Worship Sect, and other southern sects are amazing. The Hualong secret realm cultivator sensed the source of this powerful breath, and they all went out to check. They went to investigate with divine sense, and they were suddenly surprised. It turned out to be a semi-holy figure. Looking at this direction, it seems to be heading towards the ancient forbidden zone. If the old man's guess is correct, it is probably a semi-sage whose life is about to perish. He wants to enter the ancient forbidden area and look for a breakthrough opportunity. I've seen a lot of people like this, but I've never seen one who can come out alive. The major sects in the southern region, aware of this breath, are all passive. They immediately judged that it was a semi-saint who had entered the ancient restricted area. For the sect around the restricted area of life, such a thing is not uncommon, almost every few years can meet once. Not only shook his head, but expressed his disapproval. Basically, no one can come out of the ancient restricted area alive. Even saint couldn't get out of it, let alone a half-saint. From their point of view, instead of betting on the less than 1 in 10,000 possibility of getting out of the ancient restricted area alive, it is better to sprint to saint realm through closed-door training, which is more likely. No matter how bad it is, staying in sacred land to become a feather, at least a whole body can be preserved. Died in the ancient forbidden area. Don't know what will become. Semi-holy, placed in the southern wasteland of eastern wasteland, is basically aiming at the apex. Even if it is death, it must be a decent death. Swipe the shattering void again. The figure of Jiang Ye has already appeared above the barren ancient restricted area. Immediately, an aura eroded by time spread towards his body. I can't help but feel a chill all over my body. Jiang Ye snorted coldly, running the indestructible sutra. Mahayana sacred body bursts with a burst of radiance. In an instant, the breath of life, as majestic as the sea, rolled in Jiang Ye's body like thunder. Resist the breath of the erosion of the years. Just as imagined. With Mahayana sacred body, Jiang Ye's resistance to the erosion of time is several times stronger than ordinary people. He has reached the semi-holy cultivation base and has a lifespan of 5,000 years. This erosion of time can only consume Jiang Ye's lifespan of 1 year at most every day. It means that Jiang Ye has a long time to explore in the ancient forbidden zone. Yuan Tian eyes. Jiang Ye immediately used the source technique to check this land vein, looking for the opportunity. At this moment, a majestic breath of life turned into a green torrent, and gradually emerged in this dead land surrounded by the black ocean, which was extremely conspicuous. It seems that amidst the extreme death, there is still a glimmer of life. If there are no accidents, this should be the place where the Dao fruit is located. A bright light flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. Next second, it turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the place where the green light curtain was. The scope of the barren ancient restricted area is beyond imagination. After flying away for half a day, finally, in front of my eyes, several bright red fruits grow in this dead land. Looking at it with an analytical eye, relevant information immediately appeared in Jiang Ye's field of vision. Dao fruit, a product of the ancient forbidden zone, which contains the ultimate vitality, and has the effect of rejuvenating after swallowing. At the same time, if you swallow the ancient god body, you will be able to further activate the awakening of the divine body. Good stuff. Jiang Ye's gaze suddenly brightened. Picked all these Dao fruits. Swallow it without hesitation. A majestic breath of life immediately hit the minister. There seemed to be a warm current passing through the limbs. Before Jiang Ye's Mahayana sacred body will also be affected by the erosion of the years, which will continue to lose vitality, and the longevity will also decrease. But at this moment, these injuries suddenly disappeared completely, as if they were reborn. At the same time, his body is actually getting smaller and smaller. Although Jiang Ye's current age is only 11 years old. However, due to swallowing the precious medicine to invigorate qi and blood since childhood, his growth rate far exceeds that of his peers, and he already looks like a young man. Now, his body has gradually shrunk, and he has returned to the appearance of a 12-year-old boy, with delicate skin, red lips, and white teeth, exuding an immortal qi from birth. The appearance is more in line with the characteristics of this age. Then, Jiang Ye even found out that after he swallowed the Dao fruit, the body of the ancient god made a faint thunderous sound. Further awakening. The power of age erosion no longer has any influence on Hui. It seems to have obtained a pass token for exploring the ancient restricted area, and can walk around here at will. If ordinary people swallow the Dao fruit, they can only restore the previously lost vitality, rejuvenate their youth, and increase their potential for cultivation. But if the barren ancient god body swallows Dao fruit for the first time, it can also promote the awakening of the barren ancient god body and impact a higher realm. Sure enough, the ancient forbidden zone is related to the divine body on my body. Jiang Ye realized that this place has a close relationship with own physique. Exploration value is much higher than other restricted areas. After swallowing the Dao fruit, the barren ancient god body began to move towards the path of ultimate perfection. At this moment, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged on the spot, not in a hurry to explore the ancient forbidden zone, but began to practice the Indestructible Sutra. Under the effect of Dao fruit, sacred body began to show signs of progress. If you can complete the Indestructible Sutra to the Mahayana realm, so Jiang Ye's sacred body will become stronger. Even with the power of the sacred body alone, it will be able to compete with the great saint. He had a premonition that there might be extremely terrifying existences within the restricted area. Only when the strength realm reaches a certain level, can there be enough means to deal with it. 1 year later. Boom! Boom! There was a thunderous sound in Jiang Ye's body. Finally, the Indestructible Sutra practiced to the level of Mahayana. And his sacred body, at this moment, almost reached the realm of immortality. Unless it is quasi-emperor or above. Otherwise, it would be difficult to pose a threat to Jiang Ye. An extremely majestic breath of life burst out from Jiang Ye's body, and a flash of lightning burst out from his eyes. Now, with his sacred body, even if he has not swallowed the Dao fruit, even this breath of time can't pose a threat to himself. At this time, in the deepest part of the restricted area, suddenly there was a loud noise. An ancient coffin was born. Countless chains were wrapped around the ancient coffin, and when it shook, the loud noise shook the world. The scene was extremely spectacular. Accompanied by a gigantic hand, it stretched out from the deepest part of the restricted area, as if it could cover the sky. Heading towards Jiang Ye coverage. The existence in the ancient forbidden zone, can you feel the breath of Mahayana sacred body, so you can't help but want to devour it? Jiang Ye smiled slightly. He has long seen that the ancient forbidden zone is an abyss, designed to devour. Remains of saint, restore the power of the past. In this way, the transformation of reverse life is completed. However, the Huang of the first generation has lost its normal consciousness after being eroded by the years. Turned into a monster that just keeps devouring. Perceived that Jiang Ye has the Mahayana sacred body, so he has been standing still, wanting to lead him into the depths of the restricted area before making a move. But at this moment, Jiang Ye broke through again, sacred body transformed again, and his strength has skyrocketed. Fully equipped with the confidence to fight Huang. It is impossible for Huang to just watch Jiang Ye getting stronger and miss the opportunity, and finally ready to do it. Next second, a precious light bloomed on Jiang Ye's body. All the power of the Mahayana sacred body is released. Punch out! The wave-like fist wind immediately carried a radiant light, and rushed towards the giant hand. Boom boom boom! The sound that shocked the heaven and the earth reverberated in the fields. The arm stretched out from the restricted area was punched back into the ancient coffin by Jiang Ye. It seemed that even the existence deep in the restricted area was completely stunned. Jiang Ye's power is far beyond imagination. What he practiced was the Indestructible Sutra passed down from the ancient great emperor. Even compared with realm's sacred body, the combat power is still far superior to others. It's not over yet. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. The 12th palace of life, rising from his head like the sun. Number BU. The aura on Jiang Ye's body soared again. Even the existence within the forbidden zone was completely suppressed and fell into a passive state. At this moment, the ground in the entire restricted area began to tremble violently. Huang seems to have realized that the enemy who came in this time has a different origin. Have the means to deal with own. If this continues, I'm afraid the situation will become more and more unfavorable to me. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled, and cracks continued to appear on the ground. Endless death energy suddenly emerged from the ground, entangled towards Ye. That dead air carried an aura of silence, as if it could erode vitality. Even if it is any existence, it will be eroded under this dead air. Jiang Ye's indestructible sutra has been cultivated to Mahayana, but he still feels that this dead energy will threaten him. Next second. Inside the Palace of 12 Lives, a barren pagoda appeared in this world, as if it could suppress everything. The moment the barren tower appeared, the death energy around seemed to have encountered a nemesis, and fell silent in an instant. At this time, Huang seemed to have sensed something extremely terrifying, turned around and tried to escape. It seems that the barren tower is the biggest nemesis in the world for it. Absolutely no chance of winning. Want to run? Jiang Ye raised his eyebrows slightly, and opened the void divine body. Swallow the heavenly devil jar, out. Seal the entire void with Emperor Wei. Inside the realm, the entire void is blocked. Even Huang cannot escape from this imprisonment. Center of the restricted area. An ancient coffin was born out of nowhere, surrounded by countless chains. Huang instantly escaped into the ancient coffin. For a moment, sink into the sky and the earth. Get up! Without any hesitation, Jiang Ye operated the sacred body again, urging the divine blood all over his body. At that moment, the power that erupted was as terrifying as a natural disaster. The huge ancient coffin, which is 10,000 meters long and can almost connect the sky and the earth, was forcibly pulled out of the ground by Jiang Ye. Extinguishing Emperor's sword, come out! This moment, Jiang Ye used the Emperor's power of the Emperor Mitre sword to explode with unimaginable power. Hacking towards the ancient coffin. Boom! The door of the ancient coffin was actually split open by the Emperor Mi sword. With the strength of the ancient coffin, it is made of ancient materials, even comparable to the barren tower. Even in the face of the siege of hundreds of great saints, it can remain motionless. It's a pity that what panic is still facing is meaty. Ancient great emperor's immortal martial arts. This sword directly chop Huang out of the ancient coffin. That terrifying emperor's prestige, driven by the power of the supreme source, contains an incomparably domineering aura of extinction. This breath of desolation seems to have a strong restraint effect on Huang, directly destroying the vitality of its whole body. Huang let out a wailing sound, and the scream echoed throughout the world. Almost the entire eastern wasteland could be heard. All the major sects in the southern region felt the extremely terrifying fluctuations from the ancient forbidden zone, and their faces changed in fright. Oh my God, what happened over there in the ancient forbidden zone? Do you still remember that there was a semi-holy who entered the ancient restricted area before? But that's just a demi-holy. How could it be possible to shake the entire ancient forbidden zone? Not only the eastern wasteland, but even the saint of Zhongzhou were attracted by the changes in the ancient forbidden zone. Everyone wants to know what happened in the ancient restricted area. Chapter 90. Boom! Jiang Ye sacrificed the source of the gods and poured majestic energy into the Emperor Mighting Sword. Originally, this divine source was planned by Jiang Ye to use in the Breakthrough Saint realm. But in order to deal with the desolate slave, Jiang Ye directly uses all the energy of Shen Yuan to activate all the power of the meaty sword. Under the blessing of Shen Yuan, Emperor Wei slashed out with a sword, and this terrifying emperor power instantly destroyed the source of life in Huang's body. At this moment, the reason why Huang can still move is entirely because of the 10,000 years of time. The ancient forbidden zone has absorbed many remains of saint, injecting a new source of life into desolation. But Jiang Ye's sword of destroying the emperor possesses the ultimate imperial prestige, and can annihilate the life source quality on the layer at the fastest speed. When all the source matter is gone, Huang is just a body, empty of Mahayana sacred body, but without the source of life. Naturally it was broken. Therefore, it can be said that Jiang Ye's exterminating emperor sword and desolate tower are the best weapons against desolation. Jiang Ye's 12 wheels of fate burst out with a burst of extreme energy, and the blood of ancient god burned all over his body, urging the ultimate power of the emperor's sword, bombarding Huang's body. Finally, all the sources of life in Huang disappeared under the destruction of this imperial power. That gigantic body suddenly fell down like a mountain, raising dust all over the sky. At this moment, streaks of dark black aura suddenly gushed out from Huang's body, rolling towards Jiang Ye. Town. Jiang Ye snorted coldly, holding the barren tower in his hand. Next second, once again, an ultimate imperial prestige emerged from his body, as if it could destroy everything. This dark and obscure aura originally wanted to erode Jiang Ye's body and engulf his mind. But that emperor's prestige was extremely domineering, and the moment the obscure aura was about to touch Jiang Ye, it was completely wiped out. As expected, there is indeed a dark force controlling Huang's body. I'm afraid, Huang didn't expect to use this method to reverse his life, and he would end up like this. After being polluted, he will be like a monster, constantly devouring the corpses of dead bodies. However, after being resurrected in this way, the original consciousness cannot be retained, but will be controlled by erosion, bringing a devastating danger to the entire Baidu. Jiang Ye analyzed in his heart. The desolate slave who stayed here was the owner of the 9th Mahayana sacred body in the past. At his peak, he was placed in the great emperor level and could reach the top level. According to speculation, most of them are the strong leftover from the early stage of years of erosion after the ancient heaven court was destroyed. In the past, it would be no problem to use this method to reverse life. But unfortunately, his body has been polluted by sources related to the erosion of time, thus turning into a deserted slave and a monster. Seeing that the plan failed, this aura was about to erode Jiang Ye. However, Jiang Ye owns the Palace of 12 Lives, Mahayana sacred body, and even holds 3 pieces of imperial medical care body. For Jiang Ye, he only needs to use a little bit of imperial power to completely annihilate him. In an instant, this breath disappeared in smoke. He couldn't move Jiang Ye at all. Jiang Ye's mind moved, and he began to analyze the source of this breath. According to the information of the ancient world, the power to control the slaves is probably related to the underworld emperor. In the fate of Ye Fan, had mention of defeating the netherworld's Hades. The netherworld is one of the 7 restricted areas. The emperor of the underworld wants to master the power of Samsara and completely control the 6 realms from now on. 2. Hades already existed in the ancient heaven court period, and it is not even known whether he will stay in Baidu. It is very possible that the real body of Hades resides on the other side of the deep space. Intent to control the entire Samsara, so as to achieve control of the barren world. Combining the information obtained from the reincarnation world, and various fate information, as well as the myths and legends of this world, Jiang Ye can roughly confirm that the aura eroded by the years is related to the underworld emperor. However, with the strength of the underworld emperor, he is far from the ancient heavenly emperor. What you see in front of you is just the appearance of things, and there may be deeper enemies behind it. At any rate, a key has been found. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. Now, at least the direction to the SSS rating of the ancient world has been established. Find the emperor of the underworld, the breath eroded by time. But only realms above the great saint have the ability to go to deep space. Jiang Ye's eyes fell on Huang Nu. Now, Desolate Nu's life source was completely destroyed by the Emperor Mi sword. However, the barren slave itself is the 9th Mahayana sacred body, and the ordinary saint is so simple. In its heyday, it even reached the level of heavenly emperor. During these 10,000 years, the barren slaves continued to absorb the remains of the surrounding saints with the restricted area of their lives. The whole body is a priceless treasure. If it can be devoured and absorbed, it can help Jiang Ye's cultivation base realm directly impact the sixth heaven of Sendai. Subsequently, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged on the spot, using the void divine body. At that moment, a black hole-like vortex appeared around Jiang Ye, started to devour the remains of the deserted slaves. With the continuous refinement, a majestic breath of life immediately poured into Jiang Ye's body, helping him break through to a higher realm. The muffled thunderous sound continuously echoed to the sky of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Eastern Wasteland, Southern Domain. Countless cultivators stopped here, all of them sensed the shocking movement from inside the ancient Forbidden Zone. It seems that there is some horrible existence, fighting inside. That imperial prestige is mighty for thousands of miles. All beings prostrate for it. Even if it is thousands of miles away, if you feel this breath, you will feel your heart tremble unconsciously. It seems that under this imperial prestige, he is just a boat in the storm, and will be annihilated in the terrifying energy at any time. It's really scary. Could it be that some ancient power was born and fought in it? What's the matter with that imperial prestige? Could it be that there is some great emperor reversing the world? I don't know, the existence of this level is beyond our comprehension. I feel that the half-holy who went in not long ago is out of luck. The ancient forbidden area is not a good place. I didn't expect that today there will be turmoil that is difficult to encounter after 10,000 years. The cultivators from all walks of life who gathered in Eastern Wasteland showed expressions of regret, and sighed for that half-saint. After all, no matter how you look at it, it is impossible for this burst of imperial prestige to be induced by the semi-sanctuary. It is natural to think that the semi-sage entered the ancient Forbidden Zone, and now I am afraid that he has been reduced to cannon fodder. When Zhongzhou Sacred Land heard the news, it revealed a strange look. Based on the information they inquired. Not long ago, Jiang Ye also appeared in Eastern Wasteland. Cultivation base happens to be half-holy. Could it be, the Daoist shadow that entered the ancient forbidden area, is Jiang Ye, right? At this moment, the movement from the ancient restricted area gradually calmed down. A transcendent holy prestige is constantly condensing in the depths of the ancient Forbidden Zone. In the black sky, there is a faint light of saint, condensed in the sky, as if to achieve the holy throne. But the difference is, the Dao rhyme contained in the light of saints' enlightenment is even more unpredictable, much stronger than ordinary saints. Although the fluctuation of the battle has subsided. But that mysterious aura has not disappeared, instead it is still growing and becoming stronger and stronger. The major sect forces are all very curious about the changes in the ancient restricted area, eager to know what happened inside. However, no one dared to go to the inside of the Forbidden Zone, but just stopped thousands of miles away and looked at it with divine sense. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. A full 5 years have passed. Not only did this holy light show no sign of disappearing, it actually became brighter and brighter. Original. A lonely barren restricted area has become lively in recent years. Since the vision did not disappear, cultivators from all sides rushed to this place after hearing the news, wanting to see what happened here. You might even get an amazing opportunity. This day. Suddenly, a mighty wave of holy power swept across thousands of miles. The light of enlightenment suddenly landed on the earth, exuding a soaring majesty. Everyone was startled by this breath. They turned into streamers of light one after another, flying away from the ancient Forbidden Zone. Come and check. It turned out to be the breath of the great saint. Someone is in the ancient forbidden area, Tian Sheng. What? Could it be that the half-sage really went to the ancient Forbidden Zone alone and got an amazing opportunity to transform into a great saint? That's impossible. What's going on with that imperial prestige? Looking at it now, it's really possible that the semi-sage entered the ancient forbidden zone and realized transformation. Now, the cultivators of the major sects in the southern region all have incredible expressions on their faces. Before, the semi-sage who passed by here really broke through the ancient forbidden zone and got the opportunity inside? Otherwise, the light of enlightenment descends, and Chengui Rat plays in the world. This is obviously a vision caused by a cultivator proving and sanctifying in heaven and earth. But what is unexpected is that this breath has reached the level of the great saint. A few years ago, the aura passing by this place had only reached the level of a semi-holy one. On top of this, there are saints, saint kings, and finally the secret realm of Sendai, the sixth heaven, where the regiment has reached the meaning of the minister. This spans two realms in one fell swoop. It can only be described as terrifying. At the same time, all the major sacred lands in Zhongzhou are extremely curious. Who is this half-sage who entered the ancient forbidden zone? Sacred? It seems that even the entire ancient forbidden zone is almost cleared. Even more in a semi-holy manner, the sky zone. This experience is enough to go down in the history books. Become one of the most legendary characters in all of Baidu. Ancient forbidden zone. Jiang Ye's eyes burst out with a divine light. At this moment, absorb the remains of the entire liar slave. Leap to the realm of the great saint. This progress even exceeded Jiang Ye's own expectations. The 9 Mahayana sacred body is almost the most precious medicine for the barren ancient god body. After complete refinement, the breakthrough brought by it is unimaginable. At the same time, several prompts popped up in front of Jiang Ye. You broke through the great saint realm. Proof value plus 250E. Rating, S plus SS. Finally reached the SS rating. Looking at the current ratings, Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile. The copy of the ancient world is only 1S away from the final SSS level perfect score. Perfect raters, near. Close at hand. Moreover, the protagonist's halo obtained this time is Dao Sanctuary. Having such an aura is enough to be invincible in the subsequent dungeons, at least it is impossible to casually die. Dao Shelter, in the next dungeon, Jiang Ye can become one of the most important figures in this world. Not only can the lower limit be increased, but also the upper limit will become much easier than before. Therefore, Jiang Ye's eyes flickered, and he must score the SSS level of this dungeon. Reaching the Great Saint Realm. Jiang Ye is more proficient in using these 3 pieces of imperial weapons. Now, he can freely release the power of the Emperor Mighting Sword and control it within a certain range. When fighting against Huang Nu, Jiang Ye almost used up all the energy in his body, and he also used the God Source in his hand to provide energy for himself, and released the Emperor Extinguishing Sword. But now, Jiang Ye is more comfortable controlling the Sword of Midi. I don't need the help of Shen Yuan anymore. Relying on the Great Saint Realm's cultivation base, Jiang Ye can unleash the godless might of the Emperor Slayer Sword all by himself. Not to mention the mastery of swallowing heavenly devil jars and barren towers. Correct. My current realm has reached the stage of Great Saint. It can open the next 2 floors of barren towers. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Subsequently, inject the original power of your Great Saint realm into the barren tower. Click. T. There was a sound of opening from the barren tower. The 2nd and 3rd floors are open at the same time. The soil of all things, the origin of heaven and earth, nourishes all things, and breeds fairy fruits. Hunyuan Calabash, the immortal artifact of the supreme space, containing all things, refining all beings. Good stuff. Jiang Ye's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. The soil of all things can prevent the growth of elixir in the minor world of own 12 life palaces. At the same time, it can also increase the total amount of spiritual qi in the zodiac palace, which is of great benefit to one's own cultivation base. Not to mention mixed element calabash. It is one of the fairy artifacts of ancient times. Not only can it be used as a space magical item to contain everything, but it can even refine emperor-level powerhouses. It can be seen how powerful this treasure is. Besides, Jiang Ye's eyes were fixed on this ancient coffin. At this moment, after the fall of the Baron Slave, this ancient coffin became ownerless. But Jiang Ye saw at a glance that the ancient coffin was not extraordinary, it contained the breath of the starry sky, and the ancient years leaked from the ancient coffin, as if there were 10,000 years and immortals. Ancient bronze coffin, the origin is unknown. Driving this coffin can lead to the other side of deep space. Open your analytical eyes. Jiang Ye already knew the purpose of the ancient bronze coffin. In the future, he will leave Baidu one day and go to deep space. The key to the SSS rating is hidden there. This dungeon is also the last journey. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye released an original breath and began to refine the ancient coffin. The ancient bronze coffin is extremely heavy, it is even comparable to the Baron Pagoda. However, after Jiang Ye reaches Great Saint's cultivation base, it's only a matter of time before he refines it. A month later, the ancient bronze coffin was completely refined and could be put into the Palace of 12 Lives at any time. My mind moved slightly. Jiang Ye opened the life template of this life. Life template. Name, Jiang Ye. Age, 17. Identity, Holy Son of Sacred Land. Realm, Sendai Secret Realm 6th Heaven Great Saint. Cultivation Technique, Swallow Heavenly Devil Gong, Sacred Body Tai Secret Technique, Origin Technique, Original True Solution, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Heavenly Skill, Immortal Sutra. Supernatural Power, Void Art, True Dragon Seal, Tai Chi Holy Art, Star Shift, 5 Elements Divine Light, True Dragon Art, Samsara Boxing. Magic Treasures, Black Sword, Desolate Tower, Swallowing Heavenly Devil Jar, Extermination Sword, Hunyuan Calabash, Ancient Bronze Coffin. Physique, Void God Body, SS, Desolate Ancient God Body, SSS. Bloodline, Desolate Ancient God Blood, SSS. Savvy, Infinite Deduction, SSS, Epiphany of the World of Mortals, SSS. Halo, Full Level Luck, SSS, Deo Shelter, SSS. Proof Value, 482E. Current Rating, SS. Under the age of 18. Jiang Ye's life template can only be described as extremely luxurious. If other reincarnators see Jiang Ye's panel, I'm afraid they will wonder if he is crazy every minute. 17 years old, in other worlds, I am not underage. However, Jiang Ye's dungeon of such a high difficulty in the ancient world is almost broken. From the last S, there is only the final sprint stage left. The breath of the netherworld. Jiang Ye raised his head and looked at the location of the Taishu ancient mine. Divine sense runs through the entire Baidu, to the end of the sun. Since his cultivation base reached the Great Saint realm, even the existence inside the restricted area of life will be seen through by him at a glance. Now, Jiang Ye discovered the ancient mine in the early days, and there is still a lingering atmosphere. He immediately stroked the shattering void. Go to another restricted area of life, the ancient miners in the early days. Chapter 91. Eastern Wasteland, Southern Domain. Tens of thousands of cultivators were stationed around the ancient restricted area, watching what happened here. At this moment, a ray of light in the sky suddenly flew past the forbidden area. It immediately caught everyone's attention. Hey, take a look, it seems that it is really that half-saint. What half-holy? Now they have reached the Great Saint's cultivation base realm. Could it be that this half-sage has obtained a priceless opportunity in the ancient forbidden zone, so he broke through to the Great Saint's realm? I feel that things are not that simple. If you just find an opportunity, why is there such a big commotion in the restricted area? Now, a cultivator has already recognized Jiang Ye's figure. It was the half-sage who went to the ancient forbidden zone a few years ago. As expected, Promoted to Great Saint's cultivation base realm, successfully ran out of the penalty area and achieved a continuous breakthrough. All the saints present couldn't help showing envious eyes. Many saints with a few hundred years left in their lifespan couldn't help thinking of going to the ancient forbidden zone. A half-saint can get such a rich opportunity in it. As a saint himself, why not? At this moment, an astonishing piece of information came from someone in front. Everyone! The ancient restricted area seems to be disappearing soon. The breath inside is constantly weakening. When this news comes out, everyone present was shocked. What? The ancient forbidden zone that existed for several 10,000 years is about to disappear. Really, it feels impossible. Go around and take a look and you'll know. Could it be that you want to trick me into entering the ancient restricted area, and use it as cannon fodder for you to explore the way? That's right, the ancient forbidden zone is so dangerous, who would really enter it? Many cultivators showed disdainful eyes, thinking that this news could not be true at all. The restricted area disappears? Just rely on a 900 semi-sage to get in? Can such a big change be made to the ancient forbidden zone that existed for several 10,000 years? It's nothing more than getting some opportunities. Some cultivators felt that some people with ulterior motives deliberately released fake news. It's just to lie to myself and this group of naive cultivators to rush to the ancient forbidden area and use it as cannon fodder for others to find their way. But the result? Soon, with more and more cultivators, go to the ancient forbidden area to explore. Suddenly an amazing discovery was made. My God, this news turned out to be true. The breath of the ancient forbidden zone is constantly weakening, as if this place is slowly disappearing. The borders are shrinking, and look, the surrounding lands are returning to normal. It turned out to be true. Unbelievable. The ancient forbidden zone that existed for several 10,000 years, has it gradually recovered? What's going on here? Does it have something to do with that half-saint? It is very likely that he has already penetrated the barren ancient restricted area, so the scene in front of him appears. As a growing cultivator, go for certification. Once the news spreads 10 spreads 100, and 100 spreads 1,000. The nearby cultivators saw that their own friends and some acquaintances had come back alive, and they all realized something and went to check. When they witnessed all this, their eyes were full of disbelief. The ancient forbidden zone is really slowly disappearing. The pattern of this place, I am afraid that it will be broken in an instant. Immediately. The information here has attracted countless cultivators to go. Everyone felt that when the ancient forbidden zone disappeared, there would definitely be extremely rich resources inside. Even, some saints couldn't bear to rush in. But the result? Not only is there nothing in it, but it is also corroded by death energy, losing more than half of its vitality. Seeing this, many cultivators never dared to set foot in the ancient restricted area. They thought of the figure of the great saint, and suddenly realized that the ancient restricted area was probably penetrated by the other party. If there is any good stuff in it, of course it was taken away by others in the first place. I may not even be able to drink the soup, but I have to risk my life to set foot in the ancient forbidden zone, so I have to choose. The turmoil surrounding the ancient forbidden zone gradually dissipated. In exchange for more, it is a discussion about the great saint. I don't know where the great saint is sacred, but he even cleared the ancient forbidden zone. It seems that when he went in, there was only a semi-holy cultivation base, right? How did this happen? Many great saints also entered the ancient restricted area, but never came back. You ask me, who do I ask? If I know the answer, why do I need to stand here and brag? He was the only one who came out, and he also broke through the barren ancient restricted area, jumped to the great saint, and has since become the peak powerhouse between heaven and earth. I'm afraid there will be another supreme in this world. Many cultivators have a hunch in their hearts. I am afraid. This ancient forbidden zone will only be the beginning. When this peak powerhouse is born, the whole world is likely to undergo a huge change. Ancient mine in the early days. The figure of Jiang Ye stopped here. Looking at it with the eyes of Yuan Tian, there is a large dark atmosphere here, as if covering the entire sky. Moreover, this black torrent gradually spread away from the sky, as if it wanted to engulf the entire world. Is it the handwriting of the underworld emperor? Jiang Ye sneered inwardly. The ancient mine in the early days was the largest source of gods in the ancient world, but it was reduced to a forbidden area. In the past, when many ancient emperors and ancient sages fell, they all sealed themselves in the cause of the gods. I want to absorb enough energy to achieve reverse life. But now, their bodies have been controlled by Hades' curse, and they have lost consciousness. In the following dark and turbulent years, when all the ancient emperors of the ancient mine in the early days are resurrected, it will bring huge turmoil and chaos to this world. Even if the power of the entire Zhongzhou is added up, the strength is not enough in front of the ancient emperors of the Taishu ancient mine. They must be completely released before they grow up. Come to the ancient mine in the early days. At this time, the entire ancient mine erupted in great turmoil. Countless voices sounded from around. It turned out to be Mahayana's sacred body. If it can be swallowed, then the old man's injury will definitely recover quickly. I didn't expect such a good food to be delivered this time, it's a real treat. In an instant, auras of undead emerged from the entire ancient mine in the early days, heading towards Jiang Ye like hungry ghosts. Every undead, carrying the breath of time erosion, has a strength comparable to power. Even if the quasi-emperor came here, he would end up in a near-death situation. However, Jiang Ye recognized at a glance that this was the method of the corpse emperor, using the method of controlling the corpse to control the millions of saints who entered the ancient mine in the early days. Endless years have passed, and a huge army of corpses has accumulated. If it emerges from the ancient mine in the early days, it will inevitably bring about unprecedented darkness and turmoil. And the corpse emperor is also a general in the hands of the underworld emperor, with extraordinary strength. At the peak of the past, he reached the level of the heavenly emperor. Even if the darkness and turmoil have passed, the corpse emperor can only be sealed in the source of God now. Most of his energy has been lost, and his strength is far from what it used to be. However, the methods used are still beyond the reach of ordinary great saints. At this time, Jiang Ye presented Hunyuan Calabash. As Calabash burst into a ray of light, all the undead army was actually taken in by this calabash. The corpse emperor was dumbfounded for a moment. He stared at the treasure in Jiang Ye's hand in disbelief, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. Hunyuan Calabash, this is one of the ancient immortal artifacts. How could it be in your hands? You are nothing more than a great saint, how can you possess a fairy weapon? Jiang Ye was too lazy to say anything, and directly collected all the undead army into the Hunyuan Calabash. These holy remains were refined into an army of undead, completely lost their source of life, and could not be used to enhance the cultivation base. However, the saint treasure bone is still a fetish of refining equipment. If the essence can be extracted and injected into the barren tower, it can help the bean tower to return to its heyday. The Hunyuan Calabash erupted with a strong suction force, and the undead army was a piece of dead matter after all, without the will to own it at all. If it reaches the strength above saint, it can rely on saint's will to resist Hunyuan Calabash. But the undead has no self-awareness, it just has the bones. When you encounter Hunyuan Calabash, no matter how many quantities you add up, you will only be accepted in full. Witnessing this scene, the corpse emperor's entire eye circles turned red, and his heart couldn't stop bleeding. The fact that the own undead army can have such a scale has been accumulated over the past few 10,000 years. 2. Jiang Ye used the Hunyuan Calabash, and in the blink of an eye, most of the undead army had been sucked into the calabash. A few 10,000 years of hard work paid off. Even the ancient emperor couldn't bear such a heavy loss. Junior, I want you to die. The corpse emperor uttered an incomparably sharp cry. T. The aura eroded by time pushed the deep death aura of the netherworld towards Jiang Ye. This dead air is different from the ancient restricted area. The ancient forbidden zone is related to the erosion of time. But this aura comes from another restricted area of life, the netherworld. It seems to pull the soul of the living into the bottom of the 9 springs. Oh? Is this all you can do? Jiang Ye shook his head in disappointment. Barren Tower, Tian. Immediately, an extreme force completely suppressed the breath of the netherworld. There is no way to get close to Jiang Ye. The breath of time contained in that barren tower seems to be the strongest existence in this world. Just the netherworld, want to shake the barren tower? It's almost like a dream. Another supreme artifact. How can it be? The corpse emperor's eyes almost went straight. He never expected that in addition to the Hunyuan calabash, Jiang Ye could also come up with a supreme immortal artifact. Moreover, the origin of this celestial artifact is only bigger than the Hunyuan calabash. Even the breath of the netherworld is hard to get close to. The corpse emperor's eyes were turning red. If he could get these 2 supreme artifacts, how could he end up with this realm? However, with the great saint cultivation base, Jiang Ye actually possessed 2 supreme immortal artifacts. His eyes turned red with envy. An extremely greedy desire emerged in his heart, wishing to take this magical item as his own. At this time, boom! In the depths of the ancient mine in the early days, more terrifying auras are constantly permeating. Apparently, the ancient emperor, who was buried in the dust, realized that Jiang Ye possessed 2 pieces of immortal martial arts. I can't stand it for a moment. Up! They went out collectively in advance. The ancient golden emperor, the 10,000 dragon emperor, and the blood phoenix ancient emperor were born from the source of the gods, bursting out with an even more astonishing aura. The corpse emperor's face was overjoyed, and then his eyes fell on Jiang Ye, showing a proud look. Junior, the 4 ancient emperors have teamed up to deal with you, even the great emperor must confess here. It's just mastering 2 pieces of immortal martial arts. Even if the great emperor comes in person and rashly attacks the penalty area, he must stay here. You are just a great saint. If you advance to the great emperor in the future, you might have a chance. But unfortunately, you won't have this chance again. Say it. The 4 ancient emperors each occupied a corner and surrounded Jiang Ye. I don't want him to have the chance to escape from here. 2 pieces of immortal martial arts. Feel sorry. The immortal martial arts in my hand may be more than you imagined. Jiang Ye smiled softly. Next second, the Palace of 12 Lives is open. Emperor Extinguishing Sword, BA. Once again, the ultimate imperial prestige emerged from Jiang Ye. This imperial prestige is stronger than Hunyuan calabash and Huangta. It seems to have the ability to open the sky. How can it be? This is the supreme immortal weapon that killed the heavenly emperor. How could the Emperor Slayer sword be in your hands? The expressions of the 4 ancient emperors completely changed, and they felt the ultimate threat from the Emperor Mighting Sword. The reason why they dare to rampage in the restricted area. It is precisely because the restricted area is actually the resurrection place of these ancient emperors, which was specially built to realize the resurrection of the first life. It's here. Although the ancient emperor did not have the strength of the peak period, but with a very high cultivation base, he would not be afraid of any opponent, even the great emperor. But if he goes out, his own strength will be greatly reduced, and it is very likely that he will be killed by sacred land. However, Jiang Ye's sword of extinguishing the emperor can destroy the source of life in the body of an emperor-level powerhouse. It is a peerless sword specially made to kill the heavenly emperor. The 4 ancient emperors have not yet been fully resurrected. Now, the body fell into a state of weakness. The Emperor Slayer sword can have a stronger threat to them. What's more, Jiang Ye also has 2 pieces of supreme immortal martial arts, Huangta and Hunyuan calabash. Under the effect of this kind of restraint, there is no need to fear the four ancient emperors at all. Not only that. Jiang Ye's chuckle echoed back to the Teishu ancient mine again. At this time, a huge ancient bronze coffin straddles the void. Exudes the breath of ancient times. Just like the barren tower, with the strength of the ancient coffin itself, even if it is directly used to shoot the enemy away, it can explode with extremely strong power. That moment, the faces of the four ancient emperors suddenly changed, as if they realized something, their tone became trembling. You have already passed the ancient forbidden zone. Yes. Jiang Ye revealed an interesting look, and said, "Oh? Don't you guys know the information 3.3? At this moment, the four ancient emperors took a breath, and finally realized what a terrifying opponent Jiang Ye was in front of him. The barren ancient restricted area is already the most dangerous restricted area among the 7 life restricted areas. However, this ancient coffin was brought over by Jiang Ye. This means that the opponent's strength is absolutely impossible to be as simple as the ordinary great saint. He has a whole body of immortal martial arts on his body. Could it be that the ancient great emperor succeeded in reversing the first life? Your Excellency, you and I have no grievances or enmity, either this matter. I think it's all a misunderstanding, or let's just forget it." The corpse emperor said with a wry smile on his face. In fact, he never expected that he would meet such a terrifying opponent. The faces of the other 3 ancient emperors changed slightly, and they immediately showed the handsome smiles of those who know current affairs and said, Yes, there is a misunderstanding in all of this. If you come to the Teishu ancient mine and want to do something, it has your deep meaning. There are countless rare treasures here. When you visit this place, there must be something you want to take, just take it." Jiang Ye smiled, nodded, and said, "Since you say so, then I will not be polite." Next second, Jiang Ye offered to swallow the heavenly devil jar, and collected all the gods in the ancient mine in the early days into the king of the magic jar. The eyes of the 4 ancient emperors were about to turn red. These divine sources can help their strength recover as soon as possible. There are also a large number of source stones. It is also sealed with countless priceless elixir. Every elixir is enough to benefit quasi-emperor level powerhouses. B. All captured by Jiang Ye. But the 4 ancient emperors didn't dare to say a word. Even this ancient coffin in the ancient forbidden zone was brought out by them. Plus those few immortal martial arts. The 4 ancient emperors felt guilty, and they were completely unsure of how to deal with Jiang Ye. I can only watch helplessly as the other party takes away all the treasures here. Chapter 92. Now, Jiang Ye offered to swallow heavenly devil cans. As soon as the magic jar came out, the hearts of the 4 ancient emperors were even more shocked. Isn't this the emperor armament owned by that ruthless man in the past? Why is the swallow heavenly devil jar in his hand? Could it be that even ruthless is not this guy's match? What is the origin of this great saint? The cultivation base doesn't seem to be that high, but the origin is so terrifying. The hearts of the 4 ancient emperors were all trembling. Naturally, they have heard that there was a terrifying great emperor in the past who practiced the swallowing heavenly devil kung fu. Suppress several eras with your own power. During those days, even if the 4 ancient emperors were at their peak, they would not even dare to move in front of ruthless people. That is the top powerhouse among the great emperors. Even if it is an ordinary great emperor, if he encounters a werewolf, he will only be suppressed. When the werewolf was alive, the 7 forbidden areas of life dared not even move. She definitely possesses the ability to destroy the forbidden zone of life. However, at this moment, Jiang Ye could even take out a heavenly devil jar in his hand. Desolate Pagoda, Emperor Extermination Sword, Hunyuan Calabash, Ancient Bronze Coffin. The origins of these immortal martial arts are getting bigger and bigger one by one. The 4 ancient emperors couldn't help trembling in their hearts. They were almost certain that Jiang Ye was, in all likelihood, the reincarnation of a heavenly emperor. Number 3. Putting it in Heavenly Emperor, I'm afraid they all have good means. With the great saint cultivation base, controlling the Emperor Slayer sword and the desolate tower at the same time is surprisingly effortless. More importantly, Palace of the 12 Lives. The 4 ancient emperors suddenly realized something, and remembered that there were 12 life palaces sacrificed by Jiang Ye. Oh my god, but break the existence of Heavenly Dao Dong. Even the ruthless great emperor has opened up 11 life palaces. In the past few 10,000 years, only that monstrous evildoer, Wuxi, can open up the palace of 12 lives. At this moment, there is another 12 fate palace. Could it be that they can match each other's existence and even surpass each other's existence? Thinking of this, the hearts of the 4 ancient emperors suddenly became restless. They naturally know what a terrible great emperor Wuxi is, even a werewolf can hardly compare with him. But Jiang Ye has 12 lives, which means that his future achievements in 2007 will definitely not be inferior to Wuxi. Judging from the immortal martial arts displayed by the other party, I am afraid that the background is not as good as the beginning. At this time, how dare the 4 ancient emperors dare to move? With Jiang Ye's background, it is entirely possible to overthrow the entire forbidden area. The ancient forbidden zone is a living example. Democrat. If they turn against such strong people, they will definitely die. Just get your hands dirty and grab some treasures. Compared with Xiaoming, it is naturally nothing. In a blink, holding the jar of swallowing heavenly devil in his hand, Jiang Ye almost collected all the gods of the ancient mine in the early days, together with the extremely precious source stones of each vein, all in his pocket. Scanning away with divine sense, there are hundreds of millions of divine sources. Even the great emperor in ancient times, seeing such a huge treasure, can't help but be jealous. Looking at the entire Baidu, the combined resources of the major sources cannot be compared with the ancient mines in the early days. Just because the ancient mine in the early days was established by the ancient emperor, every inch of the sacred soil here has a higher probability of giving birth to the source of the gods. The value of one divine source is enough to compare with tens of thousands of top-quality source stones, and the value of the two is not at the same level. And the ancient mine in the early days was dedicated to nurturing Shen Yuan, and it is a place of supreme treasure. The resources it possesses are probably incomparable even in the whole of Zhongzhou. When the 4 ancient emperors saw this scene, their entire faces could not help but contort and twitched. That is the source of the gods that they spent several 10,000 years and finally conceived. Now, Jiang Ye has taken it all in one shot, and my heart is bleeding. But with the opponent's strength, it is really unbearable to provoke. They have not yet fully resurrected successfully, and need to grow up. It can only be said that they are unlucky to meet such a strong person. At this time, Jiang Ye's eyes fell on the remaining undead army. He smiled slightly, and said, "Your undead army looks good, so let's accept it." Next second, holding the Hunyuan calabash, directly collect the massive army of undead into the calabash cave. The corpse emperor's face froze, subconsciously wanting to stop. But the other 3 ancient emperors glared at him and signaled not to move. The corpse emperor had a bitter face, and it was hard to say anything about it. The 4 ancient emperors have already taken the initiative to speak. Whatever Jiang Ye wants, take it. Naturally, this includes the corpse emperor's undead army. And when Jiang Ye first came in, it was the corpse emperor himself who made the first move. If you can't beat it in strength, you still lose in logic. If he dares to make a move, the ancient tomb will fight with him first for the other 3 days. After all, the ancient emperor who wanted to live a lifetime in reverse, cherished his life in his heart, and only counted on the day when he could see himself reborn. I couldn't bear to endure such a long time, and Jiang Ye took over the ancient mine in the early days, so all my efforts were in vain. If the corpse emperor wanted to go all out, he had to ask the other 3 Guhuiwen if he wanted to. Otherwise, Jiang Ye would be really angered. I am afraid that the entire Taishu ancient mine will end up in the same way as the desolation of the ancient Forbidden Zone, and disappear overnight. Not long after, Jiang Ye almost took the entire ancient mine of Taishu into the owner. Immediately, there were hundreds of millions of gods in his pocket. Even breaking through a realm again, I'm afraid it won't be a problem. Not bad. Jiang Ye showed a satisfied smile, and then turned into a streamer, escaping from the ancient mine in the early days. The faces of the 4 ancient emperors were distorted, but they didn't dare to say a word, they could only watch Jiang Ye's figure leave. Normally, if someone dared to come to the ancient mine in the early days and take away so many resources from him, he would have stepped forward to do his best. But the truth revealed by Jiang Ye can only scare the 4 ancient emperors. Don't dare to intercept at all, can only let the opponent leave. After leaving the ancient mine in the early days, Jiang Ye let out a long breath, feeling relieved. Fine. The plan was finally a success. In fact, Jiang Ye is now using the Great Saint's cultivation base. If he really fights to the death with the 4 ancient emperors, he will have to pay a huge price. In the next few decades, it will be difficult to break through due to the injuries on the body. After all, the cultivation base of the 4 great ancient emperors is there, even if they can be killed with the Emperor Slayer sword, the price paid is unacceptable. Jiang Ye showed all his background. In addition, the ancient bronze coffin that was taken out of the ancient forbidden area successfully suppressed the 4 ancient emperors. In fact, the strength of Desolate Nu is not as good as the 4 ancient emperors, but it happens that he is more restrained by the Emperor Mi sword, and Jiang Ye is Mahayana sacred body, so it is easier to deal with. But the cultivation base of the 4 ancient emperors is a real ancient emperor, and the ancient mines in the early days have been restored to a higher degree. If it was a real fight to the death, it would be difficult to bear the attack that broke out at the cost of the ancient emperor's life. So, with the help of the ancient bronze coffin, Jiang Ye deterred the 4 ancient emperors and took away all the gods from the ancient mine in the early days. And use Hunyuan Calabash to conquer all the undead army in the house. In a short period of time, the ancient mine in the early days will not be able to achieve anything, even if it is going to cause darkness and chaos, at least another 10,000 years must be dormant. But with such a huge source of gods, Jiang Ye is enough to let his own strength rise to a higher level again. By the time, it will be even easier to deal with the 4 ancient emperors. Thought of here. Jiang Ye turned into a streamer and returned to Zhongzhou, intending to return to the beginning of Sacred Land closed door training breakthrough. In the beginning the Sacred Land. Zhang Taishu looked a little anxious. After all, it has been a few years and I haven't seen Jiang yet. I don't know where I went. At this time, in Zhongzhou, a powerful aura descends on this place. Immediately alarmed all the Sacred Land exits, they all swept away this breath with divine sense. At this moment, someone recognized Jiang Ye's figure and shouted. Look! That seems to be the half-holy who went to the ancient Forbidden Zone that day. I didn't expect him to go to Zhongzhou. As soon as this news came out, everyone in Sacred Land was shocked. Saint King, and even some great saints from ancient dynasties couldn't help leaving the customs one after another. I want to know where Sacred is, but I even took down the ancient Forbidden Zone. However, when they saw who was coming, the expressions on their faces suddenly became unstoppable. Isn't this Jiang Ye? Is he the half-saint who went to the ancient dynasty that day? Isn't this too heaven-defying? How old is Jiang Ye, and he actually took all the ancient restricted areas? He doesn't seem to be 18 years old this year, but he has already solved the entire ancient forbidden area. This is the rhythm of creating myths every minute. More than that, I heard some gossip that the figure of the great saint has entered the ancient mine of Taisha during this period of time. The ancient mine in the early days. That is the 7 forbidden areas of life, the most dangerous place. In the past, the great emperor went to the ancient mine of Taishu, and almost fell into it. The water in the forbidden area is deeper than imagined. Doesn't that mean Jiang Ye now has the strength of the great emperor? It's not impossible. After all, when Jiang Ye was in the realm of kings, he was able to kill more than a dozen saints. At least he has the strength of a saint king. Don't forget, he still has several pieces of imperial weapons in his hand. With this level of strength, it can be compared to the quasi-emperor who doesn't have the emperor armament. Even the great emperor has the power to fight. When everyone discussed this point, they couldn't help showing shocking expressions on their faces. Who would have thought? In just a few years, Jiang Ye would grow from an 8-year-old boy in the secret realm of a dragon to an existence that can stand side by side with the great emperor. Put it in Baidu, as long as it can reach the strength of the great emperor, it is enough to be comparable to the top figures. Even the 4 great dynasties must be headed by the great emperor. All are almost certain. Jiang Ye has the figure of great emperor. But I never thought that this day would come so soon. Although Jiang Ye's cultivation base is still great saint for now. But he was able to come back from the extremely dangerous ancient mine in the early days, and with his own power, he lifted the ancient restricted area. If there is no strength of the great emperor, no one else will believe it. The saint, saint king, and even the great saint here fell into silence. This time, Jiang Ye released his own breath and returned to Zhongzhou with a high profile, undoubtedly announcing a message to all parties. I already have the great saint's cultivation base, and its strength is comparable to that of quasi-emperor, and I am already the number 1 in central province. Corresponding. In the early days, sacred land, with a strong man like Jiang Ye sitting in the town, naturally can sit on the throne of the top leader in Zhongzhou. In the past, although the major sacred lands had complex interest disputes and corresponding camps, they all belonged to the situation where the dragons ruled one side, and no one could really command the entire Zhongzhou, not even the 4 ancient dynasties combined. 2. The appearance of Jiang Ye completely broke the situation. Between heaven and earth, a peak powerhouse with the great emperor level appeared in this world. Even if the major forces in Zhongzhou add up, they may not have such a powerful appeal as the great emperor. Saint Present couldn't help but sigh. The appearance of Jiang Ye indicates that a magnificent era is coming. A new dynasty is about to be established. The princes of the world all surrender to this. With the appearance of such a peak powerhouse, every move he makes will have an indelible impact on the entire central state. The figure of Jiang Ye appeared in the sacred land in the beginning. Immediately, Zhang Taishu, Jiang Ye and others went up to welcome him. Ye, has your strength really reached the great saint realm? Zhang Taishu's tone was full of excitement and surprise. He glanced away with his divine sense, and found that Jiang Ye's cultivation base was unfathomable, and he was completely unable to see through the reality of the other party. That's right. Jiang Ye laughed. Zhang Taishu couldn't help but take a long breath. At the beginning, his phrase "my son has the posture of a great emperor" was just an unrealistic dream in his heart. After all, as a father, I am thousands of miles away from the great emperor cultivation base, how could I expect my son to become so powerful? But I didn't expect that what I said casually at the beginning would gradually become a reality. As expected of fifth brother. Alas, I've only just broken through to realm of power, and I was hoping to catch up. 880. I didn't expect the cultivation speed of my fifth brother to be so terrifying that they have already reached the great saint's cultivation stage. It's beyond my expectation. Zhang Huya, Zhang Zhuozhu, Zhang Mengchuan, and Zhang Fenjihu all expressed emotion. By the way, I have some good things ready to send you. Jiang Ye smiled mysteriously. Then, after waving his hands, the gods all over the ground appeared in front of Zhang Taishu and the others. A heap as high as a hill. There are so many gods, but Zhang Taishu and the others were taken aback. Ye, where do you come from so many gods? Jiang Taishu only felt that his eyes were stinging from being irradiated by the light of Shen Yuan, and felt that his old eyes were about to be blinded by the flash. Even if the entire central province is added up, there are not so many sources of gods. You must know that Shen Yuan is a rare top-level resource for the cultivator of Sendai secret realm. There is no small buff to the great saint. It is even easier if it is used for breakthrough power, King Saint, Saint King's realm. With so many sources of gods, it is enough for sacred land to cultivate at least dozens of powers, plus several saints. Even Jiang Taishu has hoped to sprint to Saint's realm. It's okay, these things are some small gifts from the ancient mine in the early days, just for us. Jiang Ye waved his hand and said with a calm expression. However, when Jiang Taishu and the others heard the word Taishu ancient mine, their expressions immediately became extremely shocked. Of course they know that the ancient mine in the early days is the most dangerous forbidden zone among the 7 life forbidden zones, but there are many treasures. I thought it was just a rumor that Jiang Ye entered the ancient mine in the early days, but who knew that he actually went in and brought back a huge amount of divine resources. These gods alone are enough to make the sacred land of absolute beginning develop into the number 1 sacred land in Central Province. Yetter, what about your practice? Jiang Taishu worried. There are so many gods, we can't use them all up, do you want to keep some? Jiang Ye couldn't help shaking his head and said with a smile, Father, of course I left a big portion for myself, these are calculated for you. There are still. Jiang Taishu was even more shocked. Turn out to be. The Shen Yuan in front of me is just a part of Jiang Ye's inventory. He still has a large amount of divine resources, reserved for his own use? Good guy. Could it be that my son ransacked the entire ancient mine in the early days? Otherwise, where do so many gods come from? Afterwards, Jiang Ye once again obtained various magical medicines from the source stones mined from the ancient mine in the early days. He didn't use these celestial herbs and medicines immediately, but transferred them to the minor world within the Palace of 12 Lives, and nourished them with the soil of all things. With the production capacity of Wan Yutu, you will soon get a more abundant harvest of grass jelly. At that time, Jiang Ye will be able to recycle the grass jelly, and the entire sacred land will have the most valuable elixir garden in Zhongzhou. Then, Jiang Taishu and others closed door training one after another, and began to sprint to a higher realm. Jiang Ye is also starting to prepare for breakthrough the next realm. He activated the void god body, began to devour hundreds of millions of god sources, and sprinted into the quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 93. Now, the endless source of gods was swallowed into Jiang Ye's body. That divine source contains the purest spiritual qi in the ancient world, which abounds from the power of the original source. The majestic power of the source of the gods came together like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea, washing over Jiang Ye's whole body. Simultaneously swallowing hundreds of millions of divine sources, the terrifying spiritual qi is injected into the whole body, as if experiencing the baptism of destiny several times again, the level of life can be transformed. Jiang Ye kept mobilizing Shen Yuan to cleanse the marrow of the sacred body. Run the Immortal Sutra. The majestic sea of fate, constantly reverberating in the body, rolling like the sound of thunder. Every inch of the bones, the divine light of the ancient scriptures, bloomed with a verdant breath of life, and was once again rebuilt and transformed. At the same time, the 6 realms in the Palace of 12 Lives are constantly forged and perfected, the Dao of the human world, the Dao of Shura, the Dao of hungry ghosts. All cast to late stage. A basic plate big enough to accommodate 6 courses. The rest of the heavenly God way gradually outlines the outline, and with the breath of Jiang Ye Great Saint cultivation base, the heavenly God way can already be cultivated. With the consciousness of the Great Saint, the understanding of heaven and earth is more pure, and you have a further understanding of the content in the original true explanation. Jiang Ye is improving in almost every way. Not only is the sprint speed amazing, but the foundation is solid enough. His consciousness began to gradually change. The power of the great saint continued to rush straight into the sky of the sacred land in the beginning, rolling up thousands of miles of golden clouds, like a sea tide setting off huge waves, surging Fang Yuan thousands of miles away. Gradually, this power of the great saint began to breed a trace of the will of the great emperor. This great emperor's will made the entire sacred land bathed in Dao Yun. Even the elder in the secret realm of Sendai can feel that this Dao rhyme is of great benefit to own practice. Beyond sacred land. Inspired by the will of the great emperor, the living beings of all races felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, crawling endlessly. The wilderness was in chaos, insects, ants, birds, and beasts all fled, and all the beasts were terrified, roaring all night, as if they were facing an enemy. Zhongzhou figured a sacred land. The eyes of countless saints gazed at the sacred land in the beginning. I saw a dazzling golden light rushing straight into the clouds in the sky, and the scene was extremely spectacular. That holy prestige is above everyone, and it is gradually changing, as if it is about to brew the will of the great emperor. I never thought that this day would come so soon. Has Jiang Ye started sprinting to the quasi-emperor realm? I'm afraid it won't be long before a new Shengsong will be born in Zhongzhou. 24th year. Yuan opened his eyes. At that moment, a wave of the great emperor's will transformed from his body into billions of feet of aftermath, covering almost the entire Baidu. At the same time, a reminder popped up in front of Jiang Ye. You condensed the will of the great emperor, successfully promoted to quasi-emperor, and unlocked the achievement Baidu Peak Powerhouse. Proof value plus 300 Finally breakthrough to quasi-emperor. Jiang Ye took a long breath. Now, his will of the great saint successfully bred the will of the great emperor. In addition, if the indestructible sutra has been cultivated to the peak level, the body will not die or die, even if it suffers a fatal blow and the heart is broken, it can gradually recover. In the Palace of 12 Fate, the heavenly god Dao was finally created, and the sixth Dao was completely constructed. Now, Jiang Ye's understanding and realm have fully reached the quasi-emperor realm, and he is already able to seize the destiny of this life. Thoughts moved slightly. Open the panel of this life again. Life template. Name, Jiang Ye. Age, 24. Identity, Holy Son of Sacred Land. Realm, Quasi-Emperor. Cultivation technique, Swallow Heavenly Devil Gong, Sacred Body Tai Secret Technique, Origin Technique, Original True Solution, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Heavenly Skill, Immortal Sutra. Supernatural Power, Void Art, True Dragon Seal, Taiji Sacred Art, Star Shift, 5 Elements Light, True Dragon Art, Samsara Boxing. Magic Treasures, Black Sword, Desolate Tower, Swallowing Heavenly Devil Jar, Extermination Sword, Hunyuan Calabash, Ancient Bronze Coffin. Physique, Void God Body, SS, Desolate Ancient God Body, SSS. Bloodline, Desolate Ancient God Blood, SSS. Savvy, Infinite Deduction, SSS, Epiphany of the World of Mortals, SSS. Halo, Full Level Luck, SSS, Dao Shelter, SSS. Proof value, 782 Current rating, SS. At this time, Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly, and he said, my current realm has reached quasi-emperor, so I should be able to open the barren tower on the next floor again. Previously, Jiang Ye opened up the first 3 floors of the barren tower. After reaching the quasi-emperor realm, he is now fully capable of unlocking the 4th tier of barren towers. Click. With the infusion of original power. On the 4th floor of the barren tower, there are signs of looseness. In a burst of roar, the 4th floor of the barren tower was successfully opened. Key to the ancient road, the key to open the ancient road of trials, leading to the supreme trial land of the strong human race, where you can win the destiny and become the great emperor of this era. It turned out to be the key to the ancient trial road. Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly. Of course he knew that in the deep space of the universe in the ancient world, there was a glorious ancient trial road. Powerhouses of all races, go to the ancient trial road and compete for the only destiny in this era. As long as you can get the destiny, you will be able to truly step into the realm of the great emperor. Destiny is the key to becoming the great emperor. Each era only has one. Zato. This ancient road key can be said to be a ticket to the road to the heavenly emperor. As long as Jiang Ye uses the key of the ancient road, he can start the battle of destiny in this era at any time. At the same time, this will be the key to open the road to SSS level evaluation. Now, the key is in the hands of Jiang Ye. The initiative lies entirely with Jiang Ye. As long as he wants to start the battle of destiny in this era, it will come soon. The location of the ancient trial road is located at the end of the ancient world universe. Besides, on the other side of the deep space, as well as God's domain and many other ancient races, they will compete for the destiny at any time. Their overall strength is stronger than Baidu, and I don't know how many geniuses have been born. Baidu is just a corner of the ancient world. But there is a wider stage in the universe outside. It seems that it is necessary for me to go to the deep space of the universe. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. Whether it is the erosion of time, or the ancient bronze coffin in the ancient forbidden zone, or the ancient trial road, they are all on the opposite side of the deep space. At the same time, Jiang Ye's current strength has reached Quasi-Emperor's cultivation base, only one away from Great Emperor. As long as those old monsters from the ancient times don't come out, then Jiang Ye's strength is almost invincible. It's time to head to the other side of deep space. But Zia. Baidu still has some things to deal with. Jiang Ye turned into a beam of light, then went to another restricted area of life, Samsara Sea. Zhongzhou. The major sacred lands all showed disbelief when they sensed Jiang Ye's aura. Oh my god, Jiang Ye actually broke through to Quasi-Emperor's realm. No one is his match now. We are actually witnessing the rise of a legend. At this time, Jiang Ye's figure flew away in the direction of the Samsara Sea. At this moment, Jiang Ye's every move almost immediately affected the mind of the entire Zhongzhou. Immediately, someone noticed Jiang Ye's actions. The news spread all over the world overnight. Jiang Ye seems to be heading towards the Samsara Sea. That seems to be a restricted area of life. It feels like he's about to do some incredible feats again. This is not a very normal thing. Don't forget, not long ago, the entire ancient restricted area was taken away. It's just the Samsara Sea. To him, of course it's nothing. Even so, there are still many cultivators. After hearing the news, they began to flee towards the Samsara Sea. Some well-informed cultivators know that there are huge image sources in the prison area. This time, Jiang Ye must be looking for trouble with Samsara High. Maybe he can take advantage of this opportunity to get some opportunities. Thinking of this, nearly half of Baidu followed in the footsteps of Jiang Ye and went to Samsara. Samsara Sea. At this moment, Jiang Ye's figure appeared in the endless rhinoceros-colored ocean. It's as if this sea of Samsara came from the netherworld. The Black Sea is connected to the other shore, as if as long as you set foot on this ocean, you will fall into Samsara, which is beyond redemption. There is no turning back. On this day, the figure of Jiang Ye appeared directly above the Samsara Sea. Suddenly, in the Black Ocean, a huge shadow suddenly covered the entire sky, accompanied by a cold voice echoing throughout the field. Who dares to set foot on my territory at will? Retreat quickly. I will spare you from dying. The moment the voice sounded, the whole world resounds with this sound. Jiang Ye's expression didn't change at all, and he couldn't help but smile in his heart. In a hurry. Obviously, the existence hidden in the Samsara Sea sensed Jiang Ye's threat, so he took the initiative to show up and scold him. It is not difficult for this kind of existence to kill the intruder directly. Without further ado, Jiang Ye directly used the sword of extinguishing the emperor, and threw it towards the shadow. Reaching the quasi-emperor cultivation base, the power of the sword of Midi is further released, as if the entire sky will be cut in half. Damn it! The deist figure was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect to make such a decisive move. Moreover, launch a thunderous attack as soon as you come up. Suddenly, the entire Samsara sea began to oscillate violently, turning into a vast ocean, engulfing it towards Jiang Ye. However, Jiang Ye sacrificed the barren tower to suppress the Samsara sea. The huge waves created by the Black Sea water became silent in the blink of an eye, and became a calm sea. Under the suppression of Huangta, the Samsara sea could not cause the slightest turmoil. At this time, the heart of the Lord of Samsara was filled with great consternation. He never expected that the visitor could suppress the entire Samsara sea by himself. Moreover, the two celestial weapons in his hand have extraordinary origins. Far from being able to deal with it, the Lord of Samsara wants to open his mouth and ask what Chu Jianjai means. But Jiang Ye didn't say a word, and slashed again, releasing the maximum power with each move. The Lord of Samsara doesn't even have room to speak, so he can only resist with all his strength in this terrifying storm. If there is the slightest mistake, then they will fall into a situation beyond redemption. Jiang Ye's eyes were cold, and he watched every move of the Lord of Samsara, not intending to give him any chance. Through the wheel of fortune, he already knew the identity of the Lord of Samsara. In fact, he is a general sent by the Emperor of the Underworld to Baidu, preparing to initiate the dark turmoil of the next era. As long as you open the ancient path of trials, when the destiny of this era appears, the Emperor of the Underworld will definitely be impatient. At that time, in order to fight for more opportunities for himself, the Underworld Emperor will choose to launch a dark turmoil, bringing a huge threat to Baidu. Jiang Ye must get rid of all these threats before leaving Baidu and opening the ancient road of trials. He immediately used all his power to wipe the Lord of Samsara from this world. Samsara Sea. Fringe area. The cultivator from the four wastelands, driving a flying boat, came here. But at this moment, they all sensed a wave of turbulent energy from the depths of the restricted area, and swept across the main area in an instant. The expressions on everyone's faces changed dramatically. My God, this seems to be a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, fighting inside. I heard that a supreme powerhouse was born in the Samsara Sea and reached a very strong realm. His history is unfathomable. That's right, the threat level of the Samsara Sea is no less than that of the ancient forbidden area, and almost no one dares to set foot on it at will. The Lord of Samsara, that is the previous era, the power that unleashed the darkness and turmoil, and once brought near-destructive damage to central Daxia. It's terrible, it turned out to be the birth of Samsara. That Supreme almost wiped out the entire central state with his own strength. That's right, if it weren't for the ruthless people who suppressed each other, it would be very difficult for the sacred land here to survive to this day. Know the information of Samsara Sea. Everyone couldn't help but worry about Jiang Ye inside. Although Jiang Ye has reached the quasi-emperor's realm, but after all, the opponent is the supreme of the previous era. Only a great emperor at the level of a werewolf can suppress it. If it is an ordinary quasi-emperor, I am afraid that they are not qualified. And the Sea of Samsara is still the opponent's realm. There, fighting the Lord of Samsara is at least 10 times harder. At this time, a figure covered in flames fled frantically out of the Samsara Sea, its vitality dropped sharply, and it was in a state of embarrassment. And another deist figure, holding an imperial sword, surrounded by barren towers and heavenly devil tanks, stepped out of the restricted area, like Supreme. The sword ray, as thick as a mountain, passed through the sky and slashed at the body of the Lord of Samsara. The aftermath of the eruption smashed several surrounding peaks to the ground. It turned out to be the Lord of Samsara. At this moment, an ancient saint recognized the Lord of Samsara, Ren, Zhanyos, couldn't help but exclaimed. Everyone looked at the deist figure, and they were dumbfounded. Etc. Didn't it mean that the Lord of Samsara was supreme in the previous era, and almost destroyed the entire central state? Why is it chopped down like a bereaved dog now? I can only discuss desperately. Once again, he slashed out with his sword. Finally, this battle is over. No. The Lord of Samsara wailed, and his figure completely disappeared from this world from then on. Witness this scene. The major sacred land finally realized that Jiang Ye has now become a strong player in Baidu. Even if it is a restricted area, it will still be killed. Subsequently, Jiang Ye collected all the resources of the Samsara Sea into the king. Take back the sacred land in the beginning, as a resource for the development of sect. Zhang Taisha realized something and asked, Ye, do you have any plans for the future? Jiang Ye nodded and said, that's right, next I will go to the deep space of the universe, from where I will prove the heavenly emperor. I see. Zhang Taisha was a little emotional. He knew that day would come sooner or later. However, in order to allow the stable development of the sacred land in the early days, Jiang Ye specially killed Supreme in the restricted area of life and seized massive resources. The purpose is naturally to frighten other sacred lands when he leaves, so that the sacred lands of absolute beginning can develop steadily. Even if Jiang Ye chooses to leave, seeing his current strength, the other sacred lands naturally don't dare to move the people of sacred land in the early days. Done it all, donkey. Jiang Ye made a special trip to Ji's house to point out Ji Wuiyu again. Ji Wuiyu was extremely pleasantly surprised. Although there is no formal apprenticeship ceremony, in her heart, Jiang Ye is already her own teacher. When she assumes the position of patriarch of the Ji family, she will definitely do her best to protect the sacred land in the early days and establish an indestructible alliance. Now, the power of Emperor Hades in Baidu was almost wiped out by Jiang Ye, and the remaining remnants could not pose any threat. This day, Jiang Ye used the ancient bronze coffin to open the way to the deep space of the universe. And this journey will really open the road to SSS rating. Chapter 94. This day, in the direction of the sacred land in the beginning, there was a loud noise. The ancient bronze coffin erupted with violent vibrations, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the sky. Soon, the ancient bronze coffin broke through the clouds and disappeared into the endless deep space of the universe. This vision immediately attracted power from Zhongzhou to stop and watch. When they witnessed this scene, they immediately realized that Jiang Yu was about to step into the depths of the universe. Only those who have reached the realm above the great saint are eligible to explore the deep space of the universe. Now, Jiang Ye has reached the realm of the quasi-emperor, so it is not a problem to realize all this. Sacred land present here is a little bit embarrassed. They didn't expect that they witnessed the rise of a generation of legends, but they saw the scene of each other's penetration into the universe so soon. Since ancient times, there have also been great saints who went to the other end of the deep space because their longevity was approaching, hoping to find breakthrough opportunities in the deeper starry sky. But at least in a few thousand years. To become a Baidu great saint, you usually let your own sacred land develop for a period of time before leaving. But what no one expected was Jiang Ye unexpectedly left Baidu so quickly. It immediately aroused heated discussions in Zhongzhou. How old is Jiang Ye, and he has already gone to deep space for training? At least this is the qualification that only the great saint has. I don't know how many years, I haven't seen the existence of going to the other side of the deep space. It is said that on the other side of the deep space, there are thousands of races. In the depths of the ancient universe, there are gods, eternal kingdoms, demon realms, and ancient families. There are existences in deep space that contain more ancient great emperors. Anyone that descends will be enough to deal with the entire Baidu. There is also the ancient trial road. It is said that it can lead to the great emperor's road, which is dangerous. Once the ancient trial road is opened, all races will be eager to move, and all races will come to compete for destiny. The magnificent era will come completely. I don't know if Jiang Ye can set foot on the ancient road of trials. Yes, if Jiang Ye wins the destiny, then it will be the pride of our human race. Many great saints who have experienced the dark and turbulent period know that there are more powerful races outside the territory, lurking on the other side of the deep space, and wars may be launched at any time. If there is no great emperor in Baidu, it will pose a great threat to the entire human race. When they come to their realm, it will be a happy thing to see Jiang Ye appearing in Baidu. Because, this means that the human race has a great emperor born, which is more stable to the entire environment. If a period of darkness and turmoil comes, even the saint of heaven is nothing. Only in this relatively peaceful era can great saint have the top 403 status in Baidu. At the same time, in the early days, Sacred Land, Zhang Taishu and the others stared at Jiang Ye's receding back with emotion in their eyes. Before, he also wanted Jiang Ye to inherit the position of Sacred Land in the beginning. But now it seems that Jiang Ye's upper limit and stage, even Baidu can't accommodate it, let alone a small Sacred Land in the early days. Now, it is more likely that Zhang Fengjiu will take care of Sacred Land in the early days. He opened up the 9th Palace of Life. Realm of Half-Step Kings. Looking at Zhongzhou, it already has the ability to stand alone, the upper limit can at least reach the Great Saint, and it can fully afford the appearance of Sacred Land in the early days. Jiang Ye still has a wider space, and it is impossible to waste time on managing Sacred Land. So, the next position of Saint Lord, Zhang Taishu will most likely be handed over to Zhang Fengjiu, who is relatively good at talent. In addition, with massive resources and the improved cultivation technique from the original True Solution, Zhang Huiya, Zhang Zhuozhu and Zhang Mengchuan all started to sprint to the power realm, and the strength of the entire Sacred Land, compared to the initial time, has undergone earth-shaking changes. All this is due to Jiang Ye's success. Throughout the beginning of time, Sacred Land also aimed at Jiang Ye, and began to rapidly improve their own experience. In Sacred Land, many highly talented geniuses have begun to guard against arrogance and impetuosity, and devote themselves to cultivation. They know that no matter how high a talent they have, there is always Jiang Ye, who is destined to be an unsurpassable genius in this lifetime. Whenever you are arrogant, think about it calmly, there are people beyond people, there is a sky beyond the sky, and a genius like Jiang Ye cannot be surpassed, and you can concentrate on cultivation. Really start working on it. I hope that one day I can catch up with the back of this peerless arrogance. Boom! In the icy deep space of the universe, the ancient bronze coffin passed across, and after an unknown number of days, there was a loud noise. Hit the ground hard. It seems to have descended on some ancient planet. As the door of the ancient coffin opened, Jiang Ye's figure stepped out from inside. He scanned around with divine sense, and found that it seemed to be a lifeless planet. The surrounding land is desolate, and the sea of stars is vast in the distance. At the foot of Jiang Ye is an ancient altar, with traces of civilization, and mottled traces of time on it. It looks very old, and I don't know how many thousand years there have been. With the opening of the Eye of Analysis, relevant information about this altar soon appeared in front of him. Ancient Altar, a teleportation altar built by Gu Ziashi, a Jeb, in ancient times, used to connect the ancient road to the starry sky. I see. Jiang Ye's mind moved, and he understood the function of this altar. The ancient bronze coffin should also be a prop left over from the ancient times, and it can interact with the ancient starry sky road. If I'm not mistaken, this altar should be a transfer station on the starry sky ancient road. Open the pupil of luck. Jiang Ye suddenly discovered that this dead planet has a bit of golden luck circulating, but it is different from dragon luck. This golden light carries the breath of time and civilization, which seems to indicate that there is something extraordinary here, waiting for fate people get. He walked in the direction guided by the golden light of luck. An ancient temple appeared in the field of vision, and the plaque on it was impressively written with 4 big characters. Great Lei Temple. Jiang Ye's heart moved, because Lei Temple is the Buddhist sacred land in the words of ancient God. However, appearing on this ancient Yinghuo planet feels like a dream. Even if it is information about the reincarnation world, this ancient Yinghuo planet is rarely involved. Generally, it is information about Baidu, Ziwei, and a few eternal kingdoms. But there are very few reincarnators who can reach the ancient starry sky road to explore realm. Therefore, there is very little information about the starry sky of the ancient world, and we can only rely on the information given by the analytical eye, combined with the ancient secrets obtained from the ancient world, combined with analysis, to make a judgment. At this time, suddenly, there was a violent tremor from the surrounding land. An ancient demonic beast whose body was as huge as a mountain and whose shape resembled a crocodile suddenly emerged from the ground. Launch a sudden attack towards Jiang Ye. 2. Jiang Ye didn't even bother to move, a burst of golden light erupted from his body. Running the indestructible sutra, the Mahayana sacred body erupted with brilliant brilliance, and the breath of life climbed rapidly. The attack from the black shadow landed on Jiang Ye's body, and he was instantly bounced back, seriously injured. How can it be? The black shadow let out a low growl, the voice was low and low, it was not like a human could make it at all. Oh? These demonic beasts can still talk. Jiang Ye walked forward with great interest. The moment he arrived at Yinghuo, he had already noticed 10 auras lurking nearby. However, this aura used to be as high as the Saint King's realm, but now that the aura has fallen, it is even worse than Hualong. For Jiang Ye of quasi-emperor realm, such existences are as insignificant as ants, so they naturally have to be ignored. But he didn't expect to run out and attack himself actively. Although they only have the appearance of demonic beasts, they can speak out their words, which immediately aroused Jiang Ye's interest. Hero, I just passed by here and happened to meet your great Buddha, all of this was destroyed by mistake. Crocodile Xiu immediately showed a flattering smile, and said in a trembling and authentic tone. It sensed the aura on Jiang Ye's body, and found that it was completely nothingness. It thought he was an ordinary person, and his heart suddenly became excited. I was suppressed by the great Lei Yin temple for 10,000 years, and I was so hungry that I was about to die. I wish I could enjoy a delicious meal. But I didn't expect that this person's cultivation base turned out to be so terrifying, even compared to the group of old monsters who imprisoned On back then, it was not inferior at all. Crocodile Xiu once again remembered the fear of being dominated back then, and was about to be frightened into a fool, begging for mercy again and again. But Jiang Ye seemed to ignore the other party's intentions at all, and gently raised his right hand, ready to give himself a fatal blow. Crocodile Xiu immediately felt a threat of death. If the person in front of him is really going to kill himself, it might really be a matter of moving his fingers. At the moment of crisis, the crocodile ancestor's brain was running wildly, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration, and hurriedly said loudly, Master, this is the first time you have come to the ancient starry sky road, can you guide me the way? The hand that was about to kill, just paused slightly. Jiang Ye smiled slightly and said, Lead the way. Crocodile Xiu saw that there was a glimmer of life in front of him, he quickly showed a flattering smile, and said, That's right, the small ones have the gravitational force to accept the fluctuations of the universe, and can identify the position of the vast starry sky. If you have a place to go, it is right to let the little one guide the way and keep it. You little ones know where Ziwei and the Protoss are. The service attitude is first class, and Mr. Bao is sure to be satisfied. Crocodile Xiu promoted himself a series of times, as if he wanted to sell everything he could. Prove that you still have a trace of living value. Leave your life for now. Jiang Ye opened his mouth lightly, and then stretched out his big hand to grab it. This mountain-like crocodile ancestor turned into a small lizard in the blink of an eye, and was caught by Jiang Ye. With his ability, he naturally easily sealed all the cultivation bases on crocodile ancestor. Now with the power of crocodile ancestor, it is really no different from a lizard. Let alone a cultivator, even if you meet ordinary people, you have no choice but to run away. Crocodile Zia felt bitter, but in order to survive, he could only sigh and accept the situation in front of him. It knows that this young man who looks like a boy is something he can't afford to offend. Do it all. Jiang Ye's gaze returned to the great Lei temple. Step into it. Suddenly, a vast bell echoed to De Lei temple, and the whole ancient temple exuded a charm. At the door, a decaying Bodhi tree bloomed with brilliance, as if it had regained its former vitality in the blink of an eye, just like a miracle. A moment later, a Bodhi seed condensed out and slowly fell into Jiang Ye's hands. Ask Bodhi, the sensing Dao fetish left over from the ancient Lei temple has magical functions. After the Bodhi sun condensed out, Nabu. Tissue decayed again in the blink of an eye, losing all vitality, as if everything just now was just a mirage. The bells gradually disappeared, and the temple regained its ancient tranquility. Quiet. The origin of this Bodhi sun is extraordinary. Jiang Ye's mind moved, and he realized that Bodhiza had a deep connection with De Lei temple, and it might be some key item. Contacting the ancient altar before, if nothing else, the great Lei temple should also be a product left over from the ancient times, perhaps as old as the ancient great emperor. He put on the Bodhi, stepped into the ancient temple, and looked around. There are some ancient Buddhist utensils here, which contain traces of Dao rhyme. If ordinary people hold them in their hands, they may have a chance to explode with power beyond ordinary people. But for Jiang Ye, these ancient Buddhist artifacts only have the power of ordinary magical items. Even the cultivator of the Spirit Sea secret realm can produce something more useful than these. The Buddhist utensils of the ancient times could not resist the passage of time after all, and thus lost their former immortal power. Looking around in the ancient temple, there is not much to gain. It seems that the newly obtained Bodhi sun is already the biggest opportunity here. Jiang Ye did not continue to stay in the ancient temple, but returned to the altar and boarded the ancient bronze coffin again. And took out the crocodile ancestor. Do you know the ancient trial road? Jiang Ye asked lightly. No. No. Crocodile Zia hurriedly said. Although its current cultivation base and strength are insignificant, but no matter what, it was once a saint king, close to the great saint's strength. Moreover, as a talent of the crocodile race, the feeling of returning to the ancient starry sky road is like returning home, familiar with the road. It immediately led the way, pointing out the direction to the trial road for Jiang Ye. At the same time, Crocodile Zia knew where the ancient trial road was, and looked at Jiang Ye with even more awe. To be able to go to the ancient trial road, at least have the qualifications to obtain the great destiny. The origin of this person in front of me is probably more terrifying than I imagined. Under Jiang Ye's control, the ancient bronze coffin changed its orientation, and flew away towards the other side of the deep space. During the period, Jiang Ye sat down cross-legged, injected his spiritual thoughts into the Bodhi sun, and sensed the breath inside. Bodhi seems to have a miraculous effect, but if the mind is immersed in it, the whole person will become calm instantly, as if entering a state of pure enlightenment at any time. This is quite similar to the SSS level comprehension that I obtained from Ye Fan in this life, the epiphany of the world of mortals. It's just that Bodhi's sensing Dao is more serene, with the breath of time, and it belongs to two completely different aspects from Red Earth. Of course, for Jiang Ye, who has two SSS level comprehensions of infinite deduction and enlightenment of Hongchen at the same time, the role of Protagonist is not so obvious. But he feels that the ancient chance left by the great Lei temple is not that simple. There may be other effects. But with the analytical eye, one can only see the origin of this object, and this information will not be revealed until there is an opportunity in the future. As the ancient bronze coffin continues to move towards the deepest place in the deep space. I don't know how many years have passed. Finally, there was another violent crashing sound from the ancient bronze coffin. When the gate opened, a vicissitudes of ancient star appeared in front of Jiang Ye. However, a road to Tongtian appeared in front of his eyes, as if a palace came out from the end of the sky. There is an extraordinary Dao-rhyme there: if one can reach the deepest gate of the temple, one will be able to obtain the destiny of this life. Jiang Ye set foot on this ancient star, and suddenly found that the gravity of this planet is extremely thick, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. If you don't reach the secret realm of Sendai, if you set foot on this ancient star, you will be crushed to death by this huge gravity in a matter of minutes. However, Jiang Ye possessed a desolate ancient god body, so it was nothing to fight against this force of gravity. He's ready to step out. At this moment, Crocodile Zia made a trembling voice and said, "My lord, if you want to go, then go by yourself, the young ones are not qualified to go there." Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, feeling as if he did too. The current crocodile ancestor would die violently in minutes if he was contaminated with the breath of an ancient star. Only the ancient bronze coffin is safe for it. Subsequently, Jiang Ye allowed Crocodile Zia to stay in the ancient coffin, but exerted a divine sense: if there was anything wrong with the other party, he would be killed thoroughly. After doing all this, he came to the ancient trial road and took out the key. Boom! At this moment, the ancient road opens, and the entire ancient world moves. Chapter 95. Now, the ancient trial road was opened, and the entire deep space of the universe in the ancient world trembled for it. This power has attracted countless forces to come out. The primordial creatures who lived in seclusion in the deep space came out collectively, bursting out with shocking roars, and took the ancient starry sky road to the place of trial. Ziwei, the Fuzang Shencha clan, Rinwangdian, Ziwei Shenchao and other top forces, the great saint came out collectively. The ancient existence shocked the entire Ziwei star, and they opened up an ancient road in the starry sky. Prepare to go straight to the trial ground. In the Eternal Kingdom, the Pluto family, which has been silent for a long time, suddenly mobilized an army of hundreds of millions, and the Plutos instantly covered half of the universe. The scene was extremely spectacular, as if they were the most terrifying force in the entire universe. Besides, the ancient races left over from the ancient times, such as the Kingdom of Death, the Kingdom of God, and the Demon Realm, were about to disappear in the long river of time, but now they have reappeared in rivers and lakes. The momentum is huge. The silent deep space seemed to become lively and noisy in an instant. It turned out to be the opening of the ancient trial road. Ha ha ha, I've been doing closed-door training for 10,000 years, and I've finally ushered in this one-time opportunity. This trial ancient road must belong to our demon realm. The bloodline of no race can be more pure than the Protoss. Dare to resist the enemies in front of our Protoss, kill without mercy. Trial the ancient road. The figure of Jiang Ye has already appeared on an ancient road. At the end of the ancient road, there is a dusty gate, which seems to lead to the oldest battlefield in the ancient world. The gate is as heavy as an ancient star, and it is as difficult as lifting a planet to push it. Jiang Ye circulated the barren ancient god body, and his body was filled with a terrifying force. With all his strength, he put his hands on the gate. Boom! With a muffled thunder sounded. The door has been completely opened. Jiang Ye stepped into the door. Inside is a battlefield left by the ancient god demon. The sky was full of yellow sand, the blood of the gods was sprinkled all over the ground, and there was a chilling aura in the air, as if countless dead souls with killing intent had been left here before. If you are a timid cultivator, if you step directly into this battlefield of gods and demons, you will be scared to death by the killing intent here. To open the battlefield of gods and demons, you need to have enough blood, which means at least dozens of great saints' blood must be absorbed by the battlefield of gods and demons. The ancient road of trials will be officially opened. It's hard to imagine how cruel the battle for destiny will be. A ray of light flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes. To start the next stage, enough blood must be stained. It means that sooner or later this place will experience the cruelest war in the ancient world. He found a plate and sat down, waiting quietly. After a few days, Suddenly there was a trace of movement at the gate of the ancient battlefield. The kingdom of Fuzang, the palace of human kings, and the kingdom of death, the eternal kingdom, Yuanran rushed to the battlefield immediately. It turned out to be the eternal kingdom. The Fuzang kingdom and the human king hall came to this ancient battlefield, and the moment they saw the death kingdom, their faces sank. In the past few 10,000 years, the kingdom of death has launched several dark turmoil against Ziwei, causing countless deaths and injuries. Among them, the cultivation base of the Bone Great Emperor is extremely high, and even crushed all the major forces of Ziwei with his own power, which made people feel extremely frightened. The Legion of the Death Kingdom came here and glanced contemptuously at the Fuzang Kingdom and the Human King Hall, feeling a little pleasure from the fearful look on the other side. But the Kingdom of Death didn't attack them immediately. After all, the Fuzang Kingdom and the Palace of Human Kings belonged to Ziwei's first-class sacred land, and there had been a great emperor. If they joined forces, even the Kingdom of Death would suffer. What's more, with the opening of the ancient trial road, there will definitely be more forces coming in the future, and if they do it in advance, they will seriously hurt their vitality before the real start, and there will be no benefit at all. The Kingdom of Death immediately turned its attention to Jiang Ye. Suddenly found that there was only one human being sitting cross-legged not far away. There was nothing behind him, no one there. The Kingdom of Death likes to find soft persimmons. When it saw Jiang Ye for the first time, it immediately walked forward with a grinning grin. "Gee, there is actually a human here. His body seems to contain a majestic blood. After absorbing it, dedicating it to the Bone Great Emperor must be a great achievement." Subsequently, the Kingdom of Death immediately surrounded Jiang Ye. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Fuzang Sacred Tree and Rin Wangdian moved slightly, all feeling sorry for Jiang Ye. "I don't know why there is a human being here. But the cruelty of the ancient trial road is unimaginable. If you go there alone, it will definitely become the target to be solved first. Although they have a grudge against the Death Kingdom, they will not fight each other desperately for a Jiang Ye, but just watch from the sidelines." At this time, Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes, shook his head and said, "Court death." In the next second, bring out the Hunyuan calabash. All the bones of the army are instantly sucked into the Hunyuan calabash. There were bursts of screams, constantly echoing from the field. "Ah, don't! Damn it, who the hell is this person who has such means? What the hell is this? I can't take it off. Quickly invite the Bone Great Emperor. Great Emperor, save us!" Countless bone race began to howl. They were included in the Hunyuan calabash and refined, and the efficiency of the solution was simply not too high. The bone race has extremely strong life, the process of smelting is like chopping with 1,000 knives to them. Extremely painful. He almost died after suffering the most terrifying torture. I was shocked to see the palace of Rinwang and the Fuzang Sacred Tree next to it. They didn't expect that Jiang Ye's strength would be so terrifying that he would destroy the Kingdom of Death so easily. Such an army of bones is enough to pose a threat to the Great Emperor. But Jiang Ye used calabash to solve it without any effort, just like harvesting pieces of straw. Who is this person? To solve the entire Death Kingdom with his own power, could he be a person at the level of Heavenly Emperor? But he doesn't have Emperor prestige on him, he probably hasn't reached the Emperor level yet, his life level is extremely strong, and he doesn't look like the great Emperor who fell before. His strength is too terrifying, we should not provoke him easily. Both Fuzang Sacred Tree and Rin Wangdian couldn't help taking a step back, secretly startled, and began to judge the strength of the people. Even looking at the entire Ziwei, there are only a handful of people who can find a strong rival to Jiang Ye. In a blink, the hundreds of millions of bone race have been refined by Jiang Ye. The refined essence is simply a great tonic for the barren ancient god body. Without further ado, Jiang Ye immediately began to absorb these essences. Boom! Not long after, the barren ancient god completely erupted like a volcano. Finally reached the peak. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. Original. The barren ancient god body is about to be solved and fully awakened, and the indestructible sutra has almost been cultivated to the extreme, almost reaching immortality. And the value of the bone race is not inferior to the army of undead in the hands of the ancient Mine Corpse Emperor in the early days. The number is as many as several exponential levels. With the accumulation of resources, it is natural to help Jiang Ye's indestructible sutra and the ancient god body break through to the final stage. At this moment, Jiang Ye's strength is even more terrifying. My god, the strength of this human has become stronger again. He could have killed the kingdom of death in seconds. It is still possible to break through now. What is the level of strength? The Fuzang sacred tree and the hall of Rinwang all showed expressions of astonishment. They had no idea. Jiang Ye's strength can become even stronger. Generally speaking, if you reach this level, if you don't get the destiny, the achievement Great Emperor, then the strength will be very difficult to get breakthrough again. But Jiang Ye can still break through, which shows that his potential is far more than that. The two races couldn't help but take a few steps back, keeping a distance from Jiang Ye, so as not to offend this terrible human being. At this time, a hoarse roar echoed on the battlefield of gods and demons. Human race, you dare to kill my billions of bone races, you will have to pay the ecological price. In an instant, dense white bones suddenly appeared on the ground, forming a summoning formation. In the summoning formation, a huge white bone like an ancient star slowly floated up. It's like covering the entire sky. Unimaginable. How huge is this figure made of white bones? It is comparable to an ancient star. The moment this breath appeared, nearby, the gods, demons, and the ancient races left over from the ancient times felt here one after another. When they came here, they also felt a trace of uneasiness, and their eyes became serious. Bone Great Emperor, this thing is not dead yet. Hasn't this guy been lurking all this time, regaining his former strength? Why did he suddenly leave the level? Oh? Seems to have enmity with the human race not far away. Human race, it's interesting, this weak race can still come to the ancient trial road, and it seems that it has made enemies with the Bone Great Emperor. It seems that there is a good show to watch. Wanzu showed an interesting look, and stopped aside, ready to enjoy a good show. To the 10,000 races, the human race's bloodline has always been insignificant, so it shouldn't matter. However, the human race's ability to reproduce is very strong, and it can even fuse the blood of thousands of races, which has unimaginable potential. For top races such as Protoss and Demon Realm, the Bone Great Emperor is just a broken form, not a complete Great Emperor, at most it can only be called a false emperor. Moreover, he was seriously injured in the past, and his origin has not yet recovered, but he is stronger than the average Great Saint. But even so, the Bone Great Emperor is still an opponent that should not be underestimated. Even for top races such as the Protoss and Demons, it is still very troublesome to deal with. Jiang Ye lazily glanced at the Bone Great Emperor, and punched him out. Forging a perfect divine body. To deal with a pseudo-emperor like the Bone Great Emperor, you don't even need to use the Emperor's army, you can kill it directly. Boom! Boom! The terrifying fist seemed to be able to shatter ancient stars, constantly exploding on the field. The Bone Great Emperor never thought that Jiang Ye's strength would be so terrifying. In the stormy attack, he was completely blinded. His huge body, like a ball, was directly sent flying. Moreover, because the system is huge, it is more bloated. I don't even have the ability to resist. No. At last, Bone Great Emperor let out a scream, and his whole body was shattered. Seeing this scene, all the people present could not help feeling terrified. Oh my god, who is this human being? His strength is too terrifying, right? Even if it is the bones of the Great Emperor, in the eyes of the other party, it seems to be vulnerable. Although the strength of the Bone Great Emperor is not that terrible, but the most peak powerhouse of the Bone race, the tenacity of life is unimaginable. But even the bones of the great emperor didn't last long, and they were killed by this human race. How terrifying is his destructive power! The expressions of Wanzu couldn't help showing extreme fear. They all felt the terrifying power from Jiang Ye's attack. Even if it was swept by the aftermath, it would be difficult to bear it. How could the human race have such a powerful force? Since ancient times, in the cognition of all races, the power of the human race group is very strong, but the individual is not so strong. But now, the appearance of Jiang Ye has completely subverted the imagination of ancient creatures. Lej. Wanzu suddenly realized that an unprecedentedly powerful human race would appear on the battlefield of gods and demons this time, as everyone's opponent. Even though they were of different races, they couldn't help but secretly communicated in private. Should we join forces to deal with this human? That's right, his strength is beyond our belief. If such a strong person exists, then I'm afraid the dispute over the destiny has nothing to do with us. Even the Protoss and the demon realm, who were previously regarded as life and death enemies, had to let go of their prejudices at this time. Thinking about whether to team up to deal with Jiang Ye. Even the Protoss peak powerhouse, and the ancient devil venerable in the demon realm, couldn't kill the bones of the great emperor so quickly. The horror of this human being can completely subvert any ancient star, or even the ancient race. At this time, in the distance of the sea of stars, patches of Styx-like aura, transformed into the corruption of the years, swept over immediately. But when Wanzu felt this breath, a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. It turned out to be the Hades. How did this terrible race come here? Damn it! The entire Hades have come to kill them, are they crazy? After rewinding, the current nadir is completely different from before. It has an extra strange ability. Once it is contaminated, it will be completely corrupted. Even if it is the Protoss, it is not the opponent of the Hades. Now, all races were shocked. During the recent period, the Ming clan occupied most of the deep ministers. Acting extremely strong. They have unimaginable power, even the bloodline of the Protoss cannot resist this erosion. And the Hades have the ability of semi-incorporeal bodies, and can pass through entities directly. The breath of corruption, and then contaminating the corresponding 10,000 races, will soon corrode the breath of life. When all the Hades are dispatched, they will be like locusts, and wherever they pass, all races will fall into disaster. But at this moment, all the Hades rushed towards Jiang Ye. All races suddenly realized. Mingzhu and Jiang Ye are probably still rivals. They were overjoyed. If this is the case, then these two powerhouses will fight each other, and other races will benefit from it. Is it finally here? Jiang Ye smiled slightly. As early as in Baidu's time, Jiang Ye almost wiped out all the forces left by the Hades. It's not the first time we've fought. This race has long discovered the existence of On, wishing to get rid of it immediately. Extinguishing Emperor Sword, come out. Baron Tower, B.A. Xian Wu sacrificed at the same time. Jiang Ye's aura is rising again. At that moment, although he hadn't set foot in the Great Emperor realm yet, the aura he exuded was not inferior to that of the Great Emperor at all. All the faces of all races changed. They never expected that Jiang was hiding such a terrifying truth. The Emperor meaty sword swept across, and countless Hades were wiped out instantly under the sword chi like moths flying into a flame. In the blink of an eye, all the Hades were wiped out by the sword chi, and they became clean immediately. He actually beheaded all the Hades. The Hades are the most terrifying existence right now. Even the ancient Great Emperor, it would be difficult to do all of this. This person is too terrifying. Could it be the Great Emperor who reversed the 10th world? No. Even if the Great Emperor reverses his first life, he can't achieve such a terrifying realm, at least the 5th, 6th, or even a higher Great Emperor. That is already close to the same existence as Heavenly Emperor. Wanzu finally realizes how scary Jiang Ye is. Even the Hades are no match for him at all. The moment Jiang Ye's eyes swept over. All races are retreating, how dare they fight for this destiny? Enough! Jiang Ye muttered to himself. Destroying the Bone race and Hades race is enough to open the battlefield of gods and demons. Gods and demons battlefield is open. Jiang Ye persuaded the 10,000 races to retreat, and directly obtained the last natural danger. He rules destiny. Become the great emperor. Chapter 96. Trial outside the ancient road. All the major races in the ancient world fled to the outside, and none of them dared to stay on the battlefield of gods and demons. This human being is too scary, even the Hades can be dealt with. The Protoss powerhouse showed a look of lingering fear, and felt a moment of fear. They claim to be the number one race in the ancient world. However, seeing Jiang Ye, you know what the difference is. With his own strength, he actually wiped out the entire Mingzhu. Even looking at the history of the I clan, only realms above the great emperor have the opportunity to do all of this. But that human has obviously not reached the realm of the great emperor, but already has such terrifying strength. Can't help but make the Protoss feel extremely frightened. Their arrogance imprinted in bloodline was completely disintegrated by Jiang Ye. That human, this is called the real demon race. Demons have always been the most bloodthirsty and warlike race among all races. But they witnessed Jiang Ye's strength. I don't even have the courage to fight. The Hades that terrified the entire ancient world. They were slaughtered by Jiang Ye alone. This means that Jiang Ye at least has the ability to destroy the gods, demons, and all the major races here. Compete with this kind of existence for destiny? That's too bad for not living long enough. Fuzang Sacred Tree and Human King Hall let out a long breath. When they first arrived at the battlefield of gods and demons, they didn't have any conflicts with that human being. Otherwise, if you try to die one step further, the end may be worse than that of the Bone Great Emperor and the Hades. Now, no race dared to stop at the location of the ancient trial road. Destiny can only be contested by Jiang Ye alone. Other races have given up their qualifications. No, to be precise, they have realized that they have no qualifications to compete at all. Hurry up and run as fast as possible, at least you can save your own life. At this time, there was an astonishing shock on the ancient trial road. 1-3. That Daiwei is mighty and mighty billions of star seas. All the 10,000 races who stopped nearby felt that they could suppress their own imperial prestige and cover the entire audience. They couldn't help but feel trembling, fear from the bottom of their hearts, and crawled down, as if they were welcoming the birth of the new emperor. Not only that. Even Baidu, who is far away at the other end, can feel this mighty imperial prestige. Dongguan, Zhongzhou, Kitahara, Nanyu. All the major sacred lands have sensed the other side of the deep space, and there is an astonishing emperor's prestige, and they all sense it. Wait, do you feel that a wave of imperial prestige is slowly being born? The destiny of this era seems to have a new owner. It turned out that a new great emperor was born. Could it be that Jiang Ye has obtained the destiny of the new era and has become a minister? But the progress is too fast. It seems that less than 10 years have passed since Jiang Ye went to the deep space of the universe. Can this reach the ancient road of trials? That's right, from Baidu to the ancient trial road, even if you reach the realm of the great saint, you can't reach here in less than 10 years. Could it be that other great emperors competed for the natural danger in advance? This, probably no one knows. Everyone in Baidu looked at each other in blank dismay, all discussing this imperial prestige. Naturally, the first thing they thought of was Jiang Ye. 18. It will take at least several decades to cross the long ancient road of starry sky. Moreover, the ancient starry sky road is intricate, and sometimes you will encounter other races, which will delay you for a longer time. It is said that the ancient trial road is located on the other side of the deep space, and it would take 10 years to cross the entire star sea, even for the great emperor, let alone Jiang Ye, has not yet reached the Great Emperor realm. At this moment, some people began to wonder whether the destiny of this era was snatched away by others in advance. Hurry up on Jiang Ye's way to the ancient trial road. Anyway, Jiang Ye's strength is very strong. With the few imperial weapons in his hands, they may not be inferior to ordinary great emperors. Yes, even if there is only quasi-emperor's realm, it is already comparable to the great emperor, extremely powerful. Anyway, when Jiang Ye comes back, Riki's answer will be revealed. In the beginning, the sacred land. Nearly 10 years have passed. Zhang Taishu's cultivation base has reached Saint, extending 1,000 years lifespan again. Zhang Huia, Zhang Zhuozhu, and Zhang Mengchuan have successfully advanced to power, and placed in Zhongzhou, they already have the same strength as Saint Lord. The most surprising one is Zhang Fengjiu. Now, his cultivation base, like Zhang Taishu's, has reached Saint's realm. Of course, in addition to Zhang Fengjiu's own talent and hard work, it is also related to the massive resources that Jiang Ye brought from the Taishu ancient mine. Hej. They all sense the breath of the universe's deep space. Father, do you think this great emperor will be the fifth? Zhang Huia asked with a frown. Calculated in terms of time, it is indeed too early now. Hard to imagine. How did Jiang Ye cross the ancient road in the starry sky and win the destiny of this era in such a short period of time? Judging from the timeline, it is not very likely that this great emperor is Jiang Ye. Zhang Taishu smiled slightly and said, from the beginning to the present, how many miracles do you think has brought us? This. Zhang Huia was at a loss for words for a while. It seems true that Jiang Ye has brought countless miracles to everyone all the way. Things that others think can't be done, to him, seem to be easy to do. Zhang Taishu smiled and said, that's right, we can't use common sense to measure karma, so no matter what kind of achievements he has achieved, it is not surprising. I believe in Ye, he can create miracles for us again. So, don't worry, just wait for that day to come. Trial the ancient road. Jiang Ye held a golden ball of light in his hand. This golden light group seems to be connected with the original source of the world. Is this destiny? Jiang Ye muttered to himself. He sensed that this destiny was connected with the original power of the entire ancient world. As long as you can refine destiny, you will be able to become a minister. His heart pours into destiny. Huang ancient god's body and divine blood immediately began to merge with destiny, and the level of life was completely transformed. Jiang Ye's cultivation base, level of understanding, and his will have reached the level of the great emperor. Now it's only a matter of destiny. As long as you hold the destiny in your hand, everything will happen naturally. Boom! With the complete transformation of the life level, a might of the great emperor bloomed from Jiang Ye's body. Across billions of stars. Even at the other end of the ancient world universe, you can feel this ultimate imperial prestige. It finally worked. Jiang Ye couldn't help showing a smile. At the same time, a reminder popped up in front of him. You have successfully managed the destiny, advanced to the great emperor, and unlocked the achievement, a generation of legends. Evaluation, SSSS+. Proof value plus 500E. It is only one step away from the final SSS rating. After Jiang Ye knew that he was promoted to the great emperor, it all just started. My mind moved slightly. Open the panel of this world. Life template. Name, Jiang Ye. Age, 34. Identity, Destiny person. Realm, Great Emperor. Cultivation technique, Swallow Heavenly Devil Gong, Sacred Body Tai Secret Technique, Origin Technique, Original True Solution, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Heavenly Skill, Immortal Sutra. Supernatural Power, Void Art, True Dragon Seal, Tai Chi Holy Art, Star Shift, 5 Elements Divine Light, True Dragon Art, Samsara Boxing. Magic Treasures, Black Sword, Desolate Tower, swallowing heavenly devil jar, extermination sword, Hunyuan calabash, ancient bronze coffin. Physique, void god body, SS, desolate ancient god body, SSS. Bloodline, desolate ancient god blood, SSS. Savvy, infinite deduction, SSS, epiphany of the world of mortals, SSS. Halo, full level luck, SSS, Deo shelter, SSS. Proof value, 1282E. Current rating, SS+. At this time, Jiang Ye suddenly noticed a key information point. Own identity, from the original son of sacred land, has now become a destiny person. The change of identity should bring something different. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. If you want to become the great emperor, you must connect with the original power of the ancient world. However, when Jiang Ye took charge of destiny, discover that the original power of the ancient world is much weaker than imagined. This means that the destiny in charge of this era will be weakened a lot compared with the great emperors of the previous eras. Because the original power of the ancient world has been weakened, the power that can be given to the great emperor is naturally not as powerful as imagined. Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he used the will of the great emperor to sweep the entire deep space. He found that although he had wiped out the Hades, however, this breath still exists, and it is hidden in an even older era, as if it does not belong to this moment. The decaying breath of time is constantly eroding the origin of the ancient world. One day, when the power of the source is completely exhausted, then the other party is likely to completely replace the original heavenly Deo, thus modifying history. At that time, the entire time and space of the ancient world will be messed up. For the original world, it is no different from being wiped out. No wonder the chance of extinction is so high. This kind of existence, even if it is in charge of the destiny, it is difficult to perceive after becoming the great emperor. Having such means, at least the cultivation base that was the quasi-immortal emperor before, even the heavenly emperor realm, can't have this realm. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. To reach the SSS level evaluation in the ancient world, there is at least one way to go: reverse the ninth world, become a red dust fairy, immortal. However, since the appearance of this breath, the four roads have been cut off. Even if one can become the great emperor, in this era, it is difficult to reverse the ninth life, and naturally there is no way to break through the red dust immortal. It is necessary to completely eliminate this decaying atmosphere of time before the road to immortality will begin. However, the enemies you face, up to the level of immortal emperor, are even stronger than average. It's like being stuck in an endless loop. For one thing, the reincarnated people in the ancient world cannot become immortals, so they must restore this immortal road. Second, if you want to open up the fairy road, you must at least kill the quasi-immortal emperor-level enemies before the fairy road can be reopened. The difficulty is so great that it is unimaginable. If you can't break through the red dust fairy, face up. Immortal emperor-level opponents, even ordinary great emperors, will fall into a near-death situation. Not to mention, there may be more than one enemy. In connection with the era of darkness and turmoil, it is conceivable that there should be a huge force that wants to control everything. You are likely to face several quasi-immortal emperor-level enemies. The ancient world is indeed the most difficult dungeon. It is said that there has never been any reincarnated person in history who can achieve a score above SS. Not to mention the SSS level evaluation. We must find a way to break this endless loop in order to achieve the most perfect strategy. Jiang Ye's eyes were burning, realizing the difficulty of this dungeon. He didn't sigh because of it, but released a boundless fighting spirit in his heart. Difficulty is high enough. That's what makes it interesting. If you use the Leapfrog Challenge card and rely on the protagonist's aura to break through to the Xeon realm, then you can get an SSS rating. That would be too boring. The ancient world is indeed one of the most difficult dungeons in history. If you want to achieve the supreme SSS score, you must create miracles and complete impossible tasks. If in this life, I can reach the SSS rating, that means that Jiang Ye has even solved the most difficult dungeon, and it is not a problem to get the SSS grade for the subsequent dungeons. This is an exercise for yourself. Correct. I have reached the realm of the Great Emperor, which should be able to open the 5th and 6th floors of the Barren Tower. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. Next second, the original power of the Great Emperor was injected into the Barren Tower, and a burst of light suddenly burst out. Click! Click! 2 voices sounded in succession. 5th floor. Same Bao Ding appeared in front of Jiang Ye. Heavenly Emperor Ding, forged by the power of the source in the ancient times, the Great Emperor can open up the long river of time and space, and its power is infinite. It can also be used to cast natal Emperor soldiers, etc. Heavenly Emperor Tripod, can it be used to cast this Emperor's soldiers? Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. Now, although he has several imperial weapons and immortal martial arts in his hand, they all come from the inheritance of the ancient Great Emperor, not his own real imperial weapons. The power exerted is limited after all. Moreover, these imperial soldiers have gone through 10,000 years, and they no longer have the ability of the former peak. Even if he swallowed the heavenly devil jar, it was still the imperial weapon left by the werewolf, which was completely suitable for Jiang Ye. But this heavenly emperor tripod can be used to cast real emperor soldiers. Jiang Ye's eyes immediately set on the black sword suspended in his body. This sword of mine is a weapon from a higher level, and it was forged with the conventional methods of the ancient world. But if it is the heavenly emperor tripod, it seems that the personality has surpassed the level of the ancient world. So, if the black sword is cast with the heavenly emperor tripod, it might be able to break through to the level of an emperor soldier. And the black sword is the spiritual treasure of the heavens. After becoming stronger, it can still be used in other worlds. If in 1.3 I build the black sword into an imperial weapon, in the future, it is very likely that I will be able to obtain even more powerful power. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye's eyes lit up immediately. With the power of the source, integrate into the heavenly emperor tripod. Immediately, the heavenly emperor cauldron burns an original fire, as if it can refine everything, even ancient stars can be smelted into ashes. Jiang Ye's mind moved, and the black sword was suspended from the body immediately, poured into the heavenly emperor cauldron, and began to forge continuously. Clang clang clang. The crisp sound of hammering iron keeps echoing. With the continuous forging of the black sword, the body of the sword has become deeper than before, and a wave of imperial prestige is being condensed into this sword. Next second. Boom! Heijian suddenly burst out with a burst of extreme imperial prestige, completely transformed. At this moment, a young figure in black hovered beside the sword. His figure seemed to blend into the night, with a fair face and delicate features. He looked like a protagonist who walked out of a comic. The boy opened his eyes slightly, saw Jiang Ye for the first time, immediately half knelt down, and said reverently, "Sword Master." Jiang Ye's eyes moved. He didn't expect that the black sword would give birth to a sword spirit. Even in the ancient world, there is no setting like sword spirit. The origin of the black sword is likely to be higher than that of the ancient world. Since I came here in the ancient bronze coffin, and opened the bronze gate in the ancient trial road, then why not give the sword spirit a name? Well, I'll call you Kirito. Jiang Ye smiled. Yes. Sword Master. After Kirito had his own name, he couldn't help showing a happy look on his face, obviously very satisfied with this name. At this time, Jiang Ye's eyes fell on the 6th floor of the Barren Tower. That turned out to be the door to another world. The 6th floor turned out to be Ancient Heaven Court. Chapter 97. Jiang Ye's mind couldn't help but move slightly. Did not expect. It turns out that the gate on the 6th floor of the Barren Tower directly leads to the Ancient Heaven Court. Next second, his mind was connected to the Barren Tower. Thoughts moved slightly. When I opened my eyes again, the figure of Jiang Ye has appeared in a brand new world. Looking up, this place is a heavenly palace, built above the clouds. The surrounding ruins seem to be filled with traces of time, indicating that there was once a glorious civilization here. But these civilizations are already dilapidated, leaving only broken ruins. All the palaces and pavilions have collapsed, and the Tianmen in the distance is broken to only one corner, magnificent and tragic. Is this the ancient heaven court? Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. He sensed that the ancient heaven court was filled with a residual imperial prestige, and there were traces of battle everywhere. It means that a tragic war once broke out here, destroying everything. The blood of gods and demons stained the earth, and countless gods were wiped out in this war. At this time, in Heaven Court, there was a slight wave of divine sense in a certain corner. It seems that something is calling Jiang Ye to the past. Jiang Ye's gaze fell in the distance, where there was a holy mountain, scattered with bright golden light, containing a divine aura, circulating endlessly inside. Western Queen. This breath is not unfamiliar. It was the air and breath that I felt when the Queen Mother of the West came out of the vein when I entered the source mine. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West summoned Jiang Ye with her spiritual thoughts, as if she wanted to let him pass. Jiang Ye turned into a stream of light, and immediately flew towards the holy mountain. At this time, he found that at the foot of the mountain, a divine stone appeared. However, the sacred stone is no longer a simple stone, but has evolved into the appearance of a war saint ape. He wears a purple gold crown with a phoenix tail on his head, wears a golden armor with locks on his body, and wears turning cloud shoes on his feet. The Ruyi Jing Gubang in his hand seems to be capable of destroying an entire ancient star, possessing tremendous power. At this moment, the statue of War Saint Ape trembled slightly, as if it sensed Jiang Ye's arrival, and thus sent out a weak induction. Jiang Ye's mind moved, and then he injected a breath of Great Emperor into divine sense to speed up his recovery. The 09 statue of the War Saint Ape shows a trace of looseness. Estimate. It won't be long before War Saint Ape pops out of the stone again and is born again. It should be that the barren tower has changed now. Jiang Ye murmured in his heart. Ever since I was promoted to Great Emperor, this original breath was injected into the barren tower. It seems that this barren tower has quietly changed a lot. Compared with before. Become more complete. At the same time, the auras of the Queen Mother of the West and the Ape of Do War Saint were gradually revived due to the barren tower, and were able to feed back, thus speeding up the recovery. With the current progress, it is estimated that it will not be long before we can see these two beings from ancient times reappear in the world. Turn into a streamer. Jiang Ye came to the top of the holy mountain. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was sealed in the source of the gods, and streams of golden brilliance were continuously poured into it, and the breath of life was much stronger than it was at the beginning. A divine thought was transmitted suddenly and echoed in Jiang Ye's brain. Go to the ancient earth. Resurrect the saints and reforge the heaven court. A long river of time, a ruthless man without a beginning. Number. When the last word is said, the divine sense of the Queen Mother of the West disappeared again. It was as if he was using his last ounce of strength to speak out the key information. You should be more complete. Jiang Ye couldn't help feeling speechless for a while. Every time, the Queen Mother of the West seemed to only say a part of the content. But thinking that the other party's recovery is not complete, it is already the limit to be able to convey some information with divine sense. And the Queen Mother of the West is so eager to bring this information to herself, it should be because of the urgency of time. Finally, the word save was used. Could it be that some familiar ancient great emperor is in danger, so he needs to rush to save it in time? Trr. Jiang Ye reorganized this passage in his mind. The ancient earth, this is the most unique place in the ancient world. Now that I think about it, it is likely to be closely related to the ancient heaven court. Jiang Ye holds the Bodhi in his hand. He obtained this treasure from Yingzhou, and it has a vague connection with a certain direction in the deep space of the universe. Now that I think about it, that place is very likely to be the ancient Earth. As for the Queen Mother of the West, it seems that the ancient Earth can find many strong people left over from the ancient Heaven Court. Resurrect the saints and reforge the Heaven Court. It should be to go to the ancient Earth, resurrect the former saints of Heaven Court, and restore the former glory. However, those last two paragraphs. But it mentioned the two great emperors Wuxi and Werewolf. Finally used a rescue. What unexpected things did these two great emperors encounter during the long years? Queen Mother Xi's consciousness has now completely fallen into a deep sleep. Couldn't ask for more information. Jiang Ye glanced at this piece of Heaven Court. There is nothing more to explore around here. It is nothing more than practicing spiritual qi, which is more intense. Even if you stay here, the effect is comparable to absorbing the source of God. But Jiang Ye's current realm has reached the Great Emperor, and ordinary cultivation has no effect on him. If you continue to stay here, there is nothing special to gain. His consciousness exits the ancient Heaven Court. Return to the ancient road of trials. At this time, the gods and demons sent several great saint-level powerhouses to stop not far from the ancient bronze coffin. When they saw Jiang Ye approaching, they immediately knelt down and said, "Welcome, Great Emperor. We are willing to follow the Great Emperor." The ancient races in the deep space of the universe, such as the gods and demons, have always respected the strong. As long as a new Great Emperor appears, they are willing to surrender. This is also the way of survival of the ancient race. "Get up," Jiang Ye said lightly. "Thank you, Great Emperor." The powerhouses of the Protoss, demon realm, and other races all showed expressions of surprise. With Jiang Ye's attitude, it seems that he has no intention of making them enemies. Even if it is to become a subordinate, it is also a willing thing for the ones who present here. After all, the opponent is the Great Emperor of this era, and he should have the ability to command all races. Jiang Ye was moved, and asked, "Do you know more about the Mingzhu?" The Protoss powerhouse responded immediately. The Ming race was originally one of the 10,000 races, with the ability to incorporealize. It is said that they live in the netherworld near the long river of time. It is very close to the underworld of Wood Road Samsara. This race, in the eyes of the gods and demons, was not worth mentioning, and it could only be ranked in the top 10 or so among all races. But I don't know where the Hades have obtained strange energy recently, which can make all things decay. Even the great saint can't reverse this power. 11. The plutocrats began to plunder the nearby land and resources in large quantities for dry wave expansion. The number of Hades who just came here to deal with the Great Emperor in vain is probably only 1/3, and the actual number of Hades may be even more now. A well-informed Protoss powerhouse paused, combined with the intelligence information he had recently obtained, and said, "Great Emperor, if you intend to attack the Hades, you can call me anytime." "That's right, although the strength of my Phoenix clan is not enough among the 10,000 clans, if I want to destroy the Ming clan, I will definitely give my best. My Divine Tree clan is also willing to follow the Great Emperor to go out and destroy the Hades." The Wanzu present here took the initiative to express their willingness to go to war. During the past period, the continuous expansion of the Hades has occupied the living space of all races, and even brought a devastating blow to many races. Many races have long had great opinions on the Hades. Now, they found that although Jiang Ye was a great emperor, he was not a bloodthirsty person. If you can become the subordinate of such an existence, it will be of great benefit to your future development. Naturally, they are rushing to win the chance to get ahead. 4. After this period of fighting, many races have formed blood feuds with the Hades, wishing to wipe out the Hades immediately. And such powerful races as the gods and demons are unwilling to see the Ming race becoming stronger and breaking the ecological balance of all races. After all, the strength of the Mingzhu is getting more and more strange, if it continues to develop. One day, it is likely to expand to the realm that can occupy the entire ancient world. And the Mingzhu are cold-blooded and inhumane, even more terrifying than killing people, just like a heterogeneous race that will only continue to devour the living space of all races. If such a race is allowed to develop, at that time, all nations will suffer. The Ming clan naturally became the existence that all races wish to punish. Does time last forever? From the words of the powerful gods, Jiang Ye got very crucial information. From this point of view, the Ming clan seems to be in control of the passage of time. And they are there, it is suspected that they have acquired some strange power, even the gods and demons are not the opponents of the underworld. The Queen Mother of the West also mentioned the long river of time. If nothing else, it should be the key place to get the SSS rating. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye waved his hand and said, when the Emperor goes out to fight, he will naturally call on all saints. We'll follow the great Emperor. All races showed expressions of surprise. In the meaning shown by Jiang Ye, most likely they are going to attack the Hades. In fact, the Wanzhou have long wanted to join forces to deal with the Mingzhu. However, there are conflicts between the 10,000 races, and even the god race has a deadly enemy like the demon realm. It is difficult to truly call on all races. Tob. The Hades were able to take this opportunity to carry out such a wave of development, and many peoples realized that this might be related to the even more terrifying ancient Great Emperor. The strength of the great emperors in ancient times was even more terrifying than the great emperors of today, and they were completely invincible. By the time, do anything to the Mingzhu at will, if such existences are provoked and born, it is very likely that the Wanzhou will be wiped out instead. But if there is Jiang Ye, the great emperor, Lu Zhaowang clan. First, this battle has a leader who is capable enough to lead the Protoss and Demon realm at the same time, avoiding internal strife and discord, and no one will obey the other. Secondly, even if there is an existence like the ancient Great Emperor, there is an existence of the same level who can deal with it. This naturally gives Wanzhou more sufficient information. All 10,000 races retreated to their respective realms, waiting for news from Jiang Ye. The ancient world, faintly changed from the situation of the separatist rule of thousands of races, to gradually have a leader. And all of this has an inseparable relationship with the appearance of Jiang Ye. Back to the ancient bronze coffin. At this time, Crocodile Xiu's figure tremblingly appeared in front of Jiang Ye, and he quickly showed a flattering smile, like the most loyal dog leg. Congratulations, Great Emperor, the younger one is your most devout servant. If the Great Emperor has any orders, the younger one will do my best to fulfill them for you. At this moment, the eyes of Crocodile Xiu looking at Jiang Ye are full of fanaticism. It never expected that the other party actually became the Great Emperor, and the whole process was so easy. The 10,000 races outside are more ruthless than each other, even the ancient monsters who suppressed themselves in the Great Laiyan Temple in the past are not so powerful. But in Jiang Ye's eyes, each of these 10,000 races is incomparably clever. It seems that as long as Jiang Ye has any order, as long as he opens his mouth, Wanzhou will do it without hesitation. Crocodile Xiu was extremely shocked, and then burst into ecstasy. It knows that if it can please the existence of this level, it will be much more comfortable than living alone in the deep space of the universe after being liberated from the Great Laiyan Temple. Thinking of this, Crocodile Xiu has only one goal in mind. Do your best to please Jiang Ye. Lead the way. Return to Yinghuo. Jiang Ye said lightly. Crocodile Xiu's face froze, and he said, Master, Master, Yinghuo is a desolate ghost place, there is no need to go back, it is a great honor to be by your side. Jiang Ye shook his head angrily and said, this emperor is going to find something. Okay. Okay. Crocodile Xiu was slightly stunned, heaved a sigh of relief. It almost thought that Jiang Ye was going to send him back to that ghostly place of Laiyan Temple. Fortunately, it turns out that 277 misunderstood the Lord's meaning. That's right. With this level of existence, why waste effort and send yourself back to the Great Laiyan Temple again? Just raise your hand and it will be destroyed. This saves effort. The reason why I returned there should be something deeper, I want to find it. But as for what it is, it's not something a small person of his level can know. Crocodile Zia was very knowledgeable, so he didn't ask too many questions like this, and immediately began to lead the way. Jiang Ye used divine sense to inject the ancient bronze coffin, and suddenly found that the ancient coffin's movement speed was much faster than before. It seems that advancing to the Great Emperor is only reaching the realm that can initially use this ancient coffin. However, the origin of this ancient coffin is even more mysterious than imagined. Even if he takes charge of destiny and becomes the Great Emperor of this era, Jiang Ye still couldn't fully understand the origin of the ancient coffin. As if this thing does not belong to this era, it connects to the present from ancient times, and even leads to the future. As expected of the ancient world, the water is indeed deeper than I imagined. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. Even if you become the Great Emperor, the strategy for this world seems to be just the beginning. Finally. Boom! There was a roaring sound from the ancient coffin. When the bronze door opened again, the familiar Yinghuo appeared in front of him. However, not far from Yinghuo, a blue planet floats to the other end of the universe. It is the ancient Earth. This is also Ye Fan's hometown. The original son of fortune of the ancient world came from the ancient Earth. Therefore, there are probably more secrets on this planet than imagined. Jiang Ye stepped forward, and then turned into a streamer, flying to the Earth. Reach the Great Emperor realm. To cross the Star Sea, it is difficult for him. When getting closer and closer to the ancient Earth. At this time, the Bodhi seed in Jiang Ye's hand exploded with a burst of white light. It seems to be pointing in a certain direction. As expected, there is a connection between Bodhi and the ancient Earth. There should be me and karma from heaven court here too. Jiang Ye's mind moved, and he immediately flew away in the direction guided by Bodhizi. Through the atmosphere, to the surface. Brow. A busy city is reflected in Jiang Ye's eyes. Suddenly, it seems that I have returned to the three-body problem world, and it is still the 21st century. To be precise, the civilization of this ancient Earth is more similar to the Golden Age before the three-body world deterrence era. The moment I arrived on the ancient Earth, Jiang Ye felt that when he set foot on this planet, the laws in his body were actually suppressed. Even if he was in charge of the Destiny Emperor way, the power of the compression was less than 1,000th. Sure enough, there is a force on the ancient Earth that protects the human beings here from being threatened. Jiang Ye opened the pupil of luck and discovered that the planet is surrounded by the light of the Great Dao. Like a natural barrier, this planet is completely isolated from the ancient races on the other side of the deep space. Chapter 98. The ancient Earth has a special mechanism that can isolate the coming of other races in the deep space of the universe, as if it has become the most special area. It will not be invaded by any race from the outside world. You can only reach this area by taking the ancient bronze coffin. Of course, although there is this special extreme existence, for the great saint and above, and after I have the great emperor's cultivation base, the Earth's technology still cannot deal with me. Jiang Ye secretly judged the current situation of this Earth in his heart. If I'm not mistaken, thousands of races should not be able to come to the starry sky around the Earth casually, including Yinghuo astrology. Only by taking the ancient bronze coffin by yourself can you reach the teleportation point near Yinghuo. It can be seen from this that the ability to come to the ancient Earth should have an inseparable relationship with this ancient bronze coffin. At this time, Jiang Ye came to the top of Kunlun. There is an artificial plank road built here, and many tourists come here to take pictures. The closer to the top of the mountain, the steeper the ground. Most tourists stay away. Jiang Ye sensed the fluctuations from Bodhi's sun, and was just above, ready to step away. Just when he was about to climb up the mountain, a staff member came out suddenly and shouted loudly. Tourists over there, you are not allowed to pass through here casually, please come down immediately, there will be danger. However, before the other party could finish speaking, Jiang Ye's figure flickered and disappeared in place in an instant. The tourists present couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation. Hey, why did that person suddenly disappear just now? Could it have fallen? No, he disappeared suddenly, as if he disappeared in the blink of an eye, just like magic. Isn't this amazing? It's a pity that I didn't take a picture with my mobile phone in time, otherwise it would definitely become popular if I put it on the internet. The tourists in Kunlun were all alarmed, and even the officials came forward to discuss and confirm the situation with stern faces. Several people in Taoist costumes moved their eyes slightly after hearing the news. Their figures suddenly disappeared in place. I don't know where to go. Kunlun Back Mountain. A waterfall appeared in front of Jiang Ye. Beside the waterfall, the Bodhi tree blooms with a slight brilliance. It's here. Jiang Ye's eyes fell on Bodhi tree, and he stepped forward with a thought. Put that Bodhi on top. A white brilliance suddenly bloomed, looking very sacred. From the light curtain, the figure of an old man slowly emerged and took shape. The old man smiled slightly and said, Destiny man, after a few 10,000 years, you are finally here. Destiny people. That's right, you can get the Bodhi I left behind and successfully summon it, which proves that you have obtained the inheritance of the ancient great emperor. Moreover, you can get the Bodhi only if you have a relationship with the ancient heaven court. Are you Bodhi? Exactly. Bodhi nodded. Subsequently, his eyes suddenly became serious. Careful. In this Kunlun, there are still forces left by God. He's been waiting for this day. The voice just fell. Under Kunlun, several Taoist priests in Taoist robes set foot here. Their footwork is ethereal, their figures are like ghosts, as if they will disappear in place at any time, and they seem to possess abilities that ordinary people do not possess. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and observed with the pupil of luck, a dark storm was brewing on the bodies of these veterans. Moreover, although the aura on their bodies is suppressed by the laws of the ancient earth, it looks ordinary. But there is an aura of time on his body, like a great emperor who has lived for several ages. Unusual history. I didn't expect the Destiny people to appear in this era. He does have a Destiny aura on him. Looks like I found the right one. If you can get this Destiny, I can bless God for breaking through Immortal Emperor's realm. The eyes of those Taoist priests suddenly became dangerous, and the breath on their bodies changed suddenly. Instantly exudes a cultivation base that is not inferior to the great emperors. The true identities of these Taoist priests are all ancient great emperors. Certainly. In order to come to the ancient earth and survive such a long time, these ancient great emperors have paid a lot of price in order to prolong their lives, and the repairs are incomparable to the peak period. However, as ancient great emperors, their cultivation base understanding level is also very high, and there are more than one opponents, and they are not as easy to deal with as imagined. Bodhi said in a deep voice, Destiny people, I can hold them back for a while. You immediately go to Imei, the top of the snow mountain, and bring the saints of the ancient heaven court into the barren tower, so that they can be resurrected. Afterwards, the road leading to the long river of time was opened, and the werewolf and the beginningless were rescued. In this way, we can deal with the forces left by God in this world. In Bodhi's words, the identities of these Taoist priests should be related to the tower. The long river of time. This means that the great emperors of different eras have gathered in one place and want to complete a certain plan together. It's hard to imagine that there are so many ancient great emperors hidden in the ancient earth alone, and how terrifying the forces on the tower are. Even the entire ancient heaven court can't deal with God. However, Jiang Ye smiled slightly, and said, No, it's enough for me to deal with these characters. Arrogant Junior. Do you think that once you get the position of Great Emperor, you are invincible? Hehe, the old man was also a great emperor in the past. I don't know how many officials he has lived. Furthermore, in this place, the normal imperial prestige can't be displayed at all. Based on your level of understanding, it's not my opponent at all. Several Taoist priests let out a grin. Subsequently, team up to launch an attack on Jiang Ye. Careful. There is law suppression on the ancient earth. Even if it is the great emperor, the power that can be exerted at most is the peak of the Spirit Sea secret realm. Bodhi reminded from behind. With the mechanism of the ancient earth, the gap between the cultivation base of the great saint and the great emperor will be infinitely compressed, and the Spirit Sea secret realm will be left and right. The way of fighting in this realm is very similar to that of earthly celestial, which is at the peak of the Zhongguo continent. At this time, if you want to win the battle, what you need to compete is your understanding of martial Dao. Emperor Wei, Shengwei, various treasure techniques, supernatural power and other means cannot be used on the ancient earth. Seeing a few Taoist priests transform into a mysterious killing formation, thousands of changes are displayed in the blink of an eye. If it is an ordinary Spirit Sea cultivator, encountering such a killing formation, I am afraid that it will be instantly killed. That's it. Jiang Ye couldn't help shaking his head slightly. I came all the way from the world of comprehensive martial arts. Earthly Celestial's battle mode, don't be too familiar with it. Exercising the way of slamming, just tap your fingertips. Jiang Ye instantly pierced through the killing formation released by the 4 Taoist priests, and pointed at the eye of the formation. Immediately, the killing formation collapsed in an instant, and several Taoist priests seemed to have been hammered in the chest, flying upside down hundreds of meters away, bleeding. They couldn't help showing horror on their faces. How is it possible that this person's martial Dao attainment has reached this level of realm? Take these 4 Daoist ideas. Even if Jiang Ye seized the destiny of this era, he would be suppressed by the laws of the ancient earth, so he would not be able to exert 100% of his strength. Based on their familiarity with this place, dealing with Jiang Ye should be pretty sure. But what I never expected was, Jiang Ye's realm on martial Dao is not bad at all. Even higher than expected. He even cracked the killing formation launched by the 4 of them with one finger. It's almost unimaginable. Seeing this scene, Bodhi's eyes lit up slightly. Obviously, the strength shown by Jiang Ye also exceeded his expectations. No wonder you can be the destiny of this era. Bodhi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But the identities of these 4 people are the ancient great emperors, and they have extraordinary means, but they are still difficult to deal with. At this time, several blood devil swords suddenly floated in the surrounding void, carrying the souls of countless creatures, slashing towards Jiang Ye. Die! These great emperors grinned ferociously. The blood devil sword is a magical item that they gathered the blood of hundreds of millions of creatures in the dark and turbulent age. Even on the ancient earth, the strength displayed is still impressive. It can kill someone instantly. When the martial Dao realm was suppressed, it almost pierced through the opponent's heart in the blink of an eye, launching a fatal blow. A white light suddenly burst out from Bodhi's body. Next second, there is a sense of protection all around. The flying speed of those blood devil swords slowed down instantly. Jiang Ye's mind moved, a black sword flew out of his body suddenly, and slashed towards the 4 magic swords in the air. However, an unexpected scene appeared. These 4 magic swords, when they collided with the black sword, unexpectedly shattered in an instant without any suspense. The smiles of those Taoist priests suddenly froze on their faces. The moment the magical item shattered, their natal minds connected to the magical item were also shattered and suffered a lot of damage. How can it be? What kind of weapon is this that won't be suppressed by the laws of the ancient earth? Wait, the breath of this sword doesn't belong here. What is the origin? The gazes of the 4 Taoist priests fell on the black sword that Jiang Ye offered, and their faces suddenly showed horror. They perceive that this black sword is an imperial weapon, but it seems that it is not suppressed by the laws of the ancient earth. In addition to being unable to unleash the astonishing imperial power, the material of the sword body completely crushes the blood devil sword, and it will even break if it can't block a single blow. Black sword is the real bug. My black sword will not be suppressed by the laws of the ancient earth. Jiang Ye frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised. He summoned the black sword, which was originally intended to hold back the 4 magical items, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Cut off all the opponent's magical items directly. My black sword comes from a higher level spiritual treasure of the heavens. Not long ago, after using the heavenly emperor cauldron to cast an emperor's soldier, the power that bloomed is even stronger. So, even if it is on the ancient earth, most of the abilities can be preserved, so that the magical items of these people can be smashed in an instant. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Ye's mouth curled up slightly. Doesn't this mean that if you hold the black sword yourself, under the cover of the laws of the ancient earth, you will be invincible instead? This sword. Bodhi's eyes fell on Jiang Ye's black sword, and he couldn't help showing a look of surprise. With his gaze, he couldn't see the origin of this black sword. Even the laws of the ancient earth did not have much restrictive effect. Even the barren tower and the sword of extinguishing the emperor seemed to be unable to do all of this. Suddenly, in Bodhi's eyes, Jiang Ye has become even more mysterious. However, it is not particularly strange to think of the extraordinary abilities that the other party possesses, since he can become a destiny person. Damn it! The expressions of the 4 Taoist priests changed. The body has already started to retreat a few steps towards the rear. They didn't expect that Jiang Ye's strength was far beyond Ping On's imagination. Ready to run away at any time. Want to run? Bodhi snorted coldly, seeing through the thoughts of these Taoist priests. With a wave of his Taoist robe, a pure white mask, covering Fang Yuan for a kilometer, using the method of painting the ground as a prison. Even if these Daists use any means, they can't escape from here. Bodhi, you old BD, do you have to wait for me? Seeing that the momentum was not good, these Daists looked like they were about to break their defenses, and stared at Bodhi with gloomy eyes, wishing to kill him quickly. Bodhi smiled lightly and said, all these years, you have been running towards the back of my old man, trying to destroy my tree of origin. Tisk tisk, it can be considered that we don't know each other, we have had fate for many years. Since this is the case, this prison is a gift for you. I wonder if you are satisfied. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye immediately controlled the black sword and slashed at the enemy. He knew that his opponent was the ancient great emperor, and if they were allowed to escape from the ancient earth, they would be even harder to kill. Solved it here, and it can prevent future troubles. Immediately, the black sword ray flashed past, piercing the chest of one of the Taoist priests. In an instant, sword ray carried a wave of distorted void, instantly sucking the tattered figure of the Taoist priest into the void, shattering it to pieces. No! The Taoist screamed, then turned into nothingness and disappeared. Seeing this scene, the other 3 Taoist priests suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of fear in their hearts. They were actually witnessing an accomplice who had reached the ancient great emperor in realm and died just like that. At their level, they are almost immortal and have lived for endless and eternal years. I have lost the concept of death. 2. Jiang Ye had already beheaded one of his accomplices in front of them. I don't know how many years have passed. The 3 great emperors finally felt the threat of death again, so close to them. They stared at Jiang Ye and shouted in horror, you, don't come here. Wang Wang, if you dare to kill us, then God will never forgive you. Ignorant junior, do you know what level of existence God is, even if it is the great emperor? But before these people have finished speaking, Jiang Ye wielded the black sword and instantly beheaded the 3 of them. With a twist in the void, these 3 corpses were all submerged into the void and completely disappeared. What an idiot! Jiang Ye couldn't help shaking his head. If you want to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. I don't even understand this reason, and I yell about God, as if it is of no use. I don't know why the minds of these great emperors seem to be getting worse and worse after living for such a long time. At this time, a stream of golden origin suddenly flowed out, heading towards the barren tower and the heavenly emperor tripod. Jiang Ye's mind was moved, and he immediately sacrificed the barren tower and the heavenly emperor tripod to absorb this source. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. The barren pagoda and the heavenly emperor cauldron, after absorbing this miraculous aura, both exploded into brilliant light. It seems to be repaired like this. Just then, Bodhi opened the mouth and said, "The heavenly emperor tripod and barren tower are the fairy strikes left by the lying heavenly emperor. These two supreme immortal martial arts fell into a damaged state when they fought against God in the past, so they were sent back to Baidu by the ancient great emperor, so that those who are destined can get them. If you can kill the great emperor, you will get the power of the source, repair the barren tower and the heavenly emperor tripod." 7. Jiang Ye's mind moved, and he asked, "The god you are talking about is the great emperor who is related to the darkness and turmoil." "Not only that." Bodhi paused, and explained, "God wants to control the long river of time, but it is the dark turmoil of countless ages, a force formed by the ancient great emperor who wants to be resurrected. Even the ancient great emperor, in the battle with the gods, could not help being seriously injured, and now he is lost to the long river of time. And God is constantly absorbing the origin of the ancient world. If he waits for him to absorb and replace the original heavenly Dao, it will bring unimaginable turmoil to this world." Chapter 99. That is to say, the turmoil in the long river of time and the disappearance of the ancient heaven court are related to God. Even the ancient great emperor failed to destroy God in the past. I am still fighting with God in the long river of time. And, due to the existence of God, who has been absorbing the origin of the ancient world, the great emperor of each era is getting weaker and weaker. The great emperor of the later era, even if he is in charge of the destiny, but because his strength cannot match that of the previous great emperor, it is difficult to revive the ninth world, the advanced grade red dust immortal. Only by destroying God. However, the strength of the gods is not inferior to the ancient great emperor. It is really too difficult for ordinary great emperors to fight against existences of this level. Therefore, if you follow the normal strategy route, no matter how powerful you become, if you go to the long river of time alone and fight against God, it is no different from courting death. It is necessary to follow the karma left by the ancient great emperor, restore the ancient heaven court completely, and gather the power of the entire great era to have the capital to fight against the gods. Bodhi, you said to resurrect the saints, what do you need to do? Jiang Ye understood what he was going to do next and asked directly. Destiny people, come with me. Bodhi turned into a white light and fled away. Soon, the figure of Jiang Ye followed. A waterfall spans the top of Kunlun. Sunlight falls on the waterfall, reflecting a gorgeous brilliance, and the stone walls are colorful, revealing the breath of sacred. The figure of Bodhi appeared right in front of the waterfall, saying, "This is the place where all the saints live." Of course, being on the ancient earth is just one of them. In order to avoid being hunted down by the gods, the saints are scattered all over the world, waiting for the arrival of the destiny people in the cave. The destiny people in the prophecy will inherit the inheritance of the ancient great emperor, resurrect the saints, and re-establish the ancient heaven court. At this time, Jiang Ye connected many clues of the ancient world together in his mind, and he had a clear understanding in his heart. If nothing else happened, Ye Fan should have entered the land of destiny, obtained the barren tower, and thus became the prophesied destiny man. However, I used Wheel of Fortune and exchanged fate with the other party. FFLX. After entering the land of destiny, the barren tower will choose itself. Then there is the ancient bronze coffin at the back, step on the ancient road of trials, achieve the great emperor, go all the way here, and resurrect the saints. Therefore, the people of destiny are not fixed, but the inheritance left by the ancient great emperor long ago. As long as you follow this path and complete the route originally planned by Son of Fortune, you will be able to obtain an SSS rating. Fine. I have the pupil of luck, the thief, and the talent of the wheel of fortune. If not, I'm afraid that the SSS level evaluation in the ancient world will really miss me. Think here. 710. Jiang Ye sighed slightly in his heart. Even if he walked all the way, he could feel how difficult it is to complete the highest evaluation of the ancient world. Even for other reincarnations who have the legendary SSS level talent, if they can't follow this route, it will be difficult to reach this highest score. Even if you have any kind of talent in Jiang Ye, it may not be possible to complete it. If there is no pupil of luck, it is impossible to find the location of the Son of Fortune at all. Without thieves, it would be difficult to obtain enough information as soon as they entered the ancient world, and roll the snowball at the fastest speed to snatch the entry qualification of the secret realm before Ye Fan enters the destination. Finally, if there is no wheel of destiny, it is even more impossible to exchange to the other party's supreme template, even if it enters the land of destiny. If the aptitude is not enough, the barren tower may not choose itself. Chances are you'll skip yourself and pick the sales. It is with these three talents. And bring out the role of each talent to the extreme and cooperate with each other. In this way, there is a chance to take the lead step by step from entering the dungeon, thus opening the road to SSS grade scoring. Arrived here. What to do next is gradually becoming clearer. This moment. In the waterfall, bursts of divine light suddenly burst out. The saints from the ancient times turned into streamers one after another, and escaped into the ancient heaven court in the tower. In an instant, the barren tower erupted with a burst of brilliance. Jiang Ye perceived the ancient heaven court with divine sense, and when he moved his eyes, he saw amazing changes taking place inside. When the saints of the ancient heaven court return, the broken stone walls and city walls began to reorganize at the speed of light like a miracle. Heaven court gradually began to restore its former peak appearance, a vast heavenly palace, cast. All the saints revealed a transcendent aura together and began to recover gradually. The barren tower seems to be recovering. Like the old heaven court, getting more and more barren. Moreover, the auras of the Queen Mother of the West and the Ape of Do War Saint are constantly rising, as if they are about to recover. Jiang Ye felt a little shocked when he sensed the changes in the ancient heaven court. Turn out to be. The recovery of the saints is the way to restore the ancient heaven court. When the ancient heaven court was restored to its former appearance, the barren tower is gradually being repaired, becoming more and more complete. Click. At this time, the space on the 7th floor of the barren tower opened automatically. An elixir with the appearance of a statuette emerged inside. However, this elixir reveals the ancient breath of the years, as if it has existed for 10,000 years. I didn't expect that this old man would see the elixir of immortality one day. Bodhi said with emotion. Immortal medicine. Jiang Ye's eyes moved slightly. Bodhi said, the elixir of death can help the great emperor revive his life. Every time I live in reverse, the cultivation base in the great emperor's body will grow further, connecting with the source of this world. If you can revive the 9th world, you will completely achieve the realm of immortality. Not only the body will not die, but the soul will also exist forever in the world. Therefore, the elixir of immortality is the sacred item that every great emperor dreams of obtaining, and it can lead to the ultimate path. But since the original power of this world has gradually declined, the medicine of immortality has disappeared. Basically impossible to see. The elixir of immortality stored on the 7th floor is not only a gift to the people of destiny, but also a road left by the ancient great emperor for future generations. We can take this opportunity to lead to a higher road. Think here. Jiang Ye couldn't help feeling a little emotional in his heart. It seems that all these ancient great emperors are dead. Paved the way for future generations. Bodhi said, the elixir of death can be used in the long river of time. Jiang Ye asked, is there any effect to swallow it there? Bodhi explained, the river of time is extremely threatening, there are a lot of turbulence in time and space, and it is easy to fall into it, and it is impossible to leave. If you swallow the elixir in the river of time, you will have the opportunity to leave. I see. This should be another means left by the ancient great emperor to the destiny people. Do not forget. The beginless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor, also both went to the long river of time, and are still trapped in it now. But if he has the elixir of immortality, the probability of surviving in the long river of time is even higher than that of the beginningless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor. Then how should I go to the river of time? Jiang Ye was moved and asked. He realizes the crucial point. The guide to the ancient world may have a hidden timeline. For example, if I can't enter the land of destiny with Yefan in that era of Yefan, then I will miss all opportunities. Naturally, it has nothing to do with the SSS level evaluation. So, a time limit hidden in the early stage is that before Yefan enters the land of destiny, he must go in with him and crush the opponent in the same era. In this way, the tickets for the SSS level evaluation can be held in own hands. Late stage, dealing with God who is constantly absorbing the power of the source, there must be a hidden time limit. If you can't enter the long river of time within the time limit, and get rid of God, when the opponent has absorbed enough power, then it may be too late. Therefore, Jiang Ye does not intend to waste time. Go to the long river of time at the fastest speed. Open the strategy road. Bodhi pondered for a moment, and said, if you want to enter the long river of time, there are currently two ways. The first way is to activate the Heavenly Emperor tripod with the ultimate imperial prestige, cut off an era, and thus open the road of the long river of time. But with the current Heavenly Emperor tripod, you must have at least the power of the second great emperor, so that you can use this method to open the road of the long river of time. And the second way is that the Hades now control the channel of the long river of time. If you can snatch the passage leading to the long river of time from the hands of the Mingzu, you can lose it. Jiang Ye waited in his heart, and then chose the second path. If the first method is used to open up the long river of time, so it would be a waste of a chance to get the elixir of death. If you enter the long river of time, you will undoubtedly lose a whole card, BBED, to reverse the desperate situation. Moreover, Emperor Wei, who fully urges the Heavenly Emperor tripod, will cause a lot of damage to himself. In that way, it is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing to enter the long river of time and not be able to maintain a state of prosperity. Tats T. It is more straightforward to directly penetrate the netherworld and then win the passage. Under the guidance of Bodhi, Jiang Ye traveled to the sacred land all over the ancient earth. All the saints turned into a stream of light and returned to the ancient heaven court, and the aura of the barren tower became more complete. The power and breath left by God seemed to have disappeared. Bodhi frowned and said. Jiang Ye asked, did they have other forces left on the ancient earth? That's right. Bodhi said, Yimei, Kunlun, Wudang, and the major oriental martial arts sects all have the power of God. But now they seem to have got the information of Heaven, and they disappeared at the fastest speed. Even the old man can't perceive it to their existence. Speaking of this, Bodhi revealed a trace of pity in his words, obviously thinking that Jiang Ye's power is enough to wipe out all the remnants of the ancient earth. But the news of these ancient great emperors is extremely sensitive. As long as they catch the slightest bit of wind, they will slip away extremely fast. I can't capture their figures at all, they can't be eliminated. If it can be killed in time. That was undoubtedly a major blow to God. Take a week or so. Jiang Ye traveled almost the entire sacred land of the ancient earth. Get it all done. He didn't make any further stops here. The meaning of the ancient earth is basically the place where the saints of the ancient heaven court lived. With the will of the great emperor of the human race, they separated this hometown from the entire icy deep space and all races, and established a Peaceful sacred land. Of course, Jiang Ye will not disturb the peaceful life in this peaceful place at will. After finishing all this, I left the ancient earth and returned to Yinghuo. My lord, you can be considered to be back, the little one has been waiting here for a long time. Crocodile Xiu stayed in the ancient bronze coffin and was taking a nap. At this time, it sensed the aura of Jiang Ye's return, and immediately regained its spirit. During the recent period, Crocodile Xiu feels that he is serving Jiang Ye, and seems to be full of motivation, extremely fulfilling. I am serving a great emperor. Even if the occupation is just a driver. But it also feels like making history. As soon as he sensed Jiang Ye's arrival, Crocodile Xiu cheered up immediately, and his previous lazy appearance disappeared completely. Do you know where the Hades are? Jiang Ye asked. This. Crocodile Xiu smiled wryly and said, My lord, it's not that you don't know, the little one was suppressed in Dalian Temple for 10,000 years, so he doesn't know much about the changes in the outside world. So, the little ones don't know where the Hades are, but they know where the Protoss and the demon realm are. Jiang Ye thought for a while, and said, That's okay, then go to God's domain first, and ask about the location first. The day I was promoted to Great Emperor. Anyway, God Realm and Demon Realm have already expressed their willingness to follow, and they want to see the day when the Hades will perish more than themselves. If I'm not mistaken, the location where the Hades are located is also at the border of the deep space of the universe. It will not be too far away from God Realm and Demon Realm. Although it's not a drop in the road, it shouldn't be a problem to ask in the past. Yes, my lord. Crocodile Xiu hurriedly led the way. Protoss. On this day, an ancient bronze coffin suddenly came across thousands of miles. The powerhouses of God's domain were shaken one after another. What kind of existence actually came here? At this time, inside the ancient coffin, a burst of imperial prestige emanated. The king of the Protoss was alarmed immediately, and immediately realized that it was the great emperor of the new advance grade of this era who had come here. Come forward to greet you as quickly as possible. Great Emperor, I don't know that you are honored to come here, and I am disappointed to welcome you. Wang Li of the Protoss said immediately. The extra etiquette is unnecessary. Jiang Ye waved his hand and said. This emperor came here this time to ask where the Hades are. The king of all gods trembled in his heart. As Jiang Ye, he actually wanted to actively look for the location of the Hades. Definitely no small thing. Could it be that this great emperor already has plans to exterminate the Hades? Thinking of this, the lord of the Protoss suddenly became excited and asked. The great emperor wants to attack the Hades. Good. Jiang Ye nodded and refused to comment. Good. The lord of the Protoss smiled and said, the Ming clan is the enemy of the 10,000 clans. Since the great emperor is willing to fight, the Protoss is willing to send out all their troops to go out with the great emperor. Immediately, the Protoss immediately dispatched tens of thousands of troops, turned into a mighty force of ancient times, and headed for the place where the Hades were. Fitted. The Protoss called in the name of the great emperor. Knowing that Jiang Ye had the will to attack the Mingzhu, all the tribes responded to the call and went to the place where the Mingzhu was located. He intends to gather the power of all races and completely wipe out the Hades. With a guide, Jiang Ye only needs to sit in the ancient coffin and wait for the gods to open the way in front of him. Several months later, a lifeless ancient star appeared in front of Jiang Ye. This ancient star is located at the end of the universe in the ancient world, connected to a huge wormhole. However, near the wormhole, countless civilization relics are scattered here, which seems to indicate that a powerful race once lived here. The traces of this race have completely disappeared, as if they left overnight. The lord of the Protoss moved his gaze, and said, I never thought that the Mingzhu would completely abandon the place where they developed 1,000 years. The lord of the demon realm laughed and said, it must be because they knew that the great emperor was coming to deal with them, so they ran away as quickly as possible. Gu Ziu said with emotion, as expected of the great emperor, even the invincible Hades must run away as fast as possible. Immediately, 10,000 races will completely destroy the habitat of the underworld race. It can be seen that there are still many treasures in this ancient star that have not been taken away. Obviously, after the Mingzhu learned of the plan, they could only escape at the fastest speed, and many treasures were too late to take away. Destroyed the habitat of the Hades. Even if it is the emperor of the underworld, it is difficult to stir up any storms. Afterwards, Jiang Ye's eyes fell on this void gate, and his heart moved slightly. This should be the entrance to the long river of time. He no longer hesitated, stepped into the passage with one step. Chapter 100. Now, Wanzhou has completed the cleanup of the Mingzhu base. At this time, the gods of all races all gathered in one place. The lord of the Protoss frowned slightly, and asked, "Did you see the figure of the great emperor just now?" All the gods looked at each other and shook their heads. They all said that they didn't know where the great emperor went. "Look, there seems to be traces left by the great emperor there," a saint of the ancient clan said. As soon as this statement came out, all the gods looked in the direction pointed by the ancient clan. Immediately, it was discovered that on the stone wall of an ancient star of the Mingzhu, there was a font written by Emperor Yun. "You don't have to wait. This emperor went to the long river of time to find out. I don't know when I can return. Dark turmoil is coming. If there is any news from the Hades, stay here." Signature 1. Emperor Jiang. The 10,000 races present here have just realized. It turns out that Emperor Jiang has already traveled to the river of time. No wonder that great emperor wanted to get rid of the entire Hades, so he wanted to go to the long river of time. It is said that it is the source of all the darkness and turmoil in the ages, and it is also the most dangerous place. Not to mention the great emperor, even if there is an immortal emperor who went to the long river of time, none of them could come back. Is the long river of time so dangerous? Hehe, do you know about the werewolf heavenly emperor and the beginningless heavenly emperor? Hearing the names of these two great emperors, all the people present here were shocked by this. These two great emperors are the great emperors of the new advance grade in recent eras. Many saints, saint kings, and great saints have experienced that era, and are very familiar with the prestige of these two great emperors. Some people have even witnessed the demeanor of the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor, and their eyes showed a sigh of relief, as if recalling that dark and turbulent era. If it weren't for these two great emperors to suppress it, I'm afraid that all races would fall into disaster. The demeanor of the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor are imprinted in the hearts of all saints and will never be forgotten for a long time. Actually, the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor did not fall, but went to the long river of time. However, these two great emperors are still lost in the long river of time and have never returned. It's conceivable, how dangerous the long river of time is. Even if the heavenly emperor goes there, he's probably close to death. Generally, the great emperor goes to the long river of time, and it is very likely that he will not be able to return in this life. The secret revealed by the Lord of the Protoss shocked all the races present. For the first time, they knew that the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor had gone to the long river of time, and they have not returned yet. What kind of existence is there in the long river of time? Why can't so many great emperors go back? Someone raised a question. I don't know. If you want to know what kind of existence there is in the long river of time, I am afraid that reaching the great emperor realm is just the beginning. The Lord of the Protoss shook his head, saying that he only knew part of the relevant legends. Reaching the level of the Master of the Gods, among the 10,000 races, he is already a first-class master. But even he doesn't know what kind of existence exists in the long river of time. One can imagine what a dangerous place the river of time is. Then can Emperor Jiang come back? There are thousands of people with worried faces. I'm afraid it won't work. Even the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor failed to return. That great emperor went to the long river of time. I am afraid that there are some things that have to be done. When he went in, he should have made a plan that he would not be able to come out again. Speaking of which, all races feel a little pity. I thought that this great emperor would lead an era. At least traces of glory can be left. But unexpectedly, before staying in this world for too long, he has already gone to the long river of time. I don't know if I can still see the other party's figure in my lifetime. If there is no accident, the abilities acquired by the Mingzhu should come from the long river of time. Now, the passage of the long river of time has been taken by us, and their bases have been taken over by the great emperor. In the short term, there should be no more storms. No matter what, this great emperor has done a lot for this world, which is enough to be recorded in the legend. All races cast admiring gazes towards the long river of time. Dare to go to the long river of time. This requires enough courage to go to the place where there is no return. Although I guessed that I might never have the chance to see the figure of that great emperor again. But all the races present here are worshippers in their hearts. No doubt. In their minds, Jiang Ye has already become a member of the Xian Great Emperor. Now, the figure of Jiang Ye appeared in the long river of time. Here is a land of chaos, like a primordial unopened universe. The surrounding scenery is distorted and blurred, presenting a distorted picture in high-speed movement. Red is redder, blue is bluer, black is blacker. It seems that everything blends together and becomes an ink painting. Only the hazy outline can be seen clearly. This place is a chaotic time and space, as if it has exceeded the limit of time. Space has no meaning here. Every time you move, you are going to a different time coordinate. If you haven't reached the realm of the Great Emperor, just moving here is impossible. But even after reaching the Great Emperor realm, it is easy to get lost in the chaotic coordinates of the years. Once entering the wrong time and space, it is likely to be considered by Heavenly Dao as an existence that should not exist. Get eradicated. Therefore, for the sake of insurance, some great emperors will not leave at will without confirming that this is the correct coordinate. However, once you take one step forward, there is no turning back. Jiang Ye opened the pupil of luck, and found that there was nothingness here, and there was no indication of luck, so he couldn't help frowning slightly. How should I find information about the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor? When he came to the long river of time, his primary goal was to find the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor. Of course, the ultimate goal is to defeat God. But the time and space in the long river of time are very chaotic. I don't know much about this place, and it is even more difficult to find the power of God. 2. According to the information, since the ruthless great emperor and Wuxi great emperor have been here, as long as they are found, there will naturally be more powerful opponents. Bodhi, Queen Mother of the West and other ancient heaven courts exist, and they all know that the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor went to the long river of time. Presumably their goal is the same as their own, and they are all to get rid of the breath of summer defeat. The interests are aligned. Compared with other saints in the ancient heaven court, if you can find the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor, it will undoubtedly be more helpful for the SSS rating. But then came the problem. The vast river of time has endless coordinates. It's easy to get lost here even if you move a little bit, and you can't find your way at all. How should I find the location of the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor? At this time, the heavenly devil jar in Jiang Ye's body suddenly produced a movement. It seems to perceive the long river of time. There is a close existence that somehow has a connection with swallowing heavenly devil jars, as if they are attracted to each other. Could it be the ruthless great emperor? Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. Original. Swallowing the heavenly devil jar is the emperor's soldier belonging to the ruthless great emperor. Come the ages, swallowing a heavenly devil jar has produced such an anomalous phenomenon. There is only one possibility. that is to perceive the existence of the ruthless great emperor. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye's mind moved, and he immediately fled towards the direction where Tunshan was connected. The years are long. Deep. In a shocking killing formation, a magnificent woman was trapped. The woman was wearing an imperial robe, exuding a decent imperial prestige, and her iceberg-like face exuded a cold and arrogant aura. However, around her, there are killing formations all over the place. It seems that it can annihilate the surrounding void at any time. Ruthless man, let me persuade you not to dominate. Your canister of swallowing heavenly devil has been lost in the long river of time. Even the beginless great emperor has probably fallen into God's trap and encountered an accident. With your little girl's strength, it's completely wishful thinking to escape from this troubled formation. Kill outside. Several great emperors shrouded in shadows sneered. They looked at the ruthless great emperor in the Tian formation, as if they were staring at a dead person. Now, the ruthless great emperor has already fallen into the trapping formation, and it is difficult for even the heavenly emperor to escape from this formation. And her heavenly devil jar was thrown into the long river of time not long ago, and it is unknown in which time and space it was lost. Lost the natal emperor's soldier. The strength of the great emperor is generally greatly reduced. It is even more difficult to escape from this troubled formation. The face of the ruthless great emperor didn't change at all. She activated the void god body, all attacks could only fall in that empty space, and couldn't hurt her true self at all. However, incorporealization is not unlimited and consumes some energy. These few great emperors kept uttering words to shake the mentality of the ruthless great emperors. As long as a slight flaw is exposed and the incorporeal defense is defeated, then a chance to kill with one hit can be created. However, the mental tenacity of a ruthless person is completely beyond what these ordinary great emperors can appreciate. She single-handedly suppressed the entire dark and turbulent era, making the 7 life-restricted areas feel terrified. How could you be swayed by such words? Even if he was trapped in this formation for a few thousand years, his complexion remained unchanged, and he was always waiting for a glimmer of life. However, the energy in the great emperor's body is not endless. There will be a day when it will be exhausted. When the time comes, these great emperors will immediately launch the deadliest attack on the werewolves. Fighting for 1,000 years, let them know what kind of threat this empress will pose to them if they can survive. Boom! At this moment, a violent sound sounded from the side. I saw a huge crack in the void not far away. Who? Several great emperors were shocked instantly. In this corner of the long river of time, no one has disturbed the battlefield here for several thousand years. But today, something unexpected happened. A breath of great emperor came across the void and arrived here. At this time, the black sword broke through the void in an instant, and slashed towards those great emperors. They couldn't help but turn pale with shock, and sensed that this black sword possessed the ultimate imperial prestige. If the commitment affected by this strike, I am afraid that I will lose my fighting ability in an instant. I have to let go of the heaven-suffering formation. Release a protective formation to resist the attack of the black sword. The eyes of the ruthless great emperor suddenly brightened. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he escaped from the big formation in an instant. Her figure gradually incorporealized, turning into a stream of light, and she escaped from the heaven-suffering formation at the fastest speed. After a few thousand years of fighting, finally got rid of the killing array and broke the deadlock. Damn it! Seeing this, the eyes of several great emperors became cold in an instant. They spent several thousand years in order to deal with the ruthless great emperor. But after so many years, at this moment because of an accident, the success fell short. The gazes of these great emperors looking at Jiang Ye were instantly filled with murderous intent. Who is your excellency who dares to get involved in our battle? Could it be that it's God's strength that I don't know this old man? Humph, it turned out to be a new advanced great human race great emperor. No wonder he came to save the werewolves. But it doesn't matter, you will die in this trapped sky formation. These great emperors took a closer look and sensed Jiang Ye's aura. It turned out that he was just a great emperor who had just advanced grade. The original sneer immediately returned to his face. Trapped sky big array, even the heavenly emperor can be trapped. This fight. It's just that Jiang Ye, a new advanced grade great emperor, has no impact at all. In an instant, a few great emperors shot again, releasing the heaven-suppressing formation, covering Jiang Ye. 0. Careful. The werewolf spoke up immediately. Fighting for so long. She knows that the heavenly heaven formation is very difficult to deal with. Once trapped in it, even the heavenly emperor will lose all cultivation base in an instant, making it difficult to move half a point. Moreover, the coordinates of this river of time happen to be located in a narrow place. Even if it can escape the cover of the great formation, it will easily fall into the turbulent flow of time and space in the river of time. At that time, I am afraid that the end will be even worse than that of the sleepy sky formation. It is clear. This battlefield was carefully arranged by these great emperors. The purpose of being able to release the power of the heaven-suffocating formation to the maximum extent is naturally to deal with enemies at the level of the werewolf great emperor. With this array, you want to trap me? Jiang Ye smiled contemptuously. Next second. Extinguishing Emperor Sword, come out. Heavenly Emperor Tripod, out. Baron Tower, Tian. The 3 imperial soldiers suddenly crossed the void. That moment, the sleepy sky formation simply couldn't withstand such a terrifying imperial prestige, and it disintegrated in an instant. The brilliant sword ray, slashed out from the tip of Metagian, seems to have surpassed the limitations of time and space. Ah! A scream suddenly came from the left. One of the great emperors showed pain on his face, and an arm was cut off in the blink of an eye, and he wailed suddenly. He didn't know what kind of secret technique he used. A golden light erupted from his blood, and he was reborn with a broken arm. An arm grows instantly. However, his face still looked very pale, and his aura was half weaker than when he started. Obviously, it is not completely free for him to use this kind of secret technique to repair the broken arm in an instant. Emperor soldiers. So many Emperor soldiers. Wait, the Emperor soldier still has the aura of Huang. Who is this person, and why does he have a large number of Emperor soldiers, and none of them are ordinary Emperor soldiers? Even if it is Wushi Bell, it is difficult to compare with these Emperor soldiers. It has reached the level of Xian Yu. The gazes of several great emperors landed on the Emperor Slayer sword, the Heavenly Emperor Cauldron and the Baron Pagoda, and a look of color suddenly appeared in their eyes. However, that astonishment quickly turned into deep greed, wishing to take all these imperial soldiers as their own. They have seen the best Emperor soldiers in their life, even the one held by Jiang Ye can't compare with it. And the Emperor armament in the opponent's hand, there are as many as 3 kinds of shots. If every Emperor soldier can be owned by himself, then the strength will undoubtedly be greatly improved. Thinking of this, the gazes of these great emperors immediately fell on Jiang Ye, trying their best to deal with Jiang Ye. The ruthless great emperor looked at Jiang Ye with a look of shock. She didn't expect that this great emperor who suddenly crossed the void and came to rescue his own human race would be so domineering. 3 emperor soldiers were thrown out at the beginning. Even if it is the great emperor of Wushi, I am afraid that the entire net worth is not so rich. At this time, Jiang Ye took out the heavenly devil jar and sent it directly to the ruthless great emperor, saying, "Your imperial armament, it's time for you to use it." The ruthless great emperor was taken aback, and quickly took the heavenly devil jar that flew over, his eyes revealing a look of surprise. She never expected that Jiang Ye not only possessed so many imperial soldiers, but also retrieved the heavenly devil jar that he swallowed. Master the natal emperor soldier. The ruthless great emperor suddenly exuded a more powerful aura too. Chapter 101. The moment when the ruthless great emperor swallowed the heavenly devil canister. Next second, she burst out with the ultimate imperial prestige. Even compared with Heavenly Emperor, she is not inferior. At this moment, Ruthless Man's true power seemed to return instantly, and the energy in his body continued to rise, as if every cell was brewing a volcano, and all the cells in his body erupted unreservedly at this moment. That terrifying power shocked all directions. Even this long river of time can hardly bear this force, so it shakes like water waves. How can it be? Swallow the heavenly devil jar. Where the hell did it come from? Why does swallowing a heavenly devil jar go back into the hands of a werewolf? Damn it! Who the hell is this person who found the heavenly devil jar that was lost in the long river of time? This enemy is definitely not as simple as imagined. The faces of these great emperors have completely turned gloomy after witnessing the scene in front of them. They know better than anyone. If the ruthless great emperor is allowed to hold the heavenly devil jar again, then he will face a character at the level of heavenly emperor. The trap sky formation, theoretically speaking, can indeed trap ordinary heavenly emperors. But the ruthless person has a void god body. If she is allowed to swallow the heavenly devil jar in her hand, it may be them who are trapped. At this time, the minds of these great emperors are all filled with the same question. Hasn't the heavenly devil canister been swallowed by them into the long river of time? Even the immortal emperor may not be able to find the existence that swallowed the heavenly devil jar in this long river of time. This requires great risk. Ito. The great emperor who appeared out of nowhere actually summoned a heavenly devil jar and gave it back to the werewolf. What is the background of the other party? It seems that it is not as simple as an ordinary great emperor. But at this time, they have no time to think about this problem. The ruthless great emperor held the swallow heavenly devil pot and launched the most terrifying blow, intending to refine the emperors. As a last resort. 580. I can only use all my strength to resist this strike of the werewolf. Boom! No less than the heavenly emperor's attack, shocking above the formation, those great emperors all felt as if their chests were hit by a mountain, and couldn't help spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Just in the first round of confrontation, they felt the strength of the werewolves. Attacks like a storm come one after another. Don't give yourself a chance at all. A few great emperors showed bitterness on their faces, and they could only use their full strength to defend. If they can resist a little attack, that is a little bit. The situation is not good, you must get out of here. Hold her and leave the long river of time. Remember the route the Lord gave us, as long as we leave according to that route, we will definitely not leave the group. They communicated with divine sense, and they all understood each other's intentions, and began to throw magic treasures in an orderly manner, turning into a series of killing arrays, trying to stop the ruthless people. But the ruthless man's attack method is stronger than imagined. This sky-high magic treasures is enough to kill the great saint. However, the werewolf just raised his plain hand and tapped. These magic treasures suffered a terrible blow in an instant, and all of them were reduced to a pile of waste products, falling into the turbulent flow of time and space. But these means are not completely ineffective, at least bought a little time. Taking advantage of the gap, these great emperors quickly turned into a streamer, trying to fly away. But on the way they escaped, a barren tower suddenly appeared from the void and smashed towards the front door. Boom boom boom! Directly above the barren tower, the heavenly emperor stepped out across it, bursting out with raging flames, covering the world and burning everything. The flame of the heavenly emperor cauldron has extremely high temperature, even the magic treasures will be burnt into charcoal in an instant. Flames closed the surrounding roads. Behind, an ancient bronze coffin was suddenly snatched by Jiang Ye again with great force. The length of the ancient coffin seemed to span the long river of time in this area, and it was impossible to avoid it. Several great emperors were shocked, they had no idea that Jiang Ye had so many tricks. In a panic, he was hit by the joint attack of the imperial soldiers and was seriously injured again. Whoosh! Sword ray suddenly flashed by. The Emperor Slayer sword, unleashing the ultimate sword, cut off the arm of a great emperor again. Vr. The great emperor gritted his teeth in pain, and quickly used divine blood to cover the wound, intending to use the method of rebirth with a broken arm again. However, no matter how the divine blood burns, there is still no new arm growing out of the broken place. The original arm flew into the heavenly emperor cauldron, and after a burst of refinement, it disappeared into nothingness. This, actually contains the power of the law of karma, which cannot repair the injuries on the body. The severed arm great emperor narrowed his gaze slightly, realizing that the heavenly emperor tripod is not an ordinary existence. If it refines its own arm, it has the law of karma. Now that the fruit has been formed and the arm is broken, there is no way to repair this injury anyway. Unless karma can be reversed, no matter how much divine blood is used, the arm cannot be repaired. Even if he burns the divine blood himself, but the divine blood cannot repair karma, it seems that the precious opportunity of burning is wasted, and it makes one's injury even more serious. But, why didn't the other party use these methods the first time, but why did they have to wait until the second time? The broken arm great emperor's eyes fell on Jiang Ye, and happened to find the corner of Jiang Ye's mouth with a playful smile, as if he had expected all of this a long time ago. Immediately, the severed arm great emperor's heart was filled with cold sweat. He felt that all the battles on the field seemed to have been expected by the opponent. The opponent seems to know what to do, and can guide the battlefield to the expected situation. As the great emperor myself, I can feel the real fear of these opponents, and the only confidence in my heart is constantly being eliminated. Combined with the emperor's soldiers that Jiang Ye took out, he has already realized that in this battle, he is afraid that his side will be more or less dangerous, and the group may be wiped out at any time. Only by escaping according to the route given by God, the regiment has a chance. But at this moment, the ruthless great emperor seemed to see through their thoughts, and waved his bare hand slightly. The Natun heavenly devil tank expanded 1,000,000 times in the blink of an eye, and immediately covered Fang Yuan for thousands of miles, like a cage that imprisoned the world, isolating this place. No one can escape from this void. Swallow heavenly devil domain. Ruthless man, your methods are too extreme. A great emperor looked at the figure of the werewolf and gritted his teeth. To swallow the heavenly devil domain is to evolve into a domain by swallowing the heavenly devil tank, and block this area. It is the ultimate method used by the ruthless great emperor. Trapped Fang thousands of miles away within the imperial army, no one can escape. Of course, if you use this method, you will temporarily lose the support of an imperial soldier. Only when you meet the enemy you want to kill the most. Only ruthless people will use the heavenly devil field to trap opponents and kill them at all costs. Oh! You didn't seem to have said that when you used the heaven suffering formation to deal with me. Now, it's just repaying the other body with the way of the other. How did it become extinct? There was a hint of mockery in the werewolf's eyes, as if he was watching a few jumping ants. The complexions of several great emperors sank instantly, and now it is difficult to even refute. In the beginning, they dealt with the ruthless great emperor with a big battle. Now, your own side has become a trapped turtle, and it is impossible to escape from this area. They knew in their hearts that it must be the ruthless great emperor. Seeing Jiang Ye's strength, he was stronger than he imagined. Therefore, it is judged that even if you don't need to swallow the heavenly devil you can still deal with yourself and others. Simply use the heavenly devil jar to cut off the escape routes of these great emperors, ensuring that they can be killed. The situation develops here. Those great emperors knew that if this situation continued, they would just sit and wait to die. Immediately burning the blood essence on his body, bursting out the ultimate imperial prestige, planning to fight to the death. With a heartbeat, Jiang Ye used the barren tower and the heavenly emperor tripod to jointly suppress it. Primordial chaos calabash appeared in his hand. A strong gravitational force instantly covered the bodies of those great emperors. Their movement was greatly hindered, and their speed dropped by more than 10 times. Every step of their actions had to resist primordial chaos calabash. There's even an imperial soldier. How many emperors are there on this guy? Isn't that too exaggerated? When the great emperors saw the primordial chaos calabash in Jiang Ye's hand, their hearts were filled with chills. Baron Tower, Sword of Extermination, Heavenly Emperor Cauldron, Black Sword, Primordial Chaos Calabash, Ancient Bronze Coffin. Plus the Heavenly Devil Jar in the hands of the ruthless Great Emperor. This is almost 7 celestial martial arts. Even the Heavenly Emperor probably doesn't have such terrifying wealth, does he? The ruthless Great Emperor also released a burst of imperial prestige, joining forces with Jiang Ye to launch an attack. Soon, the imperial prestige ignited by these great emperors could barely withstand the combined attack of Jiang Ye and the werewolf, and could not counterattack effectively at all. The time to burn great emperor's blood is limited. Once it reaches the limit, the breath on the body will drop several times in an instant, and it will be weaker than before burning the blood essence. It lasted 3 days of fighting. Finally, the auras of these great emperors became weaker. The great emperor will disappear. The strength they possess can only reach the quasi-emperor's realm at most. It can't deal with the combined attack of several pieces of Jiang Ye's imperial soldiers at all. Plus the ruthless great emperor. The ending is self-evident. Boom! An ultimate power bloomed in the void, those great emperors screamed and were completely annihilated. At the same time, the breath of the great emperor scattered in the void suddenly gathered towards the heavenly emperor crystal. In an instant, the heavenly emperor cauldron once again burst into dazzling light. After absorbing these great emperor breaths, he recovered quickly and gradually reached his former peak state. Jiang Ye's mind moved, and he immediately sensed that the heavenly emperor cauldron had absorbed enough great emperor's breath, and it was quietly changing. The ruthless great emperor withdrew the heavenly devil pot, crossed the void, and came to Jiang Ye, slightly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for coming to help, and recovering the heavenly devil jar, thank you very much. I don't know who you are." Jiang Ye waved his hand and said, "There is no need to say more, where is the great emperor of Wuxi now?" There was a slight movement in the werewolf's heart, and Jiang Ye's identity had already been guessed. When mentioning the beginless great emperor, the ruthless man couldn't help but look a bit serious, knowing that the time is urgent and urgent, now is not the time to talk about other things. The beginless great emperor fought against a clone of God, and should now be located in the depths of the long river of time. However, the strength of God is extraordinary, even if there is only one clone, it is not something ordinary heavenly emperor can deal with. I seem to have seen traces of the clock without beginning in the turbulent flow of time and space. But because at that time, I was fighting with several great emperors under the command of God, I didn't have time to pay attention to the infinity bell. However, without beginning. It is the natal magical item of the beginless great emperor, and his magical item is lost in the turbulent flow of time and space. As for how to find the werewolf, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Speaking of which, the ruthless great emperor showed a hint of helplessness on his face. All the coordinates of the long river of time are chaotic, and it is difficult to establish the direction. And the location of the beginless great emperor is even deeper in the long river of time. The ruthless man is only judging the current situation of the great emperor through the traces of Wu Shizhong. But obviously, even the werewolves could not find the location of the beginless great emperor. The vast river of time has endless coordinates, and it is even more difficult to establish the location of the beginless great emperor out of thin air. The clock without beginning. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, and suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind. He remembered that in the Reincarnation Mall before, he had seen Wuxi Bell appear in the mall. Now think about it. The reason why I was able to spend reincarnation points to exchange top-level imperial weapons such as the Heavenly Devil Jar and the Beginless Bell was probably because these weapons were lost in the long river of time. By directly through the mall. Think here. With a thought in his heart, Jiang Ye immediately opened and turned around to the shopping mall. Use the search function. Quickly found the information about Wushishong. The Bell of No Beginning, 2 million reincarnation points. The ruthless Great Emperor's natal weapon, one of the most powerful Emperor's soldiers. Choose redemption. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. 2 million reincarnation points is indeed expensive enough. The Beginless Bell is also one of the most powerful imperial soldiers in the ancient world. Therefore, the exchange is ridiculously expensive. But after so many rounds of achievement, Jiang Ye's accumulated Dao value is extremely huge, and it has been transformed into tens of millions of reincarnation points. Even if it costs 2 million to exchange for the infinite bell, then he still has tens of millions of reincarnation points left, which is even enough for several dungeons in the future. You can exchange for the top props at the beginning. Therefore, spending 2 million to buy the Wushi Bell, not only can you master a top-level imperial weapon again, but you can also quickly lock the position of the Wushi Great Emperor. According to Ruthless, the Beginless Great Emperor should have encountered a key enemy. Establish the position of the Great Emperor without a beginning, and it is also a place where you can establish a strategy with an SSS rating. The 2 million reincarnation points are really well spent. The value is not only as simple as a top-level imperial weapon, but also contains the path to the highest evaluation of this dungeon. You spent 2 million reincarnation points to exchange for the Emperor armament, the Bell without a beginning. Next second, my mind moved slightly. The Bell of No Beginning suddenly appeared in Jiang Ye's hands and was refined. At this moment, the Infinity Clock 1.3 exchanged through the Samsara Mall is quickly bound to the mind of the industry. Indistinctly, the clock without beginning has a slight connection with a certain breath in the depths of the long river of time. If nothing else, this must be the location of the Beginless Great Emperor, etc. Is this the clock without beginning? The ruthless Great Emperor's eyes were already full of shock. She stared blankly at the beginningless clock in Jiang Ye's hand, and opened her mouth slightly. Even if she lived for 10,000 years, she has never seen anything more amazing than this. Shouldn't the clock without beginning be drifting in the long river of time? Why did it appear in Jiang Ye's hands now? How did you do it? The werewolf took a deep breath, unable to contain the doubts in his heart, and asked. Even as the Heavenly Emperor, she couldn't see what kind of means Jiang Ye used to snatch the Wushi Bell. Is the own Heavenly Devil Jar also made by the other party like this? Just like a miracle. I'm lucky. After a long time, I happened to pick it up. Jiang Ye smiled slightly, and found an excuse to prevaricate. Of course, it is impossible for him to explain the setting of reincarnation to the werewolf. Well, even the Great Emperor is just a native in front of the reincarnation. Any reincarnation can purchase customs clearance props through the Reincarnation Mall to achieve the same ability as opening and closing. FFLX. In addition to their own exclusive talent, aura, and templates, how to use reincarnation points to expand their advantages is still one of the required courses for reincarnators. If it is used well, then the Reincarnation Mall can also enable ordinary reincarnations to use ordinary abilities and get higher scores. Jiang Ye was immersed in the Beginless Bell, and soon established the aspect of the Beginless Great Emperor. Let's go. He turned into a ray of light, leading the way ahead of the ruthless Great Emperor. The werewolf was moved. Quickly followed up. Chapter 102. The years are long. Deep. The two figures are constantly confronting each other. When you see the beginningless, the Tao becomes empty. Interesting. You can rely on this way to fight against the clone of the old man so far, which is considered a bit of skill. Enough to be proud of. At the end of the long river of time, an old man in a white robe showed a calm expression on his face. He looked at the Wushi Great Emperor in the imperial robe in front of him, showing a bit of admiration, as if he was staring at an admirable opponent. However, in this temperament, there is more of a sense of detachment and supremacy. It seems that even a genius at the level of Wushi Great Emperor, in his eyes, is just one of the war practitioners in the long years. The beginless great emperor didn't say much, but used the ultimate Dao rhyme to cut off this era. However, the avatar smiled slightly, as if seeing through the intention of the Wuxi great emperor, waved his hand casually, and used the same method to resolve the trick. Wuxi great emperor frowned slightly. The enemy in front of him has an extraordinary background. It is a clone of God. Legend. The gods practice one qi to transform the three qings, and have 3 bodies. And each body is divided into 3 clones. There are 9 clones in total. In order to deal with the other clone, the beginless great emperor has already sacrificed the beginless bell. Now, the identity of the god he is facing, even if the strength is placed on the heavenly emperor, it is also a top-level existence. Not to mention the body. Only. Beginless the great emperor sensed the end of the long river of time, and there was a breath of barrenness. However, the decay of the years is suppressed above the aura of barrenness, and there is a constant struggle between the two. He deduced from this that the deity of God needs to deal with Huang with all his strength, and has no time to take care of other things. Otherwise, once you relax, the ancient great emperor will revive and suppress God in turn. What the beginless great emperor has to do now is to truncate this era as much as possible and prevent the plan to ascend the tower. At the same time, let the original time and space restore the original power, so that more great emperors will be born to deal with God. But the strength of God is extremely powerful, even if it is a clone, it can already deal with the great emperor Wuxi. At present, it seems extremely difficult to truncate this era by means of arbitrariness through the ages. Boom! In the depths of the long river of time, the two figures fought each other hundreds of times back and forth, but they were still unable to tell the winner. At present, if the situation continues to be stalemate, it will only be of greater benefit to the Supreme People's Government. He constantly absorbs the origin of the world, and his strength becomes stronger and stronger. If this trend continues, I am afraid it won't be long before God becomes more and more difficult to deal with. At this time, all of a sudden, an astonishing wave erupted in the void of the long river of time. The surrounding cracks were torn open by a powerful force. 2 emperor powers shot out from the flanks respectively, and bombarded towards the sky. God obviously did not expect such a change, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and his figure slowly moved away. But at this moment, a barren tower suddenly appeared above his head, suppressing it. It turned out to be this tower. God's pupils shrank suddenly. The moment he saw the barren tower, he instinctively felt the pressure of years rushing towards his face. Hastily used the strength of the whole body to knock the barren tower into the air. 2 sword rays came from the left and right sides respectively. Emperor Extinguishing Sword, Black Sword. These 2 swords seemed to cut through the heavens and the earth, coming across the void. The speed is suffocating. It seems that there is no room for reaction, the 2 swords are already intertwined. Snort! God sneered, sensing the pressure. Just now, he knocked down the barren tower with all his strength, and now his flaws were exposed. After all, the more force you use, the greater the inertia. When I used all my strength to knock down the barren tower, I suddenly discovered that the power of this imperial soldier was not as terrifying as I imagined. However, these 2 deadly sword rays are the ones who can seriously injure On. The figure of God gradually blurred. It is actually using a method similar to the ruthless great emperor. Sword ray passed through the figure of God, but he didn't cut his body, instead it seemed to pass through the semi-incorporeal figure directly. It's like chopping on a shadow. However, a pair of black swallowing heavenly devil tanks suddenly came from behind, turned into giant hands, and forcibly grabbed the figure of God back. Void divine body. This is the means of the ruthless great emperor. That group of trash, even a great emperor of this level can't deal with it. It's a shame that I wasted so much magic medicine cultivation. Shang's face was a little gloomy, and after his figure was forcibly pulled out of the semi-incorporeal state by the ruthless Great Emperor, the effect of immunity to all attacks naturally disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the two sword rays came across the void again, launching a deadly attack towards the upper tower. God took a deep breath, and suddenly a pale flame burned out of his body, as if turning into a world-killing flame, sweeping all directions. He actually used offense as defense, trying to force the ruthless Great Emperor and Jiang Ye to retreat and reverse the offensive. But Wu Shi Great Emperor will not give the opponent this chance. He immediately circulated the Sutra of Beginning without beginning, intercepted it, and completely suppressed the offensive of the gods. Then, Jiang Ye used the true element to transmit sound to the Wu Shi Great Emperor. Immediately afterwards, the beginless bell flew in the direction of the beginless Great Emperor. Thank you. Wu Shi Great Emperor's expression changed slightly. Apparently, he didn't expect that the clock without beginning that he had lost in the long river of time would appear in this young man's hands. The moment the swallow heavenly devil jar appeared. From beginning to end, the Great Emperor knew that werewolves should come to support On. This young man, together with the ruthless Great Emperor, has always been the enemy of God. Moreover, the few magic treasures he sacrificed all have the aura of the ancient Great Emperor circulating in them. If I guessed right, this person should be the destined person in the ancient Great Emperor's prophecy. Wu Shi Great Emperor's heart moved. From these characteristics, Jiang Ye's identity had already been guessed. Since it is the destiny selected by the Great Emperor of the ancient times, and he joins forces with the werewolf to deal with the gods, then he must be a teammate. In charge of the clock without beginning, the Great Emperor once again erupted with a more extreme power of Heavenly Emperor, that aura seemed to be able to spread throughout the world. Feel the breath. God frowned slightly, the clone left here was no longer enough. Although he has 9 clones, he has lost 1 clone in the long years. Another clone was suppressed by Wu Shizhong. The other 4 avatars have other missions, scattered around, absorbing the original power of each era. Once these 4 clones are taken back, so the progress of absorbing the power of the source will be slowed down. But if you give up the avatar here, then 1/5 of the original power will be wasted. And once the place is regained control by the Great Emperor and others, it will bring serious consequences. Think here. God took a deep breath. In the next second, there seemed to be a phantom vaguely overlapping with the clone left here. The aura on God's body suddenly became stronger again. Reached the rank of quasi-immortal emperor. That moment, the strength of God has been greatly improved immediately, and after merging the other 2 clones, the sense of oppression is completely different from the past. Boom! With a burst of violent noise, it turned into a 10,000 zhang aftermath from the void, and it vibrated and exploded. The suppression of Wu Shizhong was instantly shattered. As soon as the sky pointed out, the sword chi from Heavenly Dao swept away immediately, resisting all the power of the black sword and meaty sword. Jiang Ye couldn't help frowning slightly. The enemy is God. It is almost the same level of existence as the ancient Great Emperor. Even if it is a clone, the power it unleashes cannot be underestimated at all. Compared with other great emperors, it can be said that it is not bad at all. Now, his own strength is nothing more than the first great emperor. Although with the help of the imperial soldiers left by the ancient great emperor, it can crush the great emperor of the same level, even the heavenly emperor has the means to deal with it. But cultivation base is not enough to deal with enemies of God's level. At this time, the beginless great emperor sent a message with his divine thoughts, saying, "The strength of God is very strong, he has continuously absorbed this era of long history, and the main body may already have the level of immortal emperor. However, the deity of God needs to suppress the ancient great emperor, and his avatars are responsible for absorbing the original breath everywhere. Enhance your own strength. This long river of time is the bright era of civilization in ancient times. It's a pity that the original power here has been absorbed by God a lot. If we can hold back the opponent's clone and buy time for the truncated era, then we will have a huge chance of winning. To hear the words of the beginless great emperor, Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly, and he said, "Beginless great emperor, can you cut off this era?" The beginless great emperor nodded, and said, "It is possible, but God is very powerful, and will use supernatural power to disturb me and cut off this era with the beginning clock. Only when God can't be distracted and can only deal with the attack wholeheartedly, can there be a chance to display arbitrary and eternal methods. With my own strength, it is difficult to do all this. Now, God has fused the clones from other places, and the strength has become even stronger. It needs the Wuxi Great Emperor, Ruthless Great Emperor and Jiang Ye to work together to balance the combat power." Jiang Ye couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Own 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly palace is still short of a complete heavenly god path, which can be cast into a perfect 6 paths. If cast into 6 return to origin. At that time, Jiang Ye has the strength of the heavenly emperor even if he doesn't use the emperor's soldiers. With one's own strength, it is enough to deal with the clone of God. But now, the 6 paths are still short of the heavenly Shinto return to origin. With the current realm, even if the emperor's soldiers are fully mobilized, if the beginless great emperor is not added, it will be difficult to completely suppress the clone of God. At this time, in Jiang Ye's deserted pagoda, there were 2 movements. It turned out to be the Queen Mother of the West and the Do War Saint Ape. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly, and there was joy in his eyes. Perceived with divine sense. Unexpectedly, Queen Mother Xi and War Saint Ape recovered completely from their injuries. They all conveyed their spiritual thoughts to Jiang Ye, wanting to get out of the barren tower and participate in this battle. At this time, God showed a smile. He judged the situation on the battlefield at a glance, which was extremely beneficial to him. If you only have the strength of Jiang Ye, Wuxi Great Emperor and werewolves, it will be difficult to break the game. The appearance of the 2 of you great emperors surprised me quite a bit. Even in the long river of time, it is enough to be proud of being able to kill those trash and fight like this with the old man. It's a pity that this era will eventually belong to this seat. Stay here forever. The corners of God's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a victor's smile, as if he had already secured the victory. Pato. As soon as the words fell, 2 waves of emperor prestige diffused out from the barren tower again. The Queen Mother of the West broke through the divine source and flew out from the heaven court, with colorful streamers blooming all over her body. She is supernatural, and she has the cultivation base of the heavenly emperor. My grandson is here too. Fighting War Saint Ape broke through the divine stone, and was finally reborn, and successfully revived his life. A shocking fighting spirit was brewed in his body, which turned into Ling Yun's will to break through the sky and the sky. He held Ruyi Jingbang in his hand, as if he wanted to smash it into pieces against sky. As soon as these 2 breaths of heavenly emperor came out, the majestic emperor was once again mighty for thousands of miles, encircling this chaotic river of time. God's face changed slightly. Next second, the Queen Mother of the West holds the glazed jade seal in her hand, transforming into a ray of light, forming a shocking killing array, blasting her upper lip with all her strength. The Ruyi Jingbang in Do War Saint Ape's hand instantly expanded to a length of 10,000 miles, turned into a huge stick, and smashed towards the head of God. Humph, so it's the 2 of you. I didn't expect to be able to survive the whole life. God's expression changed slightly. In the last battle with the ancient heaven court, he certainly knew that the Queen Mother of the West and the Do War Saint Ape were the 2 generals who created the ancient Wei court by the ancient great emperor. With the strength close to that of a quasi-immortal emperor, among the heavenly emperors, 590 is the top existence. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West and the Do War Saint Ape have successfully reversed their lives, and their combat power is even stronger than before. Team up to attack. God had to use all his strength to deal with it. At this time, Jiang Ye's desolate ancient god body exploded with divine power. At that moment, the divine blood all over his body began to burn, and the ultimate imperial prestige poured into the heavenly emperor cauldron, turning into the original fire, covering Fang Yuan hundreds of miles in an instant, and swept away towards the heavens. At the same time, the kendo of meaty sword and black sword are pushed to the extreme, and they operate the void divine body, and the sword that crosses the void contains endless murderous intent. Cooperating with the Queen Mother of the West and Do War Saint Ape, they launch a continuous killing array against the gods. The ruthless Great Emperor holds the Heavenly Devil tank in his hand and releases the Heavenly Devil field again, intending to block this void so that God cannot escape from this place, and draws the ground as a prison. At this time, the beginless Great Emperor quietly withdrew from the battlefield, pouring all the Emperor's prestige into the beginless bell, and the soaring Emperor's prestige immediately filled the audience. This long river of time began to shake unceasingly, and the surrounding scenes gradually became unreal. It seems that this ancient era is about to be truncated by extraordinary means. Good method. God's expression changed slightly. At this time, he finally realized that the situation had developed beyond his control. The appearance of the Queen Mother of the West and the Do War Saint Ape almost instantly broke the deadlock here and made up for the fighting power of the Great Emperor. And Jiang Ye temporarily stimulated the ultimate desolate ancient god body, and the divine blood burning all over his body. If you don't use all your strength to deal with the combined offensive of those imperial soldiers, even the quasi-immortal emperor will suffer heavy losses. At the same time, the ruthless Great Emperor is in charge of the Heavenly Devil domain next to him, and he can no longer escape from this void at will. No matter how he deals with any link alone, he will feel at a loss. If this era is completely cut off, so all the original power condensed by this clone must be returned. This kind of loss is unacceptable to God. In the end, he could only stare at the area, and said with a sneer, "Very good. Your means are beyond the imagination of this old man. In this case, I have to give up here." However, after cutting off this era, the old man wants to know how you can get out of here. God cancelled this clone. At the same time, this era was completely cut off, and Starfish's original power was regained. However, the long river of time began to shake violently, and the space was extremely unstable, as if it would collapse at any time. "We must get out of here immediately," Beginless Great Emperor said in a deep voice. "You enter my barren tower." I swallowed the elixir of immortality and directly exited the river of time. Jiang Ye said. The expressions of the werewolf, the Great Emperor without beginning, and the Queen Mother of the West all lit up. With the elixir of death, it means that you only need to fall directly from the long river of time, and you can return to the original time and space by swallowing the magic medicine at that moment. Jiang Ye swallowed the elixir without hesitation. Chapter 103. Boom. At this moment, this long river of time began to collapse rapidly. "Come in," Jiang Ye said in a deep voice. The beginless Great Emperor and the others nodded one after another, and then turned into a stream of light and escaped into the barren tower. With the shelter of the barren tower, only Jiang Ye needs to bear the erosion of time alone, and take Tongta away from the long river of time. Jiang Ye immediately swallowed the elixir of immortality, and immediately felt an extra wave of extreme vitality in his body. Death that seems to be able to reverse everything. Without hesitation, he rushed into the long river of time below. At this time, a boundless void appeared in front of Jiang Ye. "Is it out yet?" Jiang Ye muttered to himself. But at this moment, the surrounding void began to collapse and twist at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, time and space are speeding up. Jiang Ye suddenly felt that On could not move his whole body, and every cell in his body was aging at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, everything is at a standstill, as if only the void where Jiang Ye lives is changing rapidly, spanning countless years and eras. The breath of life on his body seemed to disappear in an instant, and all vitality was lost in an instant. 2. When the void is over. Jiang Ye lost all vitality in his body. He seemed like an old man who had lived to the end of his years, only bones remained. But in the next second, a burst of extreme vitality suddenly erupted from the body, reversing everything. It's like a miracle again. Every inch of flesh and blood on Jiang Ye's body rejuvenated, as if he had returned to his youth overnight. His shriveled flesh and blood quickly recovered, and his appearance returned to when he was 12 years old. His facial features were handsome, and he retained the appearance of a teenager. The barren ancient god body erupted with a burst of more extreme aura. Reverse life. Now, the barren ancient god body in Jiang Ye's body, and the cultivation base in his body, have been reshaped due to the reverse life. The will of the great emperor has been baptized by death, and now it glows with a new vitality, as if breaking through the sky at any time. Successful. Jiang Ye muttered to himself. At this time, he has successfully left from the long river of time. Moreover, by reversing the first life, the decaying vitality in the body was reversed. That's right. After coming out of the long river of time, even the mortals will be sanctioned by heavenly Dao. The void it was in stagnated, and in a very short moment, it went through several epochs and returned to the original timeline. In theory, when the great emperor comes out of the long river of time, he will come to the timeline of the past. No matter what you do, it will have a huge impact on the future, thus destroying the balance of time and space. At this time, heavenly Dao will freeze the current time and space out of self-protection mechanism. Directly send the great emperor who broke into other time and space back to the fixed timeline. If you haven't reached the realm of the red dust fairy. So, in this very short moment, 10,000 years will be experienced. The vitality in the body will decay and wither, thus turning into lifeless dry bones. Unless it is to reach the world of mortals. Even if you cross the long river of time, you can avoid death and return to the corresponding time and space safely. But this does not mean that Hongchen Fairy has the ability to change the history of the years. Heavenly Dao will also trigger the same mechanism for the red dust immortal, and at the moment of leaving the long river of time, it will be sent back to the time and space when it entered. Therefore, the red dust immortal is only able to avoid the threat of death when entering the long river of time. But it still cannot change the history of time and space. Jiang Ye possesses the elixir of immortality. As long as you swallow the elixir of immortality in advance and leave the long river of time, even if your vitality is lost in an instant. With the efficacy of the elixir of immortality, it is enough to reverse life and reverse death. This is one of the reasons why the great emperor of Huanggu left the elixir of death in the barren tower. The purpose is to let the people of destiny still have enough confidence to go to the long river of time when the cultivation base is insufficient. At this time, in the ancient heaven court, the beginless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor left the level one after another. Jiang Ye asked, "Everyone, you should be all right after returning to the original time and space this time. Although the barren tower has an independent mechanism. But the passage of time still exists. It's just that the barren tower can resist the passage of time, but I don't know the specific effect. This ancient heaven court has the miraculous effect of resisting the years. As long as it is sealed in the source of God, it is basically equivalent to 100 years passing by the outside world." Wuxi Great Emperor sensed his own situation and opened his mouth. "Good." Jiang Ye nodded slightly. 100 year. For the beginless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor, it hardly has any influence. They have been great emperors who have lived for several lifetimes, and their time is extremely long. Even a few 10,000 years, they can become immortal in flesh, and their primordial spirit will last forever. The ancient heaven court is a special existence. As long as Jiang Ye is used as the anchor point to resist the passage of time, then the beginless great emperor, the ruthless great emperor and others can return to the correct time coordinates. Successfully escaped from the long river of time safely. At this time, the beginningless Great Emperor's thoughts moved slightly, and he summoned the beginningless bell. The majestic original power is sealed inside. The beginless Great Emperor said, this source of power was originally absorbed by the upper tower. But at this moment, we have successfully truncated an era and snatched back 1/3 of the original power. Nowadays, put the original power back to this world, then you can restore a lot of lost original power and reopen the Emperor's road. The ability in us will also be strengthened because of the return to the source. God transcends time and space, reaches the depths at the end of time, and absorbs the original power of every opportunity. Therefore, if the original power is cut off from the past, the time and space where Jiang Ye, the beginless Great Emperor, and the ruthless Great Emperor are located will naturally have less original power. Now, if this source of power is returned to this era, correspondingly, Jiang Ye, Wuxi Great Emperor, and all the Great Emperors will return. Essentially speaking, all the Great Emperors here are in charge of the destiny of this world, thus mastering this source of power. But the power that can be distributed in the end depends on the original power of this world. To put it simply, the more the total amount of original power, the more energy will be allocated to each Great Emperor. On the contrary, if the total amount is small, the power of all Great Emperors will be weakened. It's not too late. We will immediately return this source of power to this world. Jiang Ye said. With the power of the source, it is released from the clock without beginning. At the core, the golden light group suddenly burst into bright golden light, as if it could illuminate the entire deep space. The golden light group gradually expanded, and gradually took the form of an ancient star at the end, and its vitality was even more majestic than at the beginning. I feel the power of the Great Emperor in my body, it seems to be several times stronger than before. The ruthless Great Emperor's eyes lit up, and he felt that the energy in his body was more pure, closer to the source, and stronger than before. Good. I feel it too. If you let me fight against God again, the chance of winning will be at least 70%. In Wuxi Great Emperor's eyes, a confident light burst out. Now, even without using the Infinity Bell, his strength can reach the quasi-immortal Emperor level. Enough to fight against the clone of God. The most important is, this source of power snatched back from the hands of the gods will also weaken the strength of the gods. His avatar probably doesn't even have the strength of an immortal emperor now. If you enter the long river of time again. So, with the strength of Jiang Ye and others, it is enough to threaten the god of the gods, so he has to give up the suppression of the ancient great emperor. At the same time, Jiang Ye also sensed that the power in On is becoming stronger and stronger. That pure source of power is continuously poured into the body to cooperate with the great emperor's will to revive the second life. On's strength has risen again. Now, if he uses the Emperor Slayer sword again and controls the heavenly Emperor tripod and other Emperor soldiers, his explosive strength will be even stronger. If we say that the celestial martial arts passed down to Jiang Ye by the great Emperor in the past can only display about 40% to 50% of its strength. Now, Jiang Ye stimulates the ultimate imperial prestige, and the ability to burst out can reach up to 70% to 80%. Don't look at it as a reverse life, but the difference in combat power is extremely large, almost the difference between a heavenly emperor and a quasi-immortal emperor. Besides, Jiang Ye felt that the barren tower seems to be absorbing the original power of this world constantly. This force is getting stronger and stronger, as if it wants to connect with the whole world. Ancient Heaven Court is making a comeback. The first ones to recover were the Queen Mother of the West and the Saint of War. But now, the saints who returned to Heaven Court from the ancient earth all erupted with a burst of holy power, and they will reverse their lives at any time. Suddenly, dark torrents came from this deep space. All the great emperors present frowned slightly. The beginless great emperor said, "Everyone, do you feel a dark and turbulent atmosphere coming from this world?" The ruthless great emperor suddenly opened his eyes, and said in a cold voice, "I sense a killing aura, permeating this world, and countless creatures have died because of it, wanting to destroy the vitality of this world. The Queen Mother of the West said lightly, "Is it dark and turbulent?" This familiar breath has returned. Do Saint Ape grinned, and said, "My old grandson jumped out of the rock, and I was worried that I couldn't find many opponents. Now I have a chance, which is enough for my old grandson to make a big fuss." Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "If nothing else happens, it should be the hidden Hades who are driving this dark turmoil. The purpose is to carry out a huge slaughter in this world, shake the original power, and create opportunities for God. However, the strength of the underworld emperor is only at the level of a heavenly emperor. It's not too late, let's take action immediately to suppress this dark turmoil." Wuxi Great Emperor, Ruthless Great Emperor, Queen Mother of the West and Do Saint Ape nodded one after another. "Turn into a ray of light and go to the place where the dark turmoil broke out." Now, almost half of the ancient world was infected by the black mist that filled the sky. Countless Hades rushed out from the depths. There is a huge threat to this world. The gods, demons, and other forces have gathered in the same camp to deal with the underworld. But what they didn't expect was that the underworld emperor launched this dark turmoil, and his power has reached the quasi-immortal emperor. To suppress the heroes, the ancient sages of all races have no power to fight back in front of the quasi-immortal emperor. The battle lines of all races are being defeated step by step. Every day, tens of thousands of creatures fall into the deep space and stain the earth with blood. The scene looked horrible. How can the Ming clan be so powerful? Damn, this race is more than. It's even scarier than you can imagine. The main reason is that the underworld emperor is too powerful. Without the great emperor of this era sitting in charge, it is impossible to deal with such a terrifying existence. Yes, this is the quasi-immortal emperor level, even ordinary great emperors are no match for the opponent. The front of the 10,000 races has been gradually defeated by the attack of the Mingzhu, and it probably won't last long. Can't I just watch my hopes die? The powerhouses of the Protoss, demons, and other races all showed unwilling eyes. Honestly, if it wasn't for Hades Emperor's cultivation base realm being too high, then, with the background of the Wanzhu, at least they will not be defeated by the Mingzhu. But it is precisely because the Hades have more top masters like Hades, the defense line of the Wanzhu seems to be reduced to a joke, it is simply unbearable. At this time, someone seemed to think of something, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Wait, didn't we also test the ancient road a few years ago, and a very strong great emperor was born?" But the person who soon knew the inside story poured a basin of cold water and sighed. There is indeed such a great emperor. However, for some unknown reason, that great emperor has already entered the long river of time. I'm afraid I'll never come back again. As soon as this statement came out, thousands of peoples rekindled hope, as if it was shattered in an instant, and fell into deep despair. They are very clear that if they enter the long river of time, this is almost a road of no return. Even the ancient great emperors rarely come back successfully from the long river of time. Since the great emperor has entered the long river of time, it is impossible to expect the other party to come back and help everyone resist the Hades. Warn! The Hades are coming again. Everyone gathers the line of defense immediately and prepares to attack the Hang Ming clan. A sound of sirens immediately echoed on the front of the 10,000 races. When all the 10,000 races heard the alarm, they couldn't help but concentrate, and the expressions on their faces instantly became extremely serious. In the past few months, they have witnessed too many compatriots die in the attack of the Hades. An extreme sense of fear has already arisen in my heart. At this time, in the distance, a black torrent seems to span the entire star sea, engulfing it madly. Even the ancient stars that passed by were swallowed up by this black torrent and turned into nothingness. It turned out to be the attack of tens of billions of the Ming clan. The complexion of Wanzhou has completely changed. So many days. It was the first time they saw the Hades launch such a large-scale attack. There are tens of billions of Hades. Even if the star sea is placed in front of the Hades, it will be completely swallowed up like locusts crossing the border. Some Wanzu's faces were pale, and they had even lost the will to fight back. They just wanted to run away as fast as possible, to save their own lives. Just when all races fell into despair. In the void, a deist figure suddenly came across the sky. Carrying the majestic Emperor Wei, sweep the audience. Extinguishing Emperor's sword, come out. The moment sword ray swept by. Countless Hades are wiped out in this sword ray. Ah! Endless screams came from deep space. This sword ray spanned millions of miles, covering half of the star sea, and all the Hades swept by were turned into waves of black mist, completely ashes. When the Wanzu witnessed this scene, they all opened their mouths and showed expressions of disbelief. They felt like it was just a dream. The man in front of him is like a god descending from the earth, killing tens of billions of Hades with a single strike. The imperial prestige exuded made everyone present feel terrified. At this time, Yuanzi seemed to recognize Jiang Ye's identity, and hurriedly said. It turned out to be the great emperor. Emperor Jiang is not dead, he has successfully emerged from the river of time. Ha ha ha, it turns out that Emperor Jiang is back, and our 10,000 races are saved. The moment Jiang Ye's figure reappeared in Wanzu's vision, suddenly, there was a burst of cheers. Nobody expected Jiang Ye was able to appear here again. Etc. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Ye has successfully left the long river of time and achieved something that other ancient heavenly emperors could not do? Moreover, judging from the released imperial prestige, Jiang Ye's aura has become stronger than before. Even enhanced a lot. Now, Jiang Ye's divine sense swept around and wiped out the remaining Hades again. Immediately afterwards, he sensed that there was another area in the ancient world, where dark turmoil was erupting. This place is not dominated by the Hades, but has a lot of breath of the ancient great emperor. Yes, this place is exactly Baidu. There are many ancient sages in the 7 life restricted areas, who have reversed their lives from the restricted area and launched a dark turmoil. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, then crossed the void again, and rushed towards Baidu. Zhou. Chapter 104. Baidu. At this time, one after another powerful ancient emperor's power swept across the continent. The 7 restricted areas of life erupted together for a burst of turmoil, and the entire Baidu was plunged into darkness. The ancient emperor descended, and Emperor Wei Huang spanned the entire Baidu. Darkness completely fills the entire sky. The oppressive aura of law is everywhere, wanting to destroy the whole world. Zhongzhou. All the sacred lands are united against the dark chaos. Among them, the strength of sacred land in the early days has developed to the strongest in Baidu. Zhang Taishu, Zhang Fenjiu, and others, with the blessing of Shen Yuan, now have the strength of Saint King. Using the formation left by Jiang Ye, they can even have no less than half of the strength. 2. After the outbreak of the dark turmoil, without the power of the great emperor, it would be difficult to gain a foothold in the turmoil. The Ji family, the great Xia dynasty and other forces joined forces with the sacred land in the early days to fight, but they still had to protect themselves in the dark turmoil. Boom! Boom! The terrifying storm keeps echoing outside the Guardian Array. It seemed to shake the whole world. At the same time, the figures of several ancient emperors descended on the outside of the Guardian Array, and began to bombard them continuously. If you break through the big formation, when all the existences in the restricted area start a chaotic war together, then, even if they can barely survive this catastrophe, there will still be an astonishing number of casualties. After all, now in the entire Baidu, only the defense line established by sacred land in the beginning is the safest. The rest of the place is no different from the underworld. Father, what should we do next? Zhang Fenjiu asked with a solemn expression. Bow. The entire Baidu is facing the threat of life-restricted zone, and it is already impossible to survive. The only place where there is a chance to escape seems to be beyond the starry sky. But according to the information now obtained by the sacred land in the beginning, even beyond the starry sky, they are now facing the threat of the Hades. Almost nowhere is safe anymore. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and said, "Try your best to procrastinate, maybe you can wait until the day when Ye'er comes back. If you wait until Ye'er comes back, then this dark turmoil will surely end in summer. We use the power of Shen Yuan, as long as we can defend it, that's how long it is. As long as there is a source of God, even if it is these immortal existences, it is not that simple to break our formation." Hearing Jiang Ye's name, the eyes of everyone present are all brightened. It's like seeing hope. The coverage area of this dark turmoil has reached the universe of the entire ancient world. Even if Jiang 287Ye is in the deep space of the universe, he must know about this dark turmoil. He became the great emperor, and survived the upheaval anyway. Maybe, after a while, it will come back to save them. Outside of formation, several ancient great emperors launched an attack on the sacred land in the beginning. They used all their strengths, using all kinds of killing formations that could kill the great saint at will, and constantly bombarded the sacred land's guardian formation in the early days. However, this formation is like the toughest protective shell, no matter how bombarded it is, it will not move at all, as firm as a rock. The patience of several great emperors gradually wore down. A gloomy look appeared on his face. Why is this large array of guardians so difficult to destroy? They used the source of the gods as the engine of the guardian array. What? It turned out to be the source of God. Damn it, it's a waste of money to use Shen Yuan as the energy source for the sect guard formation. When these ancient great emperors heard this, their hearts were about to drop. They are in the restricted area of life. Naturally know how valuable Shen Yuan is. Enough for them to burst out the power of the peak period and quickly recover to the peak period. If there are enough divine sources, these ancient great emperors will be able to quickly return to their former peaks. Now, only by using the killing formation together, can they barely have the combat power of the great emperor level. But if you can get such a massive amount of divine resources, it doesn't take long. The cultivation base realm will be restored to peak condition. Therefore, the ancient great emperor present here knows better than anyone else how expensive the real value of God is. But at the moment, in the early days, sacred land actually used these gods to drive the guardian array? It's hard to even describe this kind of behavior. They think that with their own strength, they will attack the sacred land in the early days sooner or later. Seeing the sacred land squandering the divine source in the early days, it was as if the divine source that he was about to get was wasted by others. Witnessing this scene, these ancient great emperors were so angry that they immediately shouted loudly with their true energy. Once upon a time, sacred lands, listen. You should give up resisting, don't waste the source of God. With our strength, no matter how many gods you have, you can only last for a while at most. If you surrender as soon as possible and hand over all the sources of God, you can still save your life. In this threat, there was a hint of bewitching voice, which echoed directly above the sacred land in the beginning. The people who wanted to lure the sacred land in the beginning gave up their resistance. However, Jiang Ye and others sneered in their hearts, they have already witnessed the darkness and turmoil. If they really let go of the guardian formation, then these ancient great emperors would have killed them like hungry wolves. Any promises made are tantamount to farting. It's nothing more than coveting greed, the massive source of gods. Zhang Fenjihu sneered, useless? When our fifth younger brother comes back, all of you so-called ancient great emperors will all die. Emperor Zhang. Several ancient great emperors have also heard about the great emperor of the new advance grade recently. If there is no accident, it should come from the sacred land in the beginning. However, with joking smiles on their faces, they said, Don't expect that Emperor Jiang to come back. According to the Mingzu, Emperor Jiang has entered the long river of time, and it is almost impossible to come back. Hehe, you probably don't know that the beginless great emperor, the ruthless great emperor, etc. have actually entered the long river of time. But so far, they still haven't been able to return. Do you think Emperor Jiang is stronger than these two legendary great emperors? The ancient great emperor sneered and said. What? Ye actually entered the long river of time. Fifth brother, how did he enter such a dangerous place? Hear this message. The expressions of Zhang Taishu, Zhang Fengjiu, and others changed slightly. Of course they have heard the relevant legends about the long river of time. However, what I didn't expect was, even the ruthless great emperor and Wuxi great emperor have entered the long river of time, no wonder they have not been able to return to Baidu until now. Jiang Ye's qualifications are very strong. But these two great emperors are equally talented. Jiang Ye has not been a great emperor of the new advanced grade for many years. Compared with these two old great emperors who have already had a strong legend, I am afraid that it is still somewhat insufficient. Even the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor failed to emerge from the long river of time. If Jiang Ye enters there, it may be a disaster. At least, in a short time, I'm afraid it will be really difficult to come back. So, you still give up useless ideas? Hand over all the gods obediently, maybe you can save your life. Several ancient great emperors sneered. Father, what shall we do now? Zhang Fengjiu asked in a deep voice. If the facts are really the same as those ancient great emperors said. So, I'm afraid it's really hard for Jiang Ye to come back. Have you forgotten what your father told you back then? Zhang Taishu said in a deep voice. Trust Ye, he will create miracles. Not to mention, our original sacred land is now Baidu's only hope. If even we give up, then this place is really finished. Even if there is no karma, we have to fight until the last moment. This is the dignity of our human race. As soon as this statement came out, all the staff of sacred land in the beginning of time cheered up again. Even in the face of a battle without any suspense. But, in their eyes, an endless flame of fighting spirit burst out, as if they wanted to burn the whole world to death. That's right, Jiang Ye can perform miracles along the way. Even when the major sacred lands in the past were besieging the sacred land in the beginning. Jiang Ye, who is only a teenager, can create miracles for everyone and kill all saints with his own power. Now, it's just entering the long river of time, can it be more dangerous than the situation back then? It's not the first time sacred land has faced catastrophe. But, with Jiang Ye, they can go all the way from being forced to move to the eastern wasteland, can only survive development, and face crisis at any time. Until it re-emerged, established a firm foothold in Zhongzhou, and then gradually developed relationships with the Ji family and the Great Xia dynasty, accumulated its own resources, and finally transformed into the most powerful sacred land in Baidu, bar none. Even without the existence of Jiang Ye, now relying on the strength of many saint kings and great saints like Zhang Taishu, they can still take the lead in Zhongzhou and carry the title of number one sacred land. Now, the entire Baidu is facing a crisis of life and death, if even the first sacred land gives up. Number B. What hope is there for the human race? That's right, even if there is no result in this battle, we will defend it to the death. This is our dignity as the sacred land of the beginning. When Emperor Jiang returns, they will avenge us. Although we will die in this battle, we must not die. We must not let our sacred land down. There was once a heavenly emperor. When the great emperor returns, it will be your time of death. The source of the gods here, you want, but I'm sorry, we won't give any. Swear to protect the sacred land to the death, even if Jiang Ye is long, even if the dawn will never come, but will fight until the last moment. Right above the sky of sacred land in the early days, a wave of Ling Yun's fighting spirit kept rising to the sky, as if to cover everything. The complexions of those ancient great emperors changed slightly, and they sensed that there are already several auras under this large array of guardians, and under the concentration of that fighting spirit, the level of life has been transformed. Countless saint breaths continuously condense out, bursting out with holy power. Under this extreme fighting spirit, a lot of Sendai secret realm cultivators who were stuck in king and power realm were able to break through. In the face of the crisis of death, they did not shrink back, but tried their best to go one step further and exploded with even greater potential than imagined. Damn it! This group of idiots can still break through during this period. Real. It's a troublesome guy. The complexions of the ancient great emperors instantly sank. They never expected that the words they used were threatening, bewitching and ridiculing for the benefit of survival. However, instead of shaking the hearts of the people in sacred land in the beginning, it made them stronger again. Now, I am afraid that the progress of breaking through the protective array will be delayed again. A number of new advance grade saints, without hesitation, injected the power in their bodies into their ministers. How long can it be delayed is how long. They must be destroyed as soon as possible. These ancient great emperors completely put away their sloppy thoughts and bombarded this large formation with all their strength. Do not know why. Original. They deal with the sacred land in the beginning who is much weaker than themselves, and their hearts are completely different. Under the great emperor, everyone is an ant. Even if there were multiple great saints sitting in sacred land in the early days. However, with the killing formation jointly launched by these great emperors, even ordinary great emperors can't bear the terrifying damage. No matter how many great saints there are, if the will of the great emperor cannot be condensed, in their eyes, they are still just a few slightly larger ants, which cannot form any special form at all. Other threats. But now, the hearts of these ancient great emperors couldn't help but feel guilty, feeling that if the battlefield drags on, the more unfavorable it will be for themselves. I don't know if I'm afraid of Ling Yun's fighting spirit that erupted from the sacred land in the early days, or because I'm afraid of the Emperor Jiang who once appeared and amazed the world. Perhaps both elements are present. After all, it's not that these ancient great emperors have never heard of that great emperor. When he was not a great emperor, he single-handedly killed half of the Hades, and led all the tribes to destroy the Hades lair. With such terrifying strength, who would have thought that he would have possessed such a terrifying strength even before he had achieved the great emperor? The strength of the Mingzhu, the ancient great emperor present here, no one knows better than them. Even the leaders of the myriad races with huge backgrounds, such as the gods and demons, cannot deal with the current Ming clan. They know that the Mingzhu has already made a deal with the existence in the depths of the long river of time, so they can transform into today. Absolutely not a random great emperor can handle it. So, when they heard that Emperor Jiang, before becoming the great emperor, could bring heavy damage to the entire Mingzhu with his own strength, this is enough to shock several ancient great emperors and break their cognition. And now, Jiang Di has become the great emperor, it is hard to imagine that he will possess such terrifying power. If it hadn't been for hearing that Emperor Jiang had gone to the river of time, then the ancient great emperor present here would not have dared to carve at the sacred land of the first beginning at will. Boom! These ancient great emperors took a deep breath, no longer dared to hold back anything, suppressed their own potential, and pushed Emperor Wei to the extreme. They want to destroy the sect guarding formation before Shen Yuan replenishes it. Although doing so, when it is not fully recovered, it will have an adverse effect on itself. But thinking of defeating the sacred land in the early days in advance, the god source obtained is enough to make up for the lack of injuries. This loss is not completely unacceptable when you think about it. When several ancient great emperors pushed the emperor to the extreme and injected it into the killing formation together. The sky is full of endless killing opportunities, and the terrifying energy is pouring towards the sacred land like a tide. At this moment, the entire ground shook violently, and even the nearby dragon veins were broken layer by layer. The guardian brilliance of the protecting sector ray is dimming little by little, as if it will be unable to support this terrible storm at any time. Is this the end? Jiang Taishu and the others all showed sighs on their faces. They had done enough hard work. However, the opponent is the ancient great emperor after all. If he uses his own background with all his strength, it is still not something an ordinary great saint can deal with. What's even more frightening is, the number of ancient great emperors is not just one, but several. They formed a large formation together, and even spent some price before they were about to give the formation of the sacred land in the beginning to break through. It is almost impossible to do all this in any part of Baidu. Anyway, it is enough to be able to delay for such a long time and lose part of the power of the ancient great emperor. Everyone obeys orders. After the protective array is broken, immediately form the original formation. Maybe there is still a glimmer of life. Everyone, don't retreat, fight to the death. Jiang Taishu's voice echoed throughout the sacred land. Outside, there's endless darkness and turmoil. Even if they escaped, there would be no chance of life at all. Only by fighting to the end can the victor survive. Boom! At this moment, the void suddenly burst open. The figure of Jiang Ye stepped out from inside, exuding the ultimate imperial prestige.